Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee's inquiry into the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today. The committee will be conducted today in person and also via video conference. I'm Senator Karen Grogan and I'm chairing the committee, and with me are Senators Askew, Daliga, Little and Steele-John, and online we have Senator Ananda Raja. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses also have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the grounds on which it's claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. I remind senators their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I would like to welcome the Disability Discrimination Commissioner, who I believe we have online. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection has been provided to you. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe so.
Oh, excellent. We just 1 second. We can't. Where is she? Are you still there? We can't actually see you online. Okay.
Yes,
super.
Still here.
Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us today?
Rosemary Case, Disability Discrimination Commissioner.
Fantastic, thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
Firstly, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee in my role as Disability Discrimination Commissioner. I will also note that I'm a member and former Chair and Vice Chair of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and I was also a designated expert on the Australian Government delegation for the drafting of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the CRPD. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is one of the most significant human rights reforms in Australia's recent history. It was designed to give practical effect to Australia's obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by funding individualised supports to enable independence and participation, and to give people with disability genuine choice and control over their lives. These two aims, autonomy and participation in the community, sit at the heart of the CRPD. They are also the core foundations of the scheme and are most at risk in the changes proposed by this bill. Reform of the NDIS is both necessary and expected over time. However, the issue this bill raises is whether the reforms maintain the NDIS as a rights-based scheme or regress from human rights principles and standards. Our central concern is that, taken as a whole, the bill represents a structural shift in how disability is understood and how support needs are assessed and funded. A number of the proposed amendments, including the definition of functional capacity, the requirement for each support to arise directly from impairment, and increased standardisation, move the scheme to being solely function-based. Such a shift moves the understanding of disability from the CRPD, which conceptualises disability as a dynamic interaction between impairment and the social environment, to one which defines people with disability only in terms of their impairment and functional ability, with no regard to the broader social and environmental context of their lives. This undermines the social and human rights models of disability, which view disability as a natural part of human diversity and as arising from the interaction between individuals and the barriers they encounter in society that hinder their full and effective participation on an equal basis with others. This is the foundational understanding on which the NDIS was built. When environmental and social factors are removed, the system reverts back to a deficit-based medical model of disability where the focus is placed solely on the individual's impairment rather than recognising the role of societal barriers and individual circumstances. The bill raises important questions under international human rights law about whether the reforms will result in a reduction in existing protections. Retrogression is not permitted without sufficient justification. This bill sits within a broader context in which questions of sustainability are being considered. However, sustainability must be understood alongside Australia's obligation to use the maximum available resources to progressively realise rights. The question is not simply how to constrain expenditure within the scheme, but whether the overall policy settings advance the rights of people with disability. Recently, the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights recommended that Australia review its broader fiscal policy settings, including tax policies and concessions, to ensure that the maximum available resources are directed towards the realisation of rights. In this context, a focus on constraining expenditure within the NDIS without fully engaging with how resources are mobilised across systems raises important questions about whether that obligation is being met. The cumulative impact of the bill and the potential for impermissible retrogressive measures has not yet been assessed or explained, either through the statement of compatibility or the policy analysis supporting the bill. A further issue I would like to highlight is the need to strengthen the framework for monitoring and evaluating the impact of the NDIS over time. While the NDIA reports on a range of outcome measures, these are not consistently tracked in human rights standards and principles or designed to assess whether the scheme is realising rights in practice. We need agreed human rights indicators and benchmarks to measure whether participants are experiencing improved equality and non-discrimination, including autonomy, community participation and inclusion, desegregation and deinstitutionalisation, which remain critical human rights obligations. Without human rights indicators, it remains difficult to determine whether the scheme and the changes made to it are contributing to the realisation of human rights, or whether they are limiting or diminishing human rights. In the context of the bill, which expands ministerial discretion to make consequential decisions about funding and support through legislative instruments, human rights indicators become a transparency and accountability measure showing the impact of those decisions, including whether broader objectives such as financial sustainability are being achieved at the cost of participant outcomes. This is consistent with recommendations made to Australia by the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which called for robust indicators and monitoring frameworks to assess the progressive realisation of rights. Similarly, the NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission both emphasised the need for stronger outcomes measurement, monitoring and accountability frameworks. Australia holds an obligation to the CRPD to designate an independent monitoring mechanism to monitor implementation of the human rights of people with disability, and they have failed to take this step despite ratification of the CRPD in 2008. In closing, I remind the committee that the CRPD requires governments to actively involve people with disability in the development of laws and policies that affect them. This is not a procedural step. It is fundamental to ensuring that systems are designed in a way that reflects personal lived experience and embeds choice and control, not only at the individual level, but within the design of the system itself. Given the scale and significance of these reforms, the level of consultation undertaken to date does not reflect participatory design. Welcome the opportunity to assist the committee in examining those issues and will be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Keys. We appreciate that. We will go to questions now and we'll start with Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. Commissioner Kayas, thank you for your time today and for your submission to the inquiry. I want to take you first to page 4 of your submission. It is headed, the relevant section, Shifting Care Responsibilities. And you say, you draw our attention to, as you see it, several measures in the bill that aim to shift care responsibilities away from the NDIS and onto other care systems and individuals. You've referenced the healthcare system, the aged care system, other service systems, many of which, as you cite, are already under strain. But I want to take you specifically to the impact that you've shared with us around families, carers and informal supports. Particularly the risks that you've cited, that the bill reinforces existing gender inequalities and entrenches structural reliance on unpaid labour. Can you explain to us those concerns and go a bit deeper on that?
Certainly. The proposed changes, especially the ones that cut community participation, but also those that identify whether there are other ways that supports can be provided if there are alternative supports available, which begs questions about informal supports. And then there is also what's considered normal parental responsibilities. Now, women have overwhelmingly borne the burden of the care role and the care of people, children with disabilities especially, but also ageing members of families with disabilities. This was a major factor with the development of the NDIS to be able to unlock that productivity ability of women to be able to go back into the workforce and not be kept out of the workforce or out of the labour market by the burden of caring roles. So, I mean, it's a bit of a complete turnaround from where the founding fathers of the John Walshes of the NDIS design and development was trying to get to. It was trying to get not just people with disability back out in the community, but to also open those opportunities for lots of the women and informal carers that had taken themselves out of the labour market to be able to support members of families within their family that have disability.
In its current form, Commissioner, would you say that the bill risks undermining the rights of disabled women in Australia?
Well, in terms of, there's some interesting proposals, especially in terms of the eligibility criteria. And so it may not knock people out in terms of eligibility, but it could be a slippery slope. And one of those is about making sure that people have taken up all possible treatment options. Now, I've worked very deeply in terms of analysing the impact of austerity measures in England after, in 2012, the committee did an inquiry into the impact of those changes. And what started out as making sure people were taking all their treatments, having all their treatments and still hit thresholds, they found that women were being coerced into having hysterectomies so they didn't have to fund menstrual support. And so whilst on paper at the moment it doesn't seem like those sorts of things like menstrual suppression will be part of an eligibility assessment, the question is, are those types of supports going to come under question? So menstrual suppression can have major health impacts on women, and there's been no gender analysis of the bill.
Thank you, Commissioner. You say in your submission that there needs to be a comprehensive public gender impact analysis of the reforms and a co-design of them with women, girls and gender diverse people with disability. Just to confirm, to your knowledge, that has not occurred at this time?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. And so therefore, in its current form, do you think that the bill should proceed?
No, I think it needs to stop and slow down so there can be far more analysis. I feel the analysis we've been able to do over the last couple of weeks is still inadequate. We've been able to consult. We are a very small team in the disability rights team. There's like 2.5 of us, 3 of us. So it's not a lot of time to do the level of analysis that is required with such significant changes. You know, you're changing the raison d'etre of the whole convention in terms of community participation, living independently and being included in the community. You know, it's not. This was what the CRPD was about. It was about getting people out of their homes, getting people out of group homes, getting people out of institutions, giving them their personal autonomy. I'm not an NDIS recipient, but my level of support as a person with a high-level spinal cord injury, there would be real questions about my requirement for 24-hour support, whether I would still be able to live by myself in the community, something to which I have done for over 30 years.
Thank you, Commissioner. My final question to you, in your submission you've raised concerns about the new definition of permanence, further entrenching a medical model of disability. We've heard in estimates last week that the agency is already asking participants what they've done to cure their disability. We've seen this with conditions and disabilities that are well understood to be lifelong. Are you concerned about the human rights alignment of this approach?
Look, I could understand the deaf community will have a deep concern about this. I believe that it's not unrealistic to expect pressure for people to have cochlear implants. The deaf community would be mortified to think that their personal autonomy could be attacked like that, because the deaf community, there is a lot of pride and a whole culture built around sign language. And so if that's the type of thing that can come out of these eligibility criteria, but it also, with the stripping away of the individuality and the standardisation of assessment, are assessments around whether psychotropic drugs are something that are up for consideration. And so many people have many adverse reactions to psychotropic drugs, and are people going to be forced? You know, and there's going to be people with psychosocial disability that won't want to try and get the necessary supports that they need because of the fear of forced treatment. It's one of the great legal violences that happens within that community. Forced community treatment orders and forced medication.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll pass back to the Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Askew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for joining us this morning and for your evidence and for your submission. Just a couple of things. Senator Steele-John has again touched on a couple of my areas of questioning, but I would just like you to expand a little bit in regard to the concerns that you have in regard to ministerial directive powers. Are there any safeguards or accountability mechanisms that you propose that would address these concerns?
Sorry, Senator, can you just run through that question again?
So in regard to the ministerial directive powers, are there any safeguards or accountability mechanisms that you could propose that would address your concerns?
There's the ministerial discretion on paper at the moment looks extremely broad, and it can remove. It has the potential to remove accountability from, Parliament, from the people and from individuals, given also the reduction in what's a reviewable issue. So I think there's considerable room to be able to have greater accountability measures. I'd really have to take it on notice to be able to frame where they would sit in alignment for each of the areas that I see potential, where I see accountability and transparency being stripped from the various bodies that you expect, especially parliamentary oversight of significant amendments to one of the biggest social policies since Medicare.
No, thank you. That's a fairly good answer. But if you do have any other additional thoughts, feel free to send them through. That would be great.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And my only other question is around the consultation. You expressed concern that it didn't give time to reflect participatory design. What consultation process would you consider adequate?
Again, it's a multi-pronged sort of question, but I think there needs to be genuine engagement with women with disability, because there hasn't been an adequate gender analysis. So I think there needs to be a stronger understanding of the impact on women. I also believe that it needs to take a stronger intersectional role throughout the consultation considerations. We know there are extremely difficult and market-related problems with First Nations communities and the NDIS. So I don't know how strong you get a sense that the analysis of that and the consultation around that is being done for the bill. And once again, it comes down to how fast this all seems to be moving and what on paper looks like sweeping ministerial discretion and a dramatic shift from the original human rights intent.
Okay. Are you aware of any consultation that took place before the announcement?
It's difficult for me to say, being an independent statutory body. I'm not involved in a statutory body. I'm not involved with organisations like activist advocacy organisations. I've heard complaints about the level of, there are deep concerns about the level of engagement and consultation and co-design. I'm a member of the Independent Advisory Council, and most consumer participants have all raised concerns about the level of consultation that's been had before this bill appeared.
Okay. I'll leave it there, conscious of time, but thank you very much for your evidence today.
Thank you, Senator Askew. I will just note that we've had Senator Antic has joined us online and Senator David Pocock has joined us in the room, and we'll go to Senator Pocock for questions.
Chair, thank you very much for your time this morning. Commissioner, one of the issues raised in your submission relates to the so-called support determinations, and these are instruments that the minister can make that would cut everyone's plan indiscriminately. And we heard during estimates last week that the minister is intending to immediately cut everyone's social and community participation budget by 50% and capacity building budgets by 10%. As you state, there's limited clarity about how the minister can make these decisions. There seems to be a requirement to have regard to participant safety, but there's no detailed criteria, no avenues for challenge, and it's very unclear to me what will happen if a cut leaves someone isolated or in a dangerous situation. Commissioner, do you feel this power to cut people's budgets indiscriminately without considering anyone's individual circumstances in line with the design of the scheme? And do you think it will leave people in unsafe situations?
We know it will leave people in unsafe situations. We had 4.5 years of evidence given to the Disability Royal Commission. People with disability in 2009, 2010, after the first round for a disability strategy, identified the way that the vulnerability that is created when people are isolated. And that's how they become vulnerable. They end up in either closed environments or isolated environments, and they are at risk of violence, abuse and exploitation. The shutout report demonstrated that. The Disability Royal Commission demonstrated that. We've had reports going back to 1985 with the New Directions report that clearly said that we had to do things differently. And its objectives, the New Directions report in 1985, was about giving people with disability greater choice and control. Well, I don't see how people with disability can have greater choice and control when the minister can make wholesale without any metrics behind it. I mean, there's not why 50% of community participation, when community participation is, like I said, the raison d'etre behind the convention, I don't see where the evidence is. And we don't have the evidence coming out of the NDIS. They've got outcome areas that they report on, but nobody can give me a strategic understanding of either A, the impact of a 50% cut, or B, why it's necessary. I mean, what are the indicators that demonstrate that we're not getting good return on money? There isn't the evidence there because we don't collect it and we don't frame it in a way that would demonstrate to us whether we're getting effective return on money.
Thank you very much. I do have one more question, but I might put on notice if that's okay, because I know we are running up on time.
I'm also going to just highlight for you that any questions on notice have to be returned by Friday. So we'll just check with you, Ms Keys, whether that is a reasonable request for the information that Senator Pocock wants, or whether you want to have a minute to respond. Please go ahead.
Well, maybe I'll just ask it now if that's...
I think that's probably...
Maybe we just get it out of the way so you don't have a question on notice. I just wanted to ask about the statement of compatibility with human rights. Your submission says that statement prepared by the government fails to capture the bill's regressive effect on the rights of people with disability. From my reading of the government's statement, they've said that the bill advances the rights of people with disability. I was wondering if you could maybe comment on that. Does the government need to be honest about the impacts that this will have on people's human rights?
Yes, it will have an impact on people's human rights, especially the way it's conceptualising disability. I mean, disability is a phenomena. Disability is not a thing. Disability is a social phenomena. Our societies, our environments create our disabilities. Impairments are static and are real. But impairments are only one aspect of it. Disability is about the outcome that happens when people with impairments interact with the environment around them. Now, this bill is suggesting that they can abstract out a person's impairment and just provide supports that relate only to that impairment. That someone's circumstances and what somebody wants to do and does do on a day-to-day basis is irrelevant. That they are only dealing with the functional impact of the person's impairment. It cannot address the myriad of supports people require because of their personal circumstances and their social and environmental context. And this bill is removing that central principle, that central human rights principle that people with disability be understood not just in terms of their impairment, but as rights bearers and as complete and active participants in our community.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just note that the support determinations that were referenced earlier, they are actually disallowable instruments, so we'll go through a parliamentary process. We'll go to Senator De Liga for one question.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms Kays, and thanks for your evidence so far this morning. Earlier on, you mentioned the new eligibility process in your comments. The NDIS review recommended the need for a new approach to eligibility that looked at the functional capacity of an individual. Do you support the recommendation and having a more consistent and equitable approach?
In isolation, I can't fully support it. The abstraction, the level of abstraction that is being included in this bill on paper is, I think, detrimental to the scheme. Yes, functional assessments are required and need to be understood. A person's functional ability is part of their context. It's part of their experience. It's part of their, daily lives. And it does need to be understood. We don't want to get into situations where it either becomes diagnostically based. There are many, many people that have different diagnoses but have very similar functional issues. So, due to their personal circumstances. So, whilst I have no problem with functional assessments, the problem is when it is so abstracted from a person's reality, it becomes, I think, a very useless tool.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Kays.
Thank you so much for your time today. We really do appreciate it, and thank you for your submission. we will let you go. I know you've taken one thing on notice for Senator Askew, I believe, and we would ask that you attempt to get that back to us on Friday. But if you have any problems with that, please contact the Secretariat and we'll see what we can do. So we will let you go. Thank you so much for your time and your evidence today. And I would ask that Women with Disabilities Australia, if they're in the room... Nope, they're all online. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. If you are online, can you please identify yourselves?
Speaking. My name is Sophie Cusworth and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Women with Disabilities Australia, and I'll pass to my colleague Diana. Thanks.
Are you there, Diana?
Thank you. Sorry. My name's Diana Piantadosi and I am the Senior Manager of Policy and Advocacy at Women with Disabilities Australia.
Fantastic. Do you guys have an opening statement? Do you have an opening statement? No?
Yes, you. My apologies. We are attending from the United States at the moment. We're here attending the Conference of States Parties to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we're experiencing some technical difficulties with the Wi-Fi and being in the same space. So my apologies.
No, that's totally fine. We will persevere.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Women with Disabilities Australia is the national organisation led by and for women, girls and gender diverse people with disability. We support reform of the NDIS and a sustainable and equitable scheme. Our concern is that this bill, in its current form and at this speed, will harm women with disability and their families. Our submission and supporting evidence paper received more than 70 endorsements from organisations, academics and community leaders with expertise across disability, human rights, law, gender equality, violence prevention and women's health. Many organisations, including the Australian Human Rights Commission, have echoed our call that this bill should not proceed before a comprehensive public gender impact analysis, stronger scrutiny and genuine consultation with the disability community. This bill operates in a scheme where gender inequity is already documented, including by the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS. We have identified 3 immediate risks. People may lose essential supports when there is currently nowhere else to go. Costs, care and risk will be shifted onto people with disability and their families, particularly women. And the future rules, tools and evidence settings enabled by this bill may reproduce gender bias, further locking women with disability out of support. The NDIS review set a clear sequence: build foundational supports first, then reform access, planning and supports. Yet there is still no confirmed details on the design of foundational supports for adults or how governments will address the gaps between the health system and disability supports, gaps which have been acknowledged by a number of reviews, including the 2023 NDIS review. For example, the NDIS review specifically recommended a nationalised home and community care support program, known as HACC, and to develop a nationally consistent approach for the delivery of aids and equipment outside the NDIS. The review stated that the delivery of adequate foundational support through HACC will make the system fairer for people with disability outside the NDIS who currently miss out on support. It also stated that a system of HACC supports would likely reduce pressure on the NDIS, reduce the risk of deterioration in conditions leading to higher levels of impairment, and support those receiving it and their informal support networks to maintain a higher level of social and economic participation than would otherwise be possible. Yet when we have sought details on the progress of these measures, we've been told that no decisions have been made. Governments must reach an agreement on the design and implementation of foundational supports before changes to the scheme are enacted. This bill proceeds as though an alternative system is ready. It is not. Women with disability will pay the price of this gap in systems through increased isolation, unpaid care, poverty and exclusion, and exposure to harm. Mothers, daughters, partners, and sisters will carry it. Crisis systems and state health systems will carry it later at greater human and public cost. Imagine a woman in regional Australia with an incurable degenerative condition like multiple sclerosis, which affects 3 women for every 1 man. She relies on NDIS supports to keep working, manage daily life, and prevent avoidable deterioration. The government says functional capacity assessments will reduce the need for people to pay for expensive eligibility reports. But this bill creates another pay-to-prove barrier. She must now prove she has exhausted all appropriate treatment options before her impairment is recognised as permanent. Medicare funds only 5 subsidised allied health sessions a year. Treatment options and specialists may be unaffordable or unavailable locally, but the need for reports is not removed. She needs evidence to prove which treatments she has tried. She is locked out of support for an incurable condition because she can't afford the pathway to proof. Without support, preventable deterioration accelerates. Or imagine a woman whose social and community participation support is the only regular contact she has outside home. It helps her to attend appointments, access community, and be seen by people who know when something is wrong. For women with disability, community participation is a safeguard. Under the bill, this category of support is reduced without regard to her circumstances, and her isolation grows. She is forced to rely on informal supports that are unsafe. The risk of violence increases and becomes easier to hide because she is isolated. These are foreseeable risks under this bill. We urge that the bill is delayed until 3 things happen. Foundational supports are available, fully funded, accessible, and safe. Government publishes a comprehensive gender impact analysis, and there is independent public testing that these measures will not increase exclusion, unpaid gendered care responsibilities, violence risk, or preventable deterioration or crisis. Women with Disabilities Australia stands ready to work with government on reform that is sustainable, evidence-based, and safe. But the choice before Parliament is simple. Take the time to get this right, or rush reforms that may deepen harm for women with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Steele, John.
Thank you. Thank you both for taking the time to give evidence today, all the way from the US. My first question is, just so that we have it clearly on the record for the committee, in the absence of that, those 3 actions that you have outlined, your recommendation to us is that the bill not proceed.
Thank you, Senator. That's correct. WIDA's position is that the bill should not proceed before a comprehensive public gender impact analysis, stronger scrutiny, and genuine consultation with the disability community.
And from your opening statement and from your submission, can you tell us about concerns that you have in relation to the way in which this bill might increase gendered violence towards disabled women?
In a statement to the Disability Royal Commission, there was some moving testimony from a childhood friend of Anne-Marie Smith. And Anne-Marie Smith is a woman who was an NDIS participant who died as a result of gross neglect. And this testimony from her friend was someone who she had lost touch with a year before her death because they had a falling out. And she spoke about carrying guilt because she hadn't checked in on her. And I think about this because we've all had friends like this. We've all had falling outs. We've all had moments where we've lost touch with people. And we need friends like this who notice when we're missing, who notice when something's wrong. Our safety depends on connection. And some of the most important safeguards that we have are not a particular formal service. They're the everyday relationships and friendships that come from taking part in ordinary community life. These are the connections that allow women with disability to build trust and to be known beyond segregated settings. Social and community participation is an essential safeguard to prevent violence. These supports are investments in the conditions that make violence easier to recognise and escape, and to be meaningfully included in community life. So the proposal currently intends to cut those by at least 50%, and that is a significant risk that we feel is not going to be borne equally. It's going to be women and gender diverse people who are put at significant risk.
So just to be clear, in the view of Women with Disability Australia, do you believe this bill will harm disabled women? Sorry, we didn't quite catch that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, can you share with us how the new definition of parental responsibility will impact women, and in particular, disabled women?
Thank you, Senator. We believe that the bill risks shifting greater responsibility onto families, and particularly mothers, with the expansion of what is considered parental responsibility. The NDIS Reform Advisory Committee has identified that the provisions in the bill impose a comparator test that is inconsistent with the individualised needs-based foundation of the scheme. The committee has received a number of submissions identifying the impact that these changes would have on parents, including parents and mothers with disability. We know that this too will have gendered implications and disproportionately disadvantage mothers with disability. And this is an area where we believe that there should be a comprehensive gender impact analysis to understand the extent and the scope of that change. What we do know is that many families and mothers, including mothers with disability, are already at breaking point due to inadequacy of support. And a parent should not be expected to fulfil the role of qualified, skilled support workers or therapists. They should be able to be a parent.
Thank you. We heard yesterday from CIDA, Children and Young People with Disabilities Australia, that in conversations they've had with the department around the power within the bill to require a disabled person to undergo and exhaust all other treatments before accessing the NDIS, the department confirmed that medications are within the scope of what could be potentially required. We heard from the Commissioner for Disability Discrimination, who gave evidence before yourself, that there is a concern that this could empower government to require things like menstrual suppression before you access the NDIS. Are you concerned about these parts of the bill and the powers that they might give a government, this government or a future government, to require disabled women and girls to undergo medical procedures or take medications that are not their choice nor the recommendation of their treating health professional?
I think there are some really valid reasons why people may not choose to undertake treatments, and I want to pick up on the example Sophie used before about a woman with MS. So some of the disease-modifying therapies that are used in MS have significant daily side effects and can weaken your immune system. So some people can't tolerate them and don't get used to those side effects. So they have to weigh up the long-term benefit of preventing future relapses against the life-limiting impacts of medication. So proposal, the decision to avoid Medicaid could mean that their disability is not considered permanent despite being a degenerative and incurable condition. There are also significant risks to continuing those disease-modifying therapies while trying to get pregnant. So under this bill, it's not clear if ceasing treatment to start a family would then impact recognition of permanence. I think the issue is exactly how appropriate is defined, and whether or not the treatment is available, affordable and safe is the biggest concern that we have. You know, Sophie's already spoken in the opening to the, there's only 5 subsidised allied health sessions a year, the impacts of geography and poverty. So I think the combination of the unknown of how appropriate will be defined, along with those access and affordability barriers, is a significant concern to us.
And is it a concern for you that in the legislation as is currently drafted, the government explicitly does not have to take into account either financial affordability or availability or cultural context when determining whether something is appropriate?
Absolutely. It will cause significant harm. And I think it also overrides the recognition in previous administrative tribunal decisions of the reality that we exist in. If supports are not available, affordable, if they don't exist, you can't allow a person's disease trajectory to accelerate, or for them to live in conditions that could be significantly remediated with access to disability supports. It's a significant wind back.
Thank you. I'll pass back to the Chair at this point. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Askew.
Senator Liddle, actually, I think. Thank you. Yes,
you mentioned that you do not believe that this bill should proceed, and you actually outlined some of those risks. I'm interested in you identifying what needs to be done to minimise the risk and harm, and are those risks of harm inevitable outcomes of the bill if it were to proceed in its current form, or are they contingent on how it's implemented?
Thank you. I think it's important to note that the risks are not confined to just one area or provision under the bill. I would say that the biggest risk that we see is the sequencing of these reforms, and I do think that that is inevitable context if the bill proceeds in the absence of alternative disability support systems. The bill narrows access, enables support reductions, and delegates major future decisions before foundational supports, safeguards, and gender impact analysis can be conducted and publicly tested. And we believe that that sequencing exposes women with disability to avoidable and foreseeable harm. And we have repeatedly said, as many other advocates have said, no one must be removed from the NDIS without proper functioning alternative systems of support in place.
Can you explain why the current eligibility reform is not safe, and what conditions in practical terms do you believe would make it safe?
Thank you.
My apologies, we're having some additional tech issues. We're just resolving those currently. May I ask if you can see Diana on screen when she's speaking?
But no, mostly we can see you.
I'm sorry about that.
But she,
all right.
She pops in occasionally, I think, but we are hearing her quite well.
Excellent. All right, we might proceed with that then. Thank you.
So the question was about why we're concerned about functional capacity assessments and what would need to occur to make them safe. Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, what practical things would need to occur?
So I think it's the biggest risk at the moment is that the definition of functional capacity has been implemented before the assessment tools, thresholds and safeguards have been designed. One of the things I was concerned to learn about at Senate estimates recently was that there is a dollar figure already attached to the change that this definition is expected to bring in. I believe it was $9.3 billion. My understanding was that the technical advisory group, which I understand is predominantly going to be medical experts and is not expected to include advocates. And this group has not yet had an opportunity to inform that operationalisation of the definition, but it already has an expected saving forecast attached to it. So I think with that in mind, it's concerning to imagine how this technical advisory group can achieve that projected saving when the evidence that we're hearing from the allied health and medical experts is that these functional capacity measures have to reflect the biopsychosocial model of disability that fundamentally includes environmental, contextual and social factors. The Occupational Therapy Association of Australia recommended that in their submission to the inquiry. So I think there's significant risk with removing those factors and moving back to a medical model of disability. And then even if we do accept some kind of medical model of disability, if we look to the NHMRC, who introduced requirements from 2026 for grant applications to consider sex, gender and variations of sex characteristics, even the NHMRC are noting that these variables influence a person's experience of health and illness. So including how conditions develop, symptoms, disease progression, how their responses to treatments and outcomes. So whether we're looking at it from a social model of disability and we're engaging allied health experts in that technical advisory group, they're telling us that there's something wrong with this definition of functional capacity, or whether we're throwing out the social model of disability and moving to some medical model. The NHMRC are telling us that we need to consider sex, gender and variations of sex characteristics as one example of how health and illness and conditions develop. I can't see how a technical advisory group is going to be able to operationalise that definition and do anything other than find ways to remove people from the scheme.
Do you think the current level of red tape and regulation in the scheme is appropriate, or is it necessary for an independent review to reduce the unnecessary burden on participants and with that unnecessary cost?
Thank you. I think that's a complex consideration given the various remits within the scheme. I will say that we have most certainly heard about barriers imposed by administrative processes, administrative burden and red tape for things like seeking a plan reassessment or a change of circumstances. We understand that many participants have waited incredibly long timeframes to seek a change of circumstances process, including, for example, in the context of gender-based violence. So we have heard from members who have been experiencing gender-based violence and have sought a plan reassessment or a review of their supports in order to leave violence. And that process has taken months. And during those months, they have stayed in a violent situation. I think that is one example of where there is a significant piece of red tape or administrative burden. But I will also say that we hear continuously that the administrative burden of engaging with the scheme in order to get one's support needs met can be quite immense.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator De Liga.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today. I understand that you've previously spoken about the regulation of disability providers and how it could support the rights of people with disability to be safe. Are you concerned about the quality and safety of some supports in the system right now, and how would a registration model improve that?
Thank you. I think our position to the provider task force really grappled with the nuances around safety and quality, as well as choice and control, and said that these things are not mutually exclusive and that we need a proportionate system that perhaps recognises the importance of visibility of providers, that recognises the critical role of quality and safety, and also the critical role of individual choice. I would say that a participant needs to be involved in assessing risk, and that risk needs to be assessed from a human-centred lens. Diana, was there anything that you wanted to add?
I think you've covered it really well. It's a proportionate approach to managing risk is the most important thing, that also recognises the complexities of the thin markets that we grapple with people being dispersed as widely as they are in Australia. We have a significant population of regional, rural and remote people. So to make wholesale changes to the registration process could leave people without supports, and that would exacerbate those harms that we're actively trying to prevent. So I think the working towards a tiered model that is able to preserve the choice and control aspects that sit at the heart of the NDIS, and making sure that any changes that are implemented happen gradually enough that we're not impacting the already thin markets that we navigate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate...
Just one.
Sure.
Thanks,
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks. Just one quick clarifier for you. In the budget, the government committed 15.9 million to Australia's DROs, of which WIDA is one. About 6 million of that is ongoing funding, and there is an element of it which is kind of slightly flexible and not quite ongoing. But the purpose is to support community engagement on the design and implementation of reforms, with the costs to be met from other line items in the budget. Was WIDA in receipt of any of that money? Did any of that go to you?
Thank you, Senator. At this stage, no, we don't have information. WIDA will be a recipient. We haven't received funding under an ad hoc additional funding amount for community engagement. We have had our disability representative organisations-based funding confirmed for the next financial year.
Okay. Has the government met with you to discuss this additional funding, and when it would be required, and what would be required of you or other DROs?
No, not to my recollection. I will note that I have been on leave for the past 2 weeks, but to my awareness, no, we haven't received detailed information about that.
All right. If you could just take on notice how much Commonwealth funding you received in the 25-6 financial year, that would be most appreciated. I'm sure you don't have that off the top of your head.
Thank you, Senator. Will do.
Thank you very much for your evidence today. We particularly appreciate you both joining us from quite so far away. You have taken something on notice, and we do require the response by Friday the 12th of June because we are reporting on the 16th, and to ensure that we reflect your evidence. If you have a problem with that, please contact the Secretariat and we'll see what we can work out in terms of maybe amending whatever might be required. Other than that, thank you so much, and we'll leave you to your conference. Thank you. Thank you
very much for having.
Yeah, I would ask the Occupational Therapy Society to either make their way to the table or identify themselves online, depending on where they are.
We are here, thank you.
Lovely. I will just alert people to the fact that we're not seeing people come up on the screen, so we've got no idea who's there.
No problem.
Hence why we don't. Normally we would be able to see little boxes with different names in and know that you were there, but we're not getting that at the moment. So if we're sounding a bit vague, please bear with us.
Sure thing.
So do you have any colleagues with you?
I do. So it's Sally Davison here, and there is Carolyn Fitzgibbon and Muriel Cummins also on the line. I hope you can hear me. I look frozen on my screen, but hopefully you can hear and see me.
We cannot see you at all, but we can hear you very, very clearly. So we'll battle on with that. And as each of you speak, if you would identify yourself with your name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and if you have an opening statement, whichever of you is going to deliver it, please go ahead now.
Sure. Okay, so it's Sally. The Occupational Therapy Society for Invisible Disabilities, or OTSI, is a national organisation representing occupational therapists working alongside people with hidden and invisible disabilities across Australia. Our work is grounded in frontline experience as health professionals and informed by the realities of disabled people that they face every day. Occupational therapists play a critical role in the delivery of the NDIS, and we welcome the opportunity to represent our profession at this important inquiry. Our intention today is to offer clear and constructive input to the committee. At the outset, we submit that legislation of this scale requires more time for consultation and scrutiny. We note the bill impact analysis identifies a range of risks to participants, to First Nations people, to female carers, the predominantly female allied health workforce and others, without substantially quantifying or justifying these risks. A 2-week consultation period is insufficient, and we urge the committee to recommend extending the inquiry period to allow proper consideration of the bill's impacts. The National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations, Bill 2026, represents one of the most significant restructures of the NDIS since its inception. While presented as a sustainability measure, OTSI is deeply concerned that the cumulative effect of this bill risks shrinking Australia's disability safety net by narrowing eligibility and support to an extent that creates substantial risks for current NDIS participants and Australian society more broadly. Specifically, we are concerned that the bill introduces Section 34 and Section 45 ministerial determinations that enable broad automated funding reductions and as health professionals, we submit that safety cannot be meaningfully assessed through population-level averages and must be assessed at an individual level to examine the personal impacts and safety risks. We are concerned that automated funding cuts by ministerial determination imposed on 99% of current participants will create unacceptable and potentially catastrophic safety risks for some NDIS participants. And the inquiry heard many examples of these risks yesterday. Reductions to social and community participation supports are likely to affect a person's ability to access food, medication, healthcare appointments, employment, community connection, and safeguards against abuse, neglect, and isolation. Therapy cuts will reduce independence, limit skill development, and increase the future support needs for people. These are significant individual safety considerations that cannot be adequately captured through automated blanket determinations. We are also deeply concerned from a rights-based perspective by enhanced provisions requiring treatment to be exhausted before a person can access the NDIS. Again, as we heard repeatedly yesterday, many treatments are inaccessible, unaffordable, ineffective, inappropriate, or inconsistent with an individual's informed choices. We submit that any rules relating to treatment requirements should be Category A rules to ensure appropriate parliamentary and state and territory oversight. Finally, our most significant concern relates to the proposed functional capacity assessment framework. These assessments will ultimately determine access to the scheme and support levels for hundreds of thousands of Australians. Their introduction shifts NDIS eligibility decisions away from the sum of available evidence of the impact of the person's disability to a single assessment. There is currently no demonstrated assessment tool capable of delivering the type of objective functional assessment contemplated by the bill while accurately reflecting the complexity of disability. Before legislation change progresses, there must first be proof of concept. Any assessment tool or tools used for this purpose must be reliable, valid, independently tested and demonstrated to operate fairly across different disability cohorts. OTSI therefore recommends that legislative provisions underpinning functional capacity assessments be delayed until there is clear evidence that such a tool can be developed and implemented in a fair and equitable manner. Without these safeguards, there is a significant risk that an unfit for purpose assessment, assembled on an incredibly tight timeframe, becomes central to testing eligibility for Australia's disability support system. Further, safeguards must be built into primary legislation, such as clear definitions of functional domains, activities against which eligibility will be tested. We strongly recommend that occupational therapists with relevant practical skills and evidence on the ground and people with lived experience be included in the technical advisory group tasked with advising government on design, governance and oversight of the future assessment process. We noted last Friday during Senate estimates that department officials stated they consider occupational therapy a key contributor to the work of the technical advisory group to advise government on any new assessment process. Further to this, OTSI has provided an addendum to our opening statement to assist the committee. It contains further factors to consider with regards to the development of a fit-for-purpose functional assessment for NDIS access, and OTSI welcomes further engagement on this critically important work. In closing, OTSI supports a sustainable NDIS. However, sustainability must be pursued alongside a robust safety framework and explicit commitment to the scheme's foundational principle of individualised support. We urge the committee to ensure that legislation change of this magnitude be subject to rigorous parliamentary and community scrutiny before it is progressed. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll go straight to Senator Steele-John for questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your evidence today. First of all, can I just ask you, do you think this bill should pass in its current form?
Thank you, Senator. This is Muriel. I'm the President of OTSI. We do not believe that this bill should pass in its current form. We suggest there would need to be very, very significant amendments before this bill could be safely passed.
Thank you. Your submission also recommends amending the definition of functional capacity included in the bill so that it includes environmental circumstances. Can you speak to why this would be such an important change in your view?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we do have concerns about the definition of functional capacity in the legislation as it stands, and those have intensified, in fact, since we originally wrote that submission. So we believe that the definition in the primary legislation does need to be further clarified, and we would like to see definitions of activities and activities as a whole, because these concepts are not defined in the primary legislation, and these will be very significant constructs that eligibility will be tested against. So we don't think that that should be placed in the rules. We believe that those definitions should be elevated to the primary legislation, and that becomes more important when we think about the level of detail that this assessment will now require. And then to answer your question around the role of the environment, and to mention that we have since read the joint submission from the NDIA and the Department of Health, where they clarified that what they want to assess is functional capacity and not functional performance. And how we would respond to that is that if they were to go down that road of pursuing a very narrow definition of functional capacity, that would bring us into the territory of potentially a very reductionist assessment, potentially an assessment that wouldn't be an actual assessment of functional capacity, but could become more like a proxy assessment, like what we see in the impairment tables for applying for the disability support pension, for example. And we think that that type of assessment for the NDIS would be much too reductionist. So we do think that a narrow definition of functional capacity that fully excludes environmental factors would be very limiting for the NDIS. It may work in some very simple circumstances, but when we think about the level of complexity, for example, in assessing some of the activities that are named in the Act, such as social interaction, communication, self-management, that a very simplistic definition of functional capacity wouldn't capture those aspects of disability.
Thank you. In your opening statement, you mentioned the risk of automated decision-making processes. Now, the bill allows for decisions around your plan creation and the process of claims to be automated and to have no human involvement in that process. What do you see as the risks of this automated decision-making?
Thank you, Senator. And I know some other witnesses have also pointed to the aged care assessment, where we do see that automated decision-making around determining support needs already in place. And we see very significant challenges for those people who undergo those assessments, where the eventual support plan is not suited to needs. And we think that that type of automation, for example, if it were to come into play in the support needs assessments for the NDIS, could risk that there is even less human involvement in that decision making. And when we combine that with some of the other elements that come through in this bill that enable funding caps, we think that automation combined with some of the other parts of the bill, like those parts that allow funding caps, could mean that people really don't have their support needs met.
Thank you. And just finally, what are your concerns with the government's plan to reassess every participant under this new functional capacity assessment?
Thank you. Yes. I guess what we see as really problematic is that this assessment, as you say, will be used to reassess everyone on the NDIS. And we think that the timeframes for developing that type of assessment are very optimistic. We're concerned that this committee and the Parliament are being asked to vote on an assessment that doesn't exist yet, and that the development work and even that sort of proof of concept work hasn't been done yet. And to try to develop an assessment like this in a very tight time frame with such huge implications for so many people, we really think that needs to slow down, because there are enormous risks if we don't get this right.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass back to the Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Little.
Thank you. Your submission raises concerns regarding the repeal of Section 31 you argue that it removes the central legislative protection for participant-directed and individualised planning and fundamentally alters the philosophical foundation of the NDIS. What will that look like for participants if that occurs?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we do hold those concerns, and we believe when we looked at the bill in its entirety that there was very significant risk for that individualised planning, which really is very central to the NDIS and to the whole philosophy of the NDIS. If that were to shift, we would see then programs that are similar to what used to exist prior to the NDIS. So programs that were potentially not in tune to individual need, not tailored to the needs of the individual. And, Australia has been internationally applauded for the NDIS and the innovation that the NDIS brought. And we would see that put at risk, and we would see potentially retrogressive policy and return to previous programs where we saw impacts such as postcode lotteries. We saw challenges in accessing programs. We saw extensive wait lists. So we would see that type of approach to this bill would really take us backwards.
And you also refer to the new framework planning and suggest it may any increasingly standardised and ration support models will have an impact. What impact do you believe a standardised approach will have on people with invisible disabilities?
Is your question in relation to new framework planning?
Yes. What impact that will have on people with invisible disabilities?
Absolutely. So with new framework planning, we have in previous submissions expressed concerns around the capacity of the proposed support needs assessment to adequately capture the needs of people with hidden and invisible disabilities. We note that the ICANN version 6 will be adapted for new framework planning. And so when you adapt an assessment, you lose all the prior validity and reliability work that has been done for that assessment. So in particular, with the use of the ICANN in new framework planning, we see that the fact that allied health evidence, medical evidence, participant-provided evidence won't be considered, that creates risks for all groups, but in particular for people with hidden and invisible disabilities. So the assessment tool hasn't been validated in its current form, and that does bring risks for those groups.
Okay. We often hear about the amount of reports and paperwork that's actually required. Do your members give you the same feedback?
Are you meaning in relation to accessing the NDIS?
Yes.
Or
the whole process, I guess. Everything is part of a participant process.
Absolutely. And I guess to say at the outset that our organisation would really welcome the opportunity to work more closely with the NDIA so that we can streamline some of that paperwork. And we haven't had that opportunity to date, even though we have very clearly expressed our interest in that collaboration. We would love to be able to provide paperwork and reports in a manner that can support the agency decision making. With regard to NDIS access, there are, of course, inequities in terms of who can provide documentation, or there is no funding available for allied health reports or other reports around that application process. So what we would like to see under the new reforms is that new assessments would be funded by the government to ensure that there is that equity at that point of access. And also we do support a degree of consistency, of course, with that paperwork that is required at that point of access, and also for plan reassessment. But we do think that paperwork does need to consider the evidence provided by participants' existing providers who do know those participants well and understand those participants well, and maybe have those long-term relationships with participants. And we think that will support agency decision-making, both at the point of access and also through new framework planning.
Right. Regulatory or red tape requirements, I'm interested in understanding whether you've got examples where it's unintentionally increased costs without actually improving outcomes for participants. You can talk generally about that if you like. Yes.
Thank you, absolutely. So yes, we do hear from our members that there can be a significant cost around registration. We do also hear that therapists broadly don't feel that registration, specifically NDIS registration, necessarily increases the safety of allied health services, because we are already highly regulated through APRA. We already have very strict standards of professional conduct and of additional learning and professional practice development, all of those things. So because we already have processes that enable that, the additional layer of registration that may be required can incur costs without necessarily bringing a proportionate increase in quality. And having said that, we do support that there does need to be proportionate registration and safeguarding in place.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator De Liga.
Thanks very much. Good morning. As you may be aware, the government is introducing the reforms which are looking to address the NDIS review recommendations so that participants can get more consistent and equitable outcomes on the NDIS. And that's no matter where they live or where they come from. And in particular, we've heard from participants with similar impairments getting quite different plans in the current planning process. Have you seen people with different disabilities or impairments receive different outcomes from the current approach to access and planning in the NDIS?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for mentioning the NDIS review. And if I can just very quickly point to the NDIS review around an earlier question, which was around functional capacity assessment, because the recommendations around functional capacity assessment made by that review are very relevant to the work of this committee. And then to move to your question, which is around variations in terms of outcomes. So I think firstly to say that the NDIS in its current form is an individualised scheme. So we would expect different plans for different individuals. And when that happens, that is in fact the NDIS working as it is intended to work. So when that planning process works well, we see that a participant brings their evidence around their support needs that is recognised and understood by the planning system, and that plan can then be in tune with that person's needs. I think where we do see those inconsistencies is where there are planning approaches that don't fully consider all of the evidence that has been provided, or maybe we don't see full consideration of the recommendations that are provided by allied health professionals. And, you know, we hear a lot of discussion around fraud currently, and it has been the position of our organisation for a long time that a very key part of preventing fraud for participants is around, happens at that point of planning. So when planning is done well, when support needs are understood, when decision-making supports are optimally in place, when that person's support needs around their cognitive capacity are recognised, that is when we see the creation of safe plans and the prevention of negative outcomes such as participant exploitation and fraud.
But I guess just to try and get down there, to go a little deeper on the on examples where people with similar disabilities or impairments are receiving quite substantially different outcomes. Have you seen cases like this?
I guess there will always be variation, like we say. in terms of substantially different planning outcomes, you know, we do expect there to be some degree of difference because of that individualised nature of the scheme. And if planning is working well, then we shouldn't see those significant variations that you describe.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add a comment in there? Yeah,
please.
We do. I have had personal experience where plans have been wildly different between participants, and it is a frustration for therapists as well when, you know, you have recommended a certain support be funded and something else gets funded instead. So it doesn't actually meet the needs of the person, but it's in the plan. So I think there was an example yesterday at the hearing. A gentleman was talking about, you know, he needed support for a wheelchair but got behaviour support plan and speech pathology in his report. So there is some inconsistency, and that comes back to what Muriel's saying about the assessment and the planning process needs to be much more rigorous.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Chair, if I could just do one clarifier on that.
Yeah, we'll go to Senator Steele, John.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. Just wanted to clarify, because we see some of those cases as well. Is it your view that when we see those types of variations, the overwhelming culprit of it is actually poor administration on behalf of the agency and its delegates, rather than an inherent flaw in the principle of individualised support?
I would say yes.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I would also say yes. And I would also add that we have seen more of that, in fact, since October 2024, where we saw the introduction of funding periods and much stronger focus on stated supports in plans, and what that introduced really was greater margin for error at that planning point. So if the plan hasn't been well constructed to begin with, and then when we see these new layers of administration and expectation on the participant, that has then led to challenges for that participant in having their support needs met.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, Senator DeLega, yeah.
Ask one more question, and just talking about allied health professionals. They and some of the things that we've heard is how much time that they spend to writing reports to assist prospective participants with access. Do you see any issues with the quality of the reports that are being produced?
At the point of access, so I guess to say that is not a funded assessment for the point of access. So there is currently, as I said, no funding available for people who wish to apply to the NDIS. So we as our organisation, OTSI, have worked on guidelines to bring consistent standards of assessment, both for applying for the NDIS, so there's access requests assessments, and also assessments for plan reviews and reassessments. So we have worked very actively to try to bring some solid standards and consistency to assessment approaches. We would love to work more closely with the agency around that work. That was a work that we embarked on because we have a lot of feedback from our members around, very often expectations changing around documentation, very often rapidly changing guidelines and rules too, particularly in recent years. So it's been really important for us to be able to support our membership and the profession broadly to provide really good quality and consistent report approaches.
And Ms Davison, I don't know if you'd like to add anything extra.
Yes, actually, I would, just to really say that in our network, I suppose that the report writing has been a frustration for therapists over a long time, and we have really worked to try and assist to streamline that process because as Muriel said, the goalposts kept changing, or reports weren't being read, or we need it yesterday, or, you know, we're trying to be responsive. But again, it comes down to administration and consistency of requests. I can just speak personally and say that I don't love writing reports. If I could avoid writing more than a couple of page reports, that's what I prefer to do, because I think that that's what counts. But often that is not adequate. And so there's a disconnect there.
And Ms Davison, people are paying large amounts of money sometimes to have these reports. Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of their plans, you mean, for plan renewals?
Yes.
Because the NDIS often requests extensive amounts of information. So yeah, it's definitely, that's going to change, obviously, if this some of these amendments get through. But we think that there's opportunities to do better, I think. But I would just say that the occupational therapy discipline itself is very skilled and expert at functional capacity assessments and understanding support needs. So it's not something that you can just tick and flick a box either. They're quite detailed, complex processes, and it takes a lot of, I suppose, training, experience, supervision. I'll actually ask Carolyn and Muriel to add in their experience here. That there's decades of experience on this call with assessments, and I'm probably the least experienced out of all three of them. But can I just invite Muriel and Carolyn to add to what I'm saying?
I'm just conscious of the time, Ms Davison, and I would like, just with the Chair's indulgence, to get one more question in, if I may. I know.
We're already running over time, so anyone who's next up on the agenda, we are going to, when we finish with these witnesses, we are going to take a quick break, but we are currently running 15 minutes behind.
Yeah, apologies. If your colleagues would like to put a response on notice, that they're happy to. I'm happy for them to do so. But Ms Davidson, I would like to just ask a question that I asked to the Disability Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Kays, about the NDIS review, where it recommended the need for an approach to eligibility that looked at the functional capacity of an individual without them having to pay for those costly reports. Do you support the recommendations from the review of having a more consistent and equitable approach?
Yes, and this is Muriel here. We do support an equitable approach to functional capacity assessment for NDIS access. We do feel that the nature and the structure and the time frame for building and developing that assessment does need to, be examined closely by the committee to make sure that that can be done effectively and safely on that time frame.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. And
I just
go for it. Yeah, go for it, please.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to add that we have had a long-term been very long-term supporters of consistency and equity, and that is why we have provided extensive resources for our profession to do exactly that.
Thank you. And if your colleagues happy to have a response on notice if they would like to. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your contribution. If you do wish to provide any information on notice, we will require it by this Friday, the 12th of June, by nature of the report date that we have to comply with. But thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to submit and to attend. Thank you so much. We will now suspend for a short break and recommence at 11 a.m. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to our lived experience panel, and I would really like to thank you all for taking the time. And it is a daunting thing to do, so we're deeply grateful for you coming along to share your stories. Can you clear us, please? Tim, would you like to make your way to the table as well? So this session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from people with a lived experience. And I will remind the committee this is primarily a listening exercise. And should anyone wish to ask any questions, we will ask your permission first. There's no obligation to take that. But these are public hearings and formal proceedings of the Senate, and so I will remind you that to not disclose personal or private information such as full name, date of birth, address of yourself or anyone else you might be speaking of during the statement. We do have representatives in the room from the NDIA, I believe, who are here to help should anybody need any support or assistance, particularly with any urgent concerns that come up through the session. So please let us know if you would like any support. So we have Timothy, Vanetta, Rowan and Lauren. I'm going to go to each of you and ask you to provide your statement. Do we have a preference on where we start? No? Okay. Lauren, will we start with you? Is that okay?
That sounds good.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Lauren Getches. I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of these unceded lands, their continuing connection to country, and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here or listening to this address. I am one of the 2025 to 2027 ambassadors of Rare Voices Australia, the peak body for Australians living with a rare disease. I'm also the founder and the executive chair of a small global charity supporting families and driving research into an ultra-rare syndrome. I'm a senior health and social policy consultant, but before these roles, I spent 8 years developing and examining policy for the Australian government within the department that is now the portfolio home to the NDIA. I share this not because my CV matters, but because it provides context for our story and for the requests that I will make today. Today, I speak in none of those capacities. I speak only as a mother. A mother of two, but today I speak as the mother of my youngest child, my 4.5-year-old daughter, who lives with disabilities caused by an ultra-rare, non-inherited genetic syndrome. Before I speak about her, I want to acknowledge something important. I do not have embodied lived experience of existing in a body or a brain with disability, and I deeply acknowledge all of those in this room and watching who do. I speak today as a parent advocate, a carer, and on behalf of my child who cannot speak for herself. In doing so, I may also speak for other children, adults, and families who do not get opportunities like this one, and I do not take that responsibility lightly. What I say is grounded in our lived experience, and I know from my advocacy work and the families that I've met along this path that many of our themes are shared. I want to tell you a little bit about my daughter. But before I talk about her functional capacity, I want you to know that she is sunshine in human form. She is the bravest, most resilient, hard-working person that I know, with rights and value simply by being alive and herself. Until last year, I would tell people who may not have ever had a touch point with the NDIS that our daughter was a positive story of the scheme. Not without effort and not without drowning in reports from our incredible allied health teams, but that the scheme was doing what it was intended to do. She entered the NDIS at 1 year old under global developmental delays on the early intervention pathway. We left Canberra to access the genetic testing that finally gave her a concrete diagnosis at age 3. But when she was born in 2021, she was considered medically perfect according to the APGAR score, which is a quick standardised assessment that's used in hospitals. We were discharged within hours. But in her first week of life, I noticed the traits and flags that were visible at birth but missed by the hospital. I recognised them only because of my earlier work with rare disease advocates, parents, and workforce experts who shared their lived experience. Her ultra-rare, permanent, multi-system condition was visible to me only because I had listened to others in the rare disease space. But it was missed by standardised tests that work for most, but not for all, and missed by clinicians throughout her first year of life who were not trained to identify syndromic markers. If you spent 2 minutes with her today, her functional capacity might be measured, very bluntly, as high. She can walk, she can jump, she can talk, she can eat, and she's toilet trained. But she can only do those things because they were hard fought with intensive support, and even now, each one remains delayed, effortful, inefficient, and sometimes painful, still reliant on those ongoing allied health teams. Standardised assessments cannot capture the complexity seen by the allied health professionals who know her daily realities, how she gets into a car, how she steps down a curb, how she only uses one hand for tasks, or how she can manage something one day and then lose that skill the very next. Yes, I said teams and professionals plural because she has had 6 therapies involved consistently. We work hard together to close the developmental gap, but the gene mutation will not let that happen entirely. We notified the NDIA when she received her primary diagnosis, and again when new co-diagnoses emerged through expanded cognitive, behavioural and physical testing. And yet, we had to self-initiate a plan review in December of 2025 because the automated rollovers meant that she was entering 2026 with the same supports that she'd had as a 1-year-old, leaving us almost 8 months left still to go on her plan and a few $100s of funding left. In effect, NDIA had decided that a 4-year-old with a permanent genetic syndrome, with intellectual disability and significant physical, speech and motor challenges, and for whom an exemption to start school a year late has already been progressed with ACT government, needed no more support than a 12-month-old with a global developmental delay. Our plan review was successful. We were told we were very lucky to have received expanded allied health hours and a low-cost AT budget, all based on assessed need and all due to the nearly 90 pages of evidence that we gathered. But we were also told that the increase would be likely for 1 year only, and that in 12 months' time, in January of 2027, when she turns 5, these supports would no longer be considered appropriate. Before the recent amendment bill's announcements, I already felt myself preparing to start the process again, requesting the updated reports, the snapshots and the evidence to justify her ongoing needs.
I need to interrupt you because that's not great, but we have had a member of the media enter the room, and I need to ask if people are comfortable with that filming occurring.
I'm comfortable.
Sure?
I'm comfortable.
Yep. Okay, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Her previous plan was down to its final dollars, with more than half of the plan days remaining when the new plan came into place. It was like a perfectly synchronised dance. But her condition includes extreme deficits in working memory and motor planning that makes her highly susceptible to losing hard-fought progress very quickly. And so began the questions that keep me up at night. What if the review had taken longer? What if we needed the tribunal? What would have happened in the months that it takes to appeal a reduced plan? And then another thought. Her progress has been extraordinary because of intensive, individualised, multi-domain early intervention. I know this because I speak with the families worldwide navigating this rare syndrome who have not had the supports that we've had. And then, what about the children without a concrete diagnosis, the ones who are fighting to be assessed, sitting on the allied health waiting lists? That could have been us without my early insight into rare conditions. I was looking for the delays before they appeared, where most parents are told to wait and watch. If we had been placed in a parenting education or group program pathway, she would not have the capacity or the quality of life that she has today. But even with the diagnosis, what if I didn't have the advocacy skills? What if I hadn't worked in health programs? What if I trusted that NDIA would initiate the review? Or if I didn't know to leave sufficient funding for report writing? It was then that I realised that the scheme wasn't doing what it should have. Privilege, experience, timing, geography, and exceptional therapists were all part of our story. But with my professional background, I can overlay published evidence with our lived experience, including the papers that I've authored on the health workforce and health economics, and what is well established about the early years of neuroplasticity for all neurodevelopmental disorders, including the more common ones like autism spectrum disorder. Timely, intensive, early intervention across all domains is the #1 determinant of life outcomes. But it isn't just about life outcomes, even if it should be. The worldwide economic evidence is clear that the dollars invested in my daughter's early intervention will save costs across her lifespan in health and social supports. The amendment bill moves the NDIS towards more standardised, rule-based decision-making, but rare diseases are often multi-system, complex, progressive and poorly understood. They often result in highly individualised, lifelong disability-related support needs. Many NDIS participants with rare disease disability rely on the scheme to maintain daily functioning, independence, participation, study, employment and family stability. And an estimated 100,000 scheme participants have severe and profound rare disease disability impacts. Standardisation and generalised assessments have consistently failed this cohort, including my daughter, across the hospital, primary care and disability settings. Rare disease disability remains poorly recognised in policy and funding settings, contributing to inconsistent support, fragmented care and avoidable inequity. The amendment bill takes us further away from that equity. So the themes that I raise concern with, that are all illustrated through our story, are the changes to planned reassessments and reviews, including who initiates them, the increased NDIA standardised assessments and automation, with less reliance on individualised reports and human assessment, the exclusion of comorbid and non-qualifying impairments from funding, the ministerial overreach through scheme-wide funding adjustments, the lack of concrete information about the foundational supports, creating fear for thousands of families, and the lack of consideration for how the amendments will cater to rare condition disability. So I call on the committee to implore that government not let this bill pass into law and to instead safeguard those without a concrete diagnosis, giving children with delays the access to the full therapeutic benefit of allied health. Identify and protect the high-risk cohorts like those with rare and undiagnosed disease through the flexibility or dedicated pathways. Take a whole-of-person, multiple impairments approach to protect rights, broaden the acceptable evidence base. Do not increase reliance on informal care and embed lived experience and rare disease disability expertise in any changes to the scheme. Thank you for hearing my words. No parent wants to fight this fight or spend hours each week coordinating appointments and watching their child work so hard for things that others do without thought. Please continue to protect my sunshine girl and her right to shine, but please do not just let her be a lucky one. Thank you, Senators, and I am happy to take any questions with regard to our personal story if it's helpful for the committee.
Thank you, Lauren. Really appreciate it. We'll go to Rowan next.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to read the following statement on behalf of a friend today. They have put a great deal of time, effort and courage into preparing it, in the hope by sharing their lived experience and may help others understand the current shortfalls in the NDIS, as well as the adverse impacts that the new proposed NDIS bill may have. Good morning, all. Thank you all for thank you for the opportunity to be listened to and hopefully heard. I live with a physical disability called spina bifida and also live with severe dyslexia. I spend the majority of my time in my wheelchair, and when I'm not experiencing severe pain, I'm able to walk for short periods. When I first received an NDIS plan, I believed that it would mean that I believed it would mean I no longer had to go without everyday essentials like food or basic technology, just so I could afford the products I needed to go to the toilet the way I needed to. I hoped it would allow me to live with less pain, reduce my risk of injury and avoid repeated hospitalisations, something that has been a lifelong concern. When I first heard about the new NDIS bill, there were two key areas that caused me the most concern. They are cuts to the social and community participation budgets and cuts to the therapy budgets. Based on my recent experience, I feel these cuts are already being implemented during plan reviews. Today, I will share my recent experience regarding the NDIS review process and provide details about my review that occurred in the recent weeks and how future cuts will affect me and other people living with disabilities. This started when I was meant to have a plan review late last year, a review that I had spent months preparing for, and a review that I had hoped would address funding shortfalls and add additional funding for specific incontinence products. I was waiting for my review and it did not happen. I rang the NDIS to check what was happening and was told by the representative on the phone that I am not getting a review because they had spoken to my local area coordinator and that they had said I did not need one, even though the coordinator had not spoken to me. I explained this to the NDIS representative and she checked the system and confirmed that they had never spoken with me. Even after this was acknowledged it's not the correct process, the decision remained unchanged. How can you decide that someone does not need a review without even speaking to them? I did in fact need a review for a very significant reason. I required funding for incontinence products. As you can imagine, this caused a lot of stress because I knew it would be a very long time until another review would happen. This brings us to the review I had in May. After waiting 7 months for my review to be considered, I finally had the opportunity for the NDIS to look at funding the products I needed. To say the meeting went badly would be an understatement. From the very beginning, it was clear that all decisions had already been made. There was no planning to be done in the planning meeting. I was only there to listen to the decisions that had been made about me. During the meeting, I was told when this plan was made that they could not fund my bowel incontinence needs because these products suggested in the report completed by the incontinence nurse, a medical professional, were products that I had not used on a long-term basis. I found this extremely frustrating because how am I meant to use something on a long-term basis if I cannot get the funding to use them in the first place? Following the meeting, a senior planner sent an email saying these products would not be funded and then I had to prove they were beneficial for long-term use. The planner also said I should approach companies that make the products and ask for free samples. I found this extremely distressing and frustrating because I felt like I was being asked to beg for products just so I could manage my incontinence. I worked with my incontinence nurse and were able to show that the bowel incontinence products were beneficial to my everyday life and my ability to manage my health and reduce accidents. This is very important to me, as I have severe anxiety about having accidents, especially when I'm not at home and in the community. I feel deeply that I should not have to experience this and I should be given the opportunity to manage it better with the correct products. In preparation for this meeting, I had a functional capacity assessment from an OT, reports from my physiotherapist and incontinence nurse, and quotes for all the products I required. By the time the meeting took place, many of these quotes and reports were out of date because it had taken so long for the review to occur. This takes an extreme amount of time and energy on my part, and I often feel the reports are not even looked at. They often seem to be something that just needs to be submitted so that when they ask, do you have a recommendation for this? I can say yes, and they can tick their box. I have often been frustrated when the assessment or the report costs more than the item I'm asking for. I also often get questions about things that are already in the reports, and I'm usually able to tell the planner that that's in the report and what particular page the recommendation is on. A lot of the time, it feels like I'm the only one that reads the reports, and for somebody living with severe dyslexia, this is not an easy task. Instead of implementing the recommendations in the incontinence nurse report, my incontinence budget was halved. This was devastating. I sat in that meeting thinking about how I was supposed to manage my toileting needs, avoid infections that lead to hospitalisations, and live a normal life without constant fear of accidents. My urologist has advised me that if I cannot manage my incontinence properly, I may need reconstructive surgery. I am trying very hard to avoid that outcome, and I do not understand why the NDIS is not supporting me to do so. This made my anxiety even worse and has further limited my ability to leave the house when my anxiety is really bad. When the planner informed me of the funding decision, I became upset, and the planner appeared to interpret my distress as an attack on her personally and attempted to end the meeting. I had to explain several times that I was not attacking her. I was upset because the decision meant I would not be able to manage my bodily needs in the way required for my health and well-being. This experience showed, in my view, a lack of compassion and a lack of training in understanding the difference between a participant expressing distress and a participant attacking a staff member. In this planning meeting, I was told that the incontinence nurse who wrote my plan had spoken to another senior planner and they had agreed together that my budget could be halved. I found this very confusing as it contradicted what the nurse had told me. Later, I found out from the nurse who wrote my report that she had not been contacted at all by anyone from the NDIS regarding my plan or her report. I raised this during a follow-up call with the planner. Later in the week, the same planner sent me an email apologising for advising me in the meeting that someone contacted the nurse. Here is a snippet from the email. I would like to offer my sincere apologies for advising during your plan meeting that an NDIS staff member had contacted your clinical nurse consultant when this had not occurred. Despite this being acknowledged by the NDIS as not occurring, no change in decision was made, and it meant I still missed out on essential items that helped keep me out of hospital and able to access the community. It also left me waiting again for an internal review. More broadly, it has left me with very little trust in the process. There appears to be no meaningful accountability when false information is given in a planning meeting, and no way for a participant to know who has made the decision or whether the reports were properly considered. As you can imagine, this has been very upsetting. It felt like the NDIS was more focused on cutting my budget in half than building a plan that met my needs. The fact that they lied about this in the meeting is unfathomable to me. If you cannot have honesty in these situations between both parties, there is no point of us holding any meetings. In the same meeting, I was told that my therapy budget will be decreased by over 70%. Again, I was severely distressed by this because I feel like I can no longer manage my ability to stand without falling. The therapy I was receiving helped me release the muscles in my legs, lower back and tendons, giving me the ability to stand and not fall over straight away. With this therapy, I was able to live with far less debilitating pain. When I told my therapist about the cut, they were concerned how I would maintain my ability to stand at all. I'm very frightened of losing the ability to stand and living with significantly increased pain if I cannot access weekly therapy sessions. There had been a report supporting 1 hour per week of therapy, and this level of support had been funded for at least the last 3 plan periods. I was given no proper reasons for the cut, and it felt as though the decision was made simply to reduce my budget, without considering their effect on my daily life, my pain, or my independence. This is not a minor issue. If I lose the ability to stand, I would no longer be able to complete everyday tasks such as grooming, cleaning, and transferring without substantial assistance. Because I can only stand for short periods, I will also not be able to stand out of my wheelchair to get into transport. That would make me more reliant on support workers and would likely increase my need for other funded supports. Reducing therapy funding does not reduce the need, it shifts the responsibility elsewhere. If the proposed 10% cut goes ahead, it is likely to increase the support needs in other areas and reduce therapy that can lead to greater pain, reduced mobility, and increased dependence on assistance. In the same meeting, I was also informed that my community participation budget was cut severely to only 5 hours per week. Practically, this means that when I require support, I'm only allowed to leave my house for the total of 2 times a week for 2.5 hours at a time. This seems very limiting and against the whole idea of the NDIS, which says I should be able to participate in my community. Again, I was given no reason for this, it just felt like another cut to my NDIS plan without explanation. If the new NDIS bill is implemented with the suggested 50% reduction, this could be reduced further down to 2.5 hours per week. I was also told during the planning meeting that there would only be planning meeting every 5 years from now on. So instead of my plan lasting 1 or 2 years, it will now last 5 years. I'm extremely concerned about this because I feel my disability will definitely change within 5 years, and every time it changes, I will have to submit a change of circumstance and request for my plan to be reviewed. This currently takes a long time, over 6 months at least, and I can only see this getting longer because the number of people with 5-year plans who will also need to request changes. This is extremely worrying, and I'm not sure if this has been addressed in any way. At the beginning of planning meetings, participants are asked to set goals. My goals were simple: to leave the house more than twice a week, to continue mobilising safely, and to live with the least amount of pain as possible. based on the plan I was given, I do not believe these goals can be achieved. I do not currently have a job, but I would like to be able to return to the workforce in the future. However, being without transport and the necessary support I require, I can't see this being an option. Having lived with my disability for over 40 years, I have seen Australia change a lot when it comes to disabilities. I feel that these changes will only make Australia go backwards, and I also feel that the way the government has talked about having a social licence around disability is the completely wrong way of talking about people with disability. The reality is none of us know if we will ever become disabled at any point in our lives and need access to the NDIS. I fear that this is the only time the broader community will understand, and that it is the only time that they will get lived experience for themselves. So for the government to say that having a disability also comes with a social licence for it to be funded is a disservice to every Australian. I have not been able to say these words myself here today, as I feel incredibly vulnerable and unsafe sharing my personal experiences. I want you to hear my words, even though I cannot say them myself, and understand that the lack of respect, support and safety given to my experience in the NDIS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Rowan, for providing that statement on behalf of your friend. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Vanetta.
I don't know if I can actually read mine out loud now.
Would you like to end?
Do you want to take a minute?
So, Vanetta is here representing her brother today. I'll read Vanetta's speech on her behalf. Good afternoon, Senator Karen Grogan and members of the committee. My name is Vanetta, and I am here today because the decisions made about the National Disability Insurance Scheme are not abstract, they are not distant, they are not theoretical. They shape the daily life, safety and dignity of real people, including my own family. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am here not only as a sister and a daughter, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand the consequences of reduced NDIS support. I'm here because the system that was designed to protect some of our most vulnerable Australians is in its current form failing them. For many Australians, the NDIS is a policy, a budget line or a political talking point. For families like mine, it is the foundation that allows our loved ones to live with dignity, independence and stability. When that foundation is weakened, the impact is immediate, profound and deeply human. My family is living through that impact right now. My mother was my brother's sole carer for his entire life. She dedicated decades to ensuring he was safe, supported and able to live with dignity. She did this with love, but also with the belief that when she could no longer care for him, the NDIS would step in. That system would be there to catch him when she no longer could. But when her health declined and she had to move into a nursing home, the system did not catch him, it dropped him. My brother, a 43-year-old man, lives with autism, an intellectual disability and epilepsy that causes multiple seizures every day. Overnight, he not only lost his primary support person, but also his home, his routine and sense of safety. He was confused, frightened and completely unprepared for such drastic change. Despite the significant needs, there was no suitable accommodation available to him, no transitional housing, no emergency placement, no plan. So he came to live with me and my family. I live with my partner and our daughter in a small 2-bedroom home. There is no spare room and no area that can realistically be converted into a bedroom. As a result, my brother now sleeps on a camp stretcher in our open plan lounge room. He has no bedroom, no door to close, no privacy, no personal space to retreat to when he's overwhelmed or unwell. I ask the committee to please pause and truly imagine that. Imagine being an adult with complex needs and having nowhere private to sleep. Imagine having no safe spaces to decompress, no room of your own, no door you can use to close to feel secure. Imagine living your life in a communal space because the system designed to support you has failed to provide even the most basic accommodation. This is my brother's reality. My brother also requires support with many of the everyday tasks that most people take for granted. He needs prompting and reminders for personal care, including showering, brushing his teeth and changing his clothes. At times, he requires direct assistance with these tasks, including washing his hair, shaving and ensuring his ears are properly cleaned. Without this support, his hygiene and dignity can be compromised. His epilepsy creates additional safety concerns within our home. Because he experiences multiple seizures every day, he cannot safely use knives to prepare meals. Tasks such as chopping food place him at significant risk of serious injury. Even cooking simple meals requires supervision and support to ensure his safety. These are not occasional needs, they are part of our family's daily reality. They require constant vigilance, time and energy. When appropriate supports are not funded through the NDIS, these responsibilities do not disappear. They simply fall onto family members. Families provide care out of love, but we cannot replace the trained supports that enable people with disabilities to live safely with dignity. The expectation that families should absorb increasing complex care and responsibilities without adequate assistance is neither sustainable nor fair. My partner, my daughter and I have restructured our entire lives. My brother accesses support during the day. This allows me to work from 9 to 3, 4 days a week. But when my brother is exhausted from seizures, he cannot be left alone. One of us must stay at home with him. That means a loss of income, reduced work hours and the constant challenge of balancing employment with care and responsibilities. We are doing everything we can, but we are stretched emotionally, physically and financially. Our home is full of love, but love alone cannot replace appropriate housing, respite and disability supports. What concerns me most is that our situation is not unique. Across Australia, families are stepping in where services have been reduced or delayed. Ageing parents continue caring for adult children with complex needs. Siblings take on roles they were never prepared for. Households are being pushed to breaking point because the supports that once existed are no longer available or are no longer adequate. This is not what the NDIS was created for. The NDIS was designed to empower people with disabilities, to give them choice, control and the opportunity to live meaningful and independent lives. It was designed to support families and not overwhelm them. It was designed to provide stability, not crisis. Yet, when funding is reduced, when essential services are delayed and when housing options are unavailable, the burden shifts back onto families, and families, no matter how loving or committed, cannot replace properly functioning disability support systems. In my brother's new NDIS plan, his respite funding was removed. Respite was the one support that allowed us to breathe. It provided my brother with a safe and structured environment outside of our home. It gave our family the opportunity to rest, recover, and continue caring for him safely. Without respite, there is no break. There is no relief. There is no opportunity to reset. There is only constant, unrelenting pressure. Removing respite from his pen did not simply take away service, it removed our safety net. It took away the support that prevented burnout and allowed our family to keep going. Respite is not a luxury, it is essential. It protects the well-being of the person with a disability and it protects the family supporting them. My brother deserves more than a camp stretcher in a lounge room, where he has been since October last year. He deserves a safe home, privacy, stability and an opportunity to live with dignity. He deserves what most Australians take for granted, a bedroom, a door and a space of his own. When governments discuss budgets, sustainability and cost cutting, I ask that they also consider the human cost. What is the cost of a person losing their home? What is the cost of a family pushed to breaking point? What is the cost of stripping dignity from someone who depends on the system to survive? These are not abstract questions. They are lived experience happening right now in households across this country. Behind every funding reduction is a person whose life becomes smaller. Behind every delayed support is a family forced to fill a gap. Behind every unmet need is someone whose dignity is compromised. I am not here to criticise for the sake of criticism. I am here because I believe the NDIS can and must do better. I am here because the system is worth fighting for, and I am here because people like my brother cannot always advocate for themselves. Some families, like mine, must do it for them. I ask the committee to look beyond the paperwork and see the people behind it, to remember that every policy decision has a face, a name and a story, to ensure that the NDIS remains true to its purpose, supporting people with disabilities to live safe, dignified and meaningful lives. My brother is not asking for luxury, he's asking for the basics, a safe place to live, privacy, dignity and the support he needs to thrive. Thank you for listening. Thank you for considering the human impact of these decisions. And thank you for recognising that behind every statistic is a family doing its best to hold everything together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for reading that.
We'll go to Timothy.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here as a disabled person, non-practicing allied health professional, and someone who has spent years supporting other disabled people and their families. I live with autism, ADHD, spina bifida, and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I've seen the best and the worst of our disability support systems. One thing I want people to understand is that the NDIS doesn't simply fund services. It keeps people alive, keeps families together, and allows people to live with dignity. I've seen what adequate supports can achieve. My best friend, who wasn't expected to finish school or work, now has 2 jobs and is paying off his first home. My sister, with severe autism, through supported independent living and the right supports, now has gained independence and a quality of life our family never, ever thought possible. I've also seen what happens when support isn't there. I've watched carers pass out from exhaustion. I've seen disabled people forced to share supports simply to survive. My best friend and his fiancée have severe disabilities. They're both in power wheelchairs. They need 24/7 care, yet they share one support worker for 7 hours a day. I've seen families collapse under pressure they should never have to carry alone. When supports are removed, disability doesn't disappear. The need doesn't disappear. The burden is simply shifted onto families, hospitals, and emergency systems. Disabled people are not asking for luxury. We are asking for the ability to use the bathroom safely, to get out of bed safely, to participate in our communities, maintain relationships, work, study, and live with dignity. We all become vulnerable at some point in our lives. It's part of the human condition. The NDIS is not just about funding. It's about preventing crisis, protecting human rights, and ensuring disabled Australians have the opportunity to not merely survive, but to live meaningful lives as equal members of society. We must never return to institutionalisation. I beg you to consider the human cost of these cuts. Our lives are more than financial figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy.
I'm open to any questions about my lived experience as well.
I'd like to thank you all for your courage in coming here today and sharing your stories. It's very powerful and very meaningful, so thank you so much. Senator Steele-John, do you have any questions?
Just one brief question for the panel collectively. I would usually have more, but we're a bit pressed for time. I would like also to thank you all for the labour and the vulnerability that you have put into sharing this experience today. You shouldn't have to do it. We know that as disabled people, but it is incredibly valuable that you did. Can I ask you all, given what you've shared with us, do you believe that the bill that we are considering should pass in its current form? And I'll start with Lauren and then go down.
Yeah. Unequivocally, no. You need to slow the process down and start to understand the human cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
I'm in agreement there. It definitely shouldn't pass in its current form.
I'd have to agree as well. I think it needs to have a lot more work put into it. It should not be passed.
Thank you.
I 100% agree. From both a lived experience and allied health perspective, a lot more work needs to go into understanding every aspect that makes up a human disabled life before we can even consider this as something that should be passed.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. We really, really appreciate your time and your effort. Like I say, it's very powerful, very meaningful, and really helpful. We will suspend for a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Association for Children with a Disability and from Kind. I believe that you are online, and I will just note that for online participants, we have a little glitch at the moment where we can't actually see if you're there. So I'm going to ask you to just identify yourselves. There. As soon as you say something, you pop up, which is lovely.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like to give us your full names and then please proceed to your opening statements.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. My name is Karen Dimmock, CEO of ACD in Victoria, and I join you from Wurundjeri country. Alongside our partners in New South Wales and Western Australia, we made a submission as the Child and Family Disability Alliance. Together, we are trusted, family-led, not-for-profit organisations that provide peer support, capacity building and self-advocacy support to more than 30,000 families raising children with disability every year. We support the need for reform to the NDIS, and families, of course, have a huge vested interest in the ongoing sustainability of the scheme. In relation to this bill, we echo concerns raised by disability representative organisations appearing before this committee. Our submission focuses on the specific impact of the proposed changes on children and families. Children make up around 50% of NDIS participants, meaning they will be disproportionately impacted by these reforms. I will talk about parental responsibility and the impact of proposed cuts to social and community participation, while my colleague Helen will speak about the changes to eligibility and the context of the whole family. This bill lifts the definition of parental responsibility from NDIS guidelines into legislation. On face value, it sounds fair that parents are responsible for providing substantial care and support for their children, and that includes what would be reasonably expected of a parent of a child of a similar age. What this fails to consider is the additional disability-related intensity and frequency of care provided by families for their children. What concerns families is the risk that disability-related support becomes increasingly classified as ordinary parenting. The reality is that many parents of children with disability are providing a level of care that goes well beyond what is expected of a child of the same age without disability. We are happy to share examples of this today in our evidence. The bill goes on to say that in determining family support, the NDIS must consider if relying on parents and other informal supports would expose a child or another person to harm, abuse or neglect. In practice, this places families in the terrible position of having to get to breaking point before they get help. The other area I wish to highlight as having a significant impact on young people and their families is the proposed cuts to social and community participation and capacity building daily activities. Teenagers, as a cohort, generally have half the community and social participation budgets compared with adults, and so the cuts will hit harder. Adolescence is a critical time for building skills and relationships separate from your family, and so reducing access to a first job or time with friends or following interests is particularly harmful and is asking young people to return to a childlike dependence on their parents. The impact of these proposed cuts, of course, ripples through families, as this support gives both independence to young people and enables parents, particularly women, to participate in paid work and other activities. I'll now pass to Helen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Committee, and thank you, Chair, for the time to address you. So my name is Helen Nyes and I'm the CEO of Kind, which is a parent-led organisation in Western Australia. We support over 8,500 children with disability, and we have 25,000 members of their parents and extended family. We are also part of the National Child and Family Disability Alliance, along with ACD and our partner organisation in New South Wales. I'd like to talk to you today about the changes in the eligibility and how children always need to be seen in the context of their families. That is probably the most concerning element for our members, and we have carried out extensive consultation across our membership group since the legislation was released. We're aware that outside of this bill, there's been significant announcements regarding Thriving Kids, and which is intended to support children with low to moderate support needs through early intervention and developmental supports. As an alliance, we're excited about the opportunities in Thriving Kids, but we're concerned about the interface between those supports developing and being set up and the implications of this bill, which will impact much earlier. We are deeply concerned that the eligibility provision in this bill may create barriers for children with current and future high support needs. And we all know that early intervention and early support is critical to children with disability and their families and their siblings, who are not to be forgotten in terms of people impacted by these changes. The proposed focus in the legislation on substantially reduced functional capacity means that children whose diagnosis clearly indicates lifelong disability, I'm talking about children with diagnoses such as Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, multiple conditions which are lifelong, the evidence base is clear, you don't get over those conditions. Under this legislation, the suggestion is that those children may have to wait until their functioning declines before they can impact the NDIS. That approach is inconsistent with international best practice in relation to early intervention and support. It disadvantages children, potentially delays their ultimate or prevents their ultimate achievements if early intervention is prevented, and it doesn't align with the intent of Thriving Kids. We're also concerned about how functional capacity will be assessed for children. Childhood development is dynamic and it also fluctuates. So an assessment that is determined at a point in time for a child risks ignoring or not understanding the impact of the child's disability on their functional capacity over time. Children grow, learn, and they move through development stages differently. Diagnosis, therefore, remains an important indicator of likely future support needs, and it should continue to play a role in eligibility decisions, not just determine eligibility on functional impact. Families are alarmed about the requirement to undertake all appropriate treatment and what this might mean, and the how that may be interpreted by people who are applying the legislation in the future. There is no treatment for autism, intellectual disability, or many rare genetic conditions. There are evidence-based therapies and supports that can significantly ameliorate the impact of those disabilities, but they are lifelong disabilities. There are early interventions that can help children develop skills and reach their potential within the context of those disabilities. Yet the bill states that factors such as location, cost, and availability should not be considered when determining whether treatment has been undertaken in terms of determining access and eligibility to the NDIS. This risks disadvantaging children in rural and remote communities, children in out-of-home care, and families experiencing financial hardship. To give an extreme example, as the legislation currently reads, that would mean that a family who lives in Kununurra in the far northeast of Western Australia, about 2,000 kilometres away from Perth, in theory, under this legislation, they could be denied access to the NDIS because they haven't undertaken therapy in Perth, because that's an available intervention to them. Clearly, it's not available given the distance. Finally, no child is an island. Children live and grow within families. We're very concerned that this legislation views individuals in their own right without the context of their wider family and communities. The ability of a family to support a child with disability, to support their potential, will be affected by the nature of that family and where they live. One of our members who consulted with us is a single parent with 5 children with disability. Some of them are NDIS eligible, some of them are not. Her capacity to meet what the legislation calls parental responsibility will be significantly different to somebody who has 1 child with a disability in a joint couple relationship. The legislation doesn't have that degree of nuance, and we're very concerned that those applying the rules will use a blunt tool that doesn't consider individual circumstances and significantly disadvantage children and families. We're also concerned with those families who parent multiple children where some of them are just below the threshold for the NDIS, but nevertheless the caring responsibilities for parents for those children remain just as high. The cumulative impact on family matters, and it should be recognised within the assessment process. We believe that the bill in its current form risks having a significantly detrimental impact on children and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. We'll go to Senator Steele-John for questions.
Thank you so much for your evidence with us this afternoon. If I could go to the question of the definition of parental responsibility as defined in the legislation. Could you go a bit deeper on what you think the impacts on families could be of that definition? You've spoken about some of them in your opening statement, but it'd be really great if you could go into further detail.
I'll start and then I might pass over to my colleague. First of all, I think, as a parent carer myself, and I think most families are, there's a degree of, insult or offence in the assumption that parents with disabilities are not already meeting their obligations to their children. Every parent I know with a child with disability provides higher levels of care for longer periods. Parents of children with disability are involved in their children for their whole lives in a different way to a typical family. The impact of the legislation, I think, is that parents will be expected to meet what might seem a reasonable assumption to care for your child, but doesn't recognise the additional nuances and responsibilities. An example, a 10-year-old child, a typical 10-year-old child may well be able to make their own way to school by bus or walking. A child with disability will need additional supports to do that. That means that their parent will have to arrange their lives around that. That will affect their, if they don't have supports to assist them, that will affect the parents' ability to care for their other children, affect the way that their family operates. I'll pass over to you, Karen.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Senator, for that question. The government's own explanatory memorandum on the bill talks about the impact of the cuts to social and community participation and the potential impact of those on families. We would argue that similar impacts apply if there is this higher threshold in terms of the definition of what is parental responsibility, that the impact is both for the child and the family as a whole, that it limits families' capacity to care for their other children, to participate in paid work, particularly for women in those positions. It has impacts on the young person themselves being able to develop independence and the capacity to sort of do things without the direct support of their parents, particularly if they're getting to an age where other children of that age would not be reliant on them. So I think the ripple effects of this definition of parental responsibility are for both the child and the family as a whole.
And if I could ask, thank you for that. In your opening statement, I think you gave us an example of the impact of all appropriate treatments that could potentially affect people living in WA, in regional or remote WA, and having to travel for treatments. I just want to make sure, though, that I've understood you correctly. Could you kind of outline that example again for us?
Yeah, I'll do that one. Yes, so as the legislation is currently written, there is an assumption that the NDIS is the last resort, for want of a better phrase, so that it's reasonable to expect that families, people with disability, access universal supports that might be available through state jurisdictions or through other services, or indeed potentially using private therapies if they have private health insurance. The families will need to demonstrate that they have accessed all supports before the NDIS would come in and fund supports. So what that means in a state like Western Australia, which is very large, has a very centralised primary and tertiary health system. Certainly, we have health services in the regions, obviously, but if you have a complex disability or you need a specialist, and another layer to this is, the acute shortages in allied health and specialists working in the disability field, it's very unlikely that you would find the specialist supports that you need in a small regional community like Kununurra. But the legislation might say if there was capacity to deliver that support in Perth, the NDIS might say, well, there is the supports available, you just haven't accessed them, because the legislation specifically rules out regionality as a reason for why the NDIS should be a support rather than a mainstream service.
So just so that I'm clear, you're saying that because the legislation explicitly rules out geography as being a relevant decision-making factor in whether a treatment is appropriate to have undergone before you then get access to the NDIS, a family in Kununurra could be required to first undertake specialist treatment only available in Perth before they could access the NDIS?
Under the legislation as currently written, yes, that could be required. And I'm sure we'd all like to think, I'll use a bit of common sense, but I think that sometimes common sense falls out of bureaucracies. So we would rather have the legislation be clear about it.
Absolutely, and particularly in the context where in a bill that is otherwise quite vague in parts, they've gone out of the way in the explanatory memorandum and in the legislation itself to be quite explicit about what they mean by geography not playing a relevant role.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the impact of the eligibility criteria or the new definitions of permanence around children with complex co-occurring disabilities, would you be able to tell us more about concerns that you might have for those children and families of children who have, complex disabilities and multiple conditions presenting simultaneously?
Thank you, Senator. I might jump in there. One of our concerns is, particularly with the eligibility coming from severely reduced functional capacity, that does not take into account children who, as you say, have a complex disability or complex combination of conditions, and what it means for their future severely reduced functional capacity, that they may at that time, particularly if they're very young, not yet have severely reduced functional capacity, but they undoubtedly will. And for us, it's really about making sure that these children do have access to the NDIS at the earliest possible opportunity. Considering that it's the discussion around thriving kids, has been very clear that it is for children with low to moderate needs. And so wanting to make sure that the cohort of children who will currently or go on to have high support needs get access when they need it.
Thank you. I'll pass back to the Chair at this point.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Little.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you for your submission today. I'd like to ask about your reference to responses for families with more than one child with disability. What would you recommend a whole of family assessment model might look like in practice?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We've looked at other Commonwealth government schemes that do take into account that whole of family responsibility, which includes eligibility for the carer allowance or things like the childcare subsidy, where you get a greater rebate for second and subsequent children. I think both of these are just examples of how eligibility for government programs can see that children effectively stack up on top of each other. Their needs are, they do amplify as you have more of them, and that you do need to see them all in that context of the whole family.
Thank you. A recommendation in your submission proposes an amendment be included such as a requirement that thresholds used to determine substantially reduced functional capacity be published and made transparent to participants and the public. Can you tell me what impact and what difference that would make if that was to occur and how that differs from now?
Perhaps I'll jump in on this one. Currently, with the list of diagnosed disabilities that may lead to access and eligibility to the NDIS, that list provides a level of transparency about who the NDIS is for. I think transparency is an incredibly important part of the scheme and about its sustainability and about trust in it. So I think in a move to functional needs assessments and what is severely reduced functional capacity, there needs to be sort of publicly accessible information about that just to provide that trust and transparency.
Thank you. I want to ask about over-regulation and red tape, which we've heard a lot about. Is there a case for an independent review to simplify the process and reduce the red tape and the subsequent costs?
So, Senator, if I should just clarify, independent review by whom?
Well, who do you think would be appropriate? What would you say would be independent?
I think it needs to be an independent mechanism from the decision maker. So I think, and obviously a personal persons or that has suitable professional qualifications and experience, both in terms of disability but also impact of disability on the person and on their wider family, and that independence is not tied to a provider function, because I think that often becomes quite difficult when the recommendations in independent review might lead to a potential conflict or opportunity for a provider. So, that would be a pretty standard conflict of interest concern that would have to be managed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. But you think there is a case for independent review under those conditions?
Yes, I think there is. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was really really valuable evidence that you have provided for us today. We really appreciate your time. So we will. I don't think you've taken anything on notice.
No.
No. Excellent. Well done. Thank you. We will. We'll let you go now, but go with our thanks. And I would now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel.
I would now ask for the Southwest Autism Network, the Australian Autism Alliance and the Autism Asperger's Advocacy Australia to make their way to the table or to identify themselves online.
Thank you, Chair. Nick Avery from Southwest Autism Network, attending online.
Thank you. And then in the room we have, if you'd just like to state your name and the
Bob
capacity
Buckley
which you're
from Autism Asperger Advocacy Australia.
And Jenny Caravolas from the Australian Autism Alliance.
Do you have opening statements?
I think we each have a short opening.
Okay.
So it was A4, then Swan, then myself.
Oh, okay, sure. If you've worked out the order, that's perfect. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So Bob Buckley from Autism Asperger Advocacy Australia. I want to open by saying the Australian Parliament cannot pass this NDIS reform bill. the government hopes to implement solutions when it has not actually properly defined or identified the problem that it's trying to solve, so it can't possibly know what legislation is appropriate. I just point out that my organisation has been advocating for people with autism for over 20 years. It was started in the first World Autism Congress and has been running ever since. A4 agrees that the NDIS must be sustainable. Right? We agree that in its current form it isn't, and it must be sustainable. It needs substantial reform to achieve both sustainability and its goals and objectives, which it's not achieving at the moment. A4 disagrees strongly with the proposed legislation because it does little or nothing to achieve long-term NDIS sustainability or the NDIS's goals. It undermines and annihilates many human rights for Australians with disability, and especially targets and discriminates against autistic Australians. It's particularly targeted that group, which is a major concern. It doesn't recognise and address properly defined and understood problems. It is hasty and extremely dangerous. It puts unfettered powers in the hands of the Minister, the NDIS CEO, and the CEO's delegates, contrary to proper government processes. And it protects essential decisions from those people from real scrutiny and from any expectation of validity. It creates incontestable automated processes like those that were created, that were used in Robodebt, and are currently under review in the aged care sector. It just makes bad implementation choices. The NDIS needs to work with the disability and the autism sectors, since autism has emerged as one of the major disabilities in the NDIS, to understand the problems and to develop solutions that are likely to work to deliver the sustainability. You've no doubt heard the NDIS's views on various things. The NDIS's views are often opposite to others. It is unlikely that all of the other people that tell you stuff about disability and people with disabilities are wrong, and that the NDIS alone is right. An example of this was last Friday. Mr. Swainson came in here and told us that in the ART, the outcomes were that 70% of the outcomes agreed with the NDIS's original decision. The ART's data, on the other hand, says exactly the opposite. It says that 70% of the matters put before it had to be varied, that the original decisions were wrong. There's lots of examples where this sort of thing happens, where the NDIS's data is really quite contrary to what other external data says. So I warn you very much to be wary. I can talk about those. I only have a few other comments to make. The proposal for functional capacity is extremely scary. The assessments and the process has not been validated for autistic people, and there is no discernible plan to do so. From our perspective, it looks very much like the Little Britain computer says no. That's what the system is that they are planning to roll out, and the validity testing is apparently pretty much the same as was for that particular system, right? Little Britain's computer says no, shows you how the validity testing for automation is being done. So the functional assessments is very, very worrying. I want to just comment briefly that community support being cut particularly targets people with autism. Autism is the one condition where social impairment is part of the diagnostic criteria, and when you then cut out support for community participation It particularly targets people with autism, who are the biggest cohort in the NDIS. It's also notable that the fundamental legislation for the NDIS fails to recognise autistic impairment. Autism is described in most situations as being social, communication and behavioural impairment. Yet, the legislation fails to recognise those impairments at any point. There is one point where they're sort of mentioned, but it's not in the impairment categories. So basically, to sum up, the proposed legislation must be scrapped. You need to start again, and NDIS sustainability needs to be properly redesigned instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
And Nick.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. I am joining this meeting from unceded Wadandi Noongar country and pay my respects to elders past and present. My name is Nick Avery, and I'm an NDIS participant, parent and nominee for 2 adult participants, and CEO of the South West Autism Network, or SWAN, a disabled persons organisation in regional WA that was founded in 2009. I also represent Every Australian Counts in systemic advocacy to the NDIA and the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. Today, I am speaking on behalf of SWAN, representing more than 3,000 members. Given the inaccessibility of the 2-week consultation timeframe of this inquiry for people with disability, SWAN ran 2 national surveys. A detailed plain English survey with 1,387 responses, and an easy read survey with 63 responses, so that people with cognitive and communication disability could contribute. We heard from people with disability, family members, providers and advocates in every state and territory and across all disability types, including people with complex and multiple diagnoses. Both surveys were open for only 7 days, and the fact we received 1,450 responses in that time is clear evidence of the extreme concern in the community about the provisions in this bill. The survey responses and commentary are a harrowing read, best characterised as almost universal outrage and terror due to the bill's proposed changes, including unilateral massive cuts to critical supports, narrowing of eligibility criteria that is already extremely hard to meet, retesting of all participants and removal of 241,000 people, expansion of mandatory provider registration and the return of block funding, automated decision-making, further loss of appeal rights, extraordinary Henry VIII powers given to the Minister of the Day, restrictions to Section 48 plan reassessments, removal and reframing of Section 31 and the reasonable and necessary criteria to prioritise cost cutting, potential $19,800 fines plus mandatory debts for failing to provide information on demand, and planned suspension or removal from the NDIS if participants is unable to respond to NDIS attempted contact. This is not an exhaustive list of the many proposed changes, which lack meaningful consideration of how the NDIS actually operates and the severe repercussions to participants and our families if this bill were to be passed. 92.12% of survey respondents are very or extremely concerned about the proposed changes in the NDIS bill, with more than 80% stating that they are extremely concerned. 84.67% said the bill should be withdrawn and rewritten through proper co-design rather than rushed through now, while only 0.59%, or 6 people, thought the bill should be passed mostly as it is, with 5 of those people being support workers. 87.86% disagreed or strongly disagreed that the proposed changes will bring the NDIS back to its original intent, and 92.49% said that the consultation period of 2 weeks for an inquiry into a bill that fundamentally rewrites access to disability support in this country is unfair. 88.45% of respondents also told us that the proposed NDIS changes will have a very negative impact on people with disability and families. Again and again, survey respondents raised concern about the foreseeable harms to people with disability if this bill is passed. Even more people would be ping-ponged between services with no access to support, and people warned of increased violence, abuse, neglect and death of people with disability. The NDIS bill fundamentally winds back human rights for people with disability in this country. The proposed amendments are not aligned with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, the recommendations of the Independent NDIS Review, the Disability Royal Commission and the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. If passed, this bill will cause direct harm to people with disability and our families, while doing very little to reduce fraud and rorting. The government's own impact analysis identified that the bill will harm people with disability, but downplays the impact, which will disproportionately harm people with Down syndrome, intellectual disability, acquired brain injury, psychosocial disability, autistic people, people with complex, episodic or multiple disabilities, First Nations, culturally and linguistically diverse people, and people in regional and remote communities. Swan supports a sustainable NDIS, and there are many other ways to reduce cost and improve the NDIS that do not cause direct harm to people with disability. This bill must not be passed in its current form or timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Australian Autism Alliance. My name is Jenny Karavolis. I am the independent co-chair of the Australian Autism Alliance. I'm a parent of an autistic young adult, and I'm also the CEO of DAXA. But as stated, today I'm here for the Australian Autism Alliance. And that's Australia's national autism peak body and a recognised disability representative organisation, bringing together autistic people, autistic-led organisations, families, researchers, service providers and autism organisations from across the country. Before turning to our evidence, I would like to acknowledge what appears to be a common position across much of the disability sector. While organisations might differ in emphasis, there appears to be a broad agreement on 3 points. We support reform, we support sustainability. However, the bill should not proceed in its current form or timeframe, and the Alliance shares this view. The Alliance's concern is not whether reform is required. The question is whether Parliament can be confident that the reforms will deliver the outcomes intended. Australia did not establish the NDIS because previous systems were working. Many autistic people entered the NDIS not because it was easy. It was because too many were excluded from education, employment, community participation and opportunities to contribute their talents and potential. Poor outcomes across the lifespan. This bill significantly increases reliance on those systems outside the NDIS. The Alliance is also concerned that disability reform is proceeding without the level of implementation oversight, accountability and harm monitoring that government has considered necessary in other major reform programs. Yet disability reform is proceeding without those equivalent implementation safeguards. Why is disability being treated differently? The bill creates powers, but it does not create a corresponding positive duty on government. People also do not experience change one at a time. People experience them cumulatively. Parliament should assess these changes cumulatively, but we have not seen modelling on this. The Alliance is also concerned that some of the projected savings appear to rely on costs and responsibilities being absorbed elsewhere. A cost removed from the NDIS does not disappear. If it re-emerges in health systems, education systems, housing systems, justice systems, community services, or within families themselves. A further concern is the increasing reliance on assumptions regarding parental responsibility and family capacity. Reform should reduce pressure on families, not simply redistribute it. Need does not disappear because responsibility is shifted. Need does not disappear when parents disappear. But the bill says very little about what happens when those supports disappear. And yes, financial sustainability matters, but financial sustainability alone cannot tell Parliament whether reforms will succeed for the people expected to live with its consequences. Cost tells only half the story. The other half is potential. Potential to participate, to contribute, to belong and to thrive. Even NDIS reports about the positive outcomes, but the impact modelling does not appear to consider the gains for Australia. So the question is not only what support costs today, it also is what Australia pays tomorrow if support is withdrawn too early. That is why the Alliance has been developing its Systems That Work framework, including a readiness index and an accountability index. Government's own implementation pathway recognise connections and support coordination functions are critical to support transition, yet they're not to be delivered until June 2028, while major transition occurs earlier. When you step back from the detail, the scale of what is proposed is extraordinary. It represents a fundamental redesign of how support is accessed and provided. The Alliance therefore urges Parliament to ensure that readiness, accountability and outcomes are demonstrated before people with disability and their families are asked to carry the risk of implementation. If systems are not ready, reform is not ready. A system that works is not measured by how many people it moves, it is measured by whether people arrive somewhere better. Ultimately, that is how reform should be judged. Thank you, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thanks very much. We'll go to Senator Steele-John first.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence today. I just want to start off by clarifying with Mr Buckley. Would it be your position as well that the bill in its current form shouldn't pass?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And so that is the united position of the three, of the Alliance and of the South West Autism Network. Thank you. Thanks very much. I want to start with Ms Avery. We've heard during the course of the evidence taken today that the new power in the bill to require a participant to have exhausted all other possible avenues of treatment before them being able to access the NDIS may force people in rural and regional communities to have to travel to metro centres, and if they're unable to, that is not a relevant consideration for the government in terms of the legislation as it is currently written. What impact would that have on the people that you work with in the southwest of WA?
Thank you, Senator. It's important for the committee to understand the realities of regional WA. There are people with disability who live more than 20 hours away from the capital city, and most treatment options are not available outside of the capital city or some major regional city centres. And there are people who may live more than 14 hours away from the nearest regional city centre as well, which may still not have the available treatment options. Some treatment options are not even available in WA. I want to note also that 37.63% of survey respondents identified as living in a low-income household. So requiring that applicants exhaust all treatment options that may improve their function is fundamentally unfair and discriminatory. But there's a couple of other issues that need to be raised around this particular part of the bill. I do back the concerns raised by colleagues yesterday that the bill enables the NDIA or the government to require the trialling of chemical restraint of babies, toddlers, children, teens and adults with disability prior to gaining access to the NDIS. It's extremely common that people have multiple disabilities, making it impossible to tease out the impacts of one disability from the other. And autistic people in particular have many commonly co-occurring conditions. We don't fit into neat and tidy little boxes where we are whole people, and the way our disabilities impact each other. So it's critical that the NDIS considers this. SWAN is currently supporting 12 young people aged 18 to 30 who are all autistic and have co-occurring schizophrenia or other psychotic disorders, and we support their families as well. 7 of the 12 also have intellectual disability, and all of them have other co-occurring conditions. All 12 need a carer or support person to stay with them in hospital in order to facilitate communication. Inpatient psychiatric wards do not permit anyone to stay with a patient in the ward. So if this bill were to pass in its current form, these 12 young people would not meet eligibility criteria for their schizophrenia because it fails to consider whether someone can access the treatment. In this example, at least, there's 12 people who would be unable to access a treatment option for one of their disabilities because of access barriers due to another of their disabilities.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Caravollis.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to also add to that the concept of early intervention has been evidenced for years, and even the NDIA created an early childhood path. So this risks delaying support during critical development periods and may reduce future participation, independence and wellbeing. Effectively, it's a loss of life chances. So it's interesting that will actually lead to increased costs in the future for these short-term savings.
Thank you. Now we've heard that the agency is already asking people for documentation to demonstrate that they have attempted to cure their disability. We heard of an example last week where that had been sent to what looks to be the parent of an autistic child. Deeply concerning. What do you think the broader risks are to the Australian autistic community of this kind of approach?
The area of treatment and early intervention for autism is a very, very contentious area. The autism spectrum is very broad, and the people who are most affected often expect that they can access services that we would describe as capacity building. They give people skills that they're not going to get otherwise. Let me give you an example. Many young autistic children in the severe and profound end simply don't imitate, right? If you say do this, they don't do it. They don't imitate. If you look at how children are taught in early childhood, in schools, in early schools, people do not say, draw the letter D by drawing an anti-clockwise circle and then starting at the top and drawing a tangential line. They draw on the board and say, do this. And if an autistic child has no imitation, 80 to 90% of the instruction they're being given in that setting is not going to reach them. Consequently, they're going to get very little out of their entire education. There are approaches that some people are happy with and some people are not happy with. There's evidence around this where people need to take choices. It is a complex issue and it varies a lot between the children's, the family's needs. But what we find is that the people in the NDIS have no understanding of that complexity at all, and they often refuse to fund it. And in fact, they tell people that those sorts of supports will not be funded when the ART has consistently funded them, okay? So people in the NDIS are telling people that, you know, the external views and the legal situation is incorrect.
Very different.
So,
can I jump in there, Mr. Buckley? What you're describing would seem to me to be a very good example, the variation you're describing, of why a kind of one-size-fits-all ministerial determinative approach would not actually work for the autism.
It does not actually work. It already exists. It does not actually work.
Yeah.
And can we add to that the Senate inquiry on autism identified that very thing, that generalised systems do not work for autistic people, which is what led to a national autism strategy. Unfortunately, the national autism strategy is just being implemented. So this is what we mean. Reforms need to be delayed, until systems can be improved. Otherwise, we're going to go to a treatment compliance lens, and we're worrying about the fraud and whatever that's happening now, and instead we're going to create another market that's called the treatment market, and we need to regulate that and the exploitation that might happen there, instead of allowing people to continue on their paths and get early intervention.
Ms Avery, you've put your hand up there.
Thank you, Senator. Another example, in addition to what my colleagues have mentioned, is the bill mentions that it can be any treatment that could be reliably expected to materially improve. If you're a non-speaking autistic person and you have intensive speech pathology, that can materially improve your ability to communicate potentially. So is that going to be a requirement that families are forced to pay for weekly speech therapy for 10 years? Because that's what happened before the NDIS was here. And families went into significant amounts of debt trying to cover those costs to support their children. Currently, that kind of therapy support is only available in the NDIS. There's no other option other than paying out of pocket.
And can I just ask to you, Ms Karavolis, from an Alliance perspective, the changes in the bill around parental responsibility, what are your concerns about the impacts that could have on autistic folks and families?
That it will have a profound effect. A lot of families are holding it together with a little bit of support, as was mentioned by some of the other presenters. A parent effectively wants to be a parent. They should not be required to also be the therapists, the support coordinators, the case managers, the bookkeepers, the system navigators. Often families currently, because systems are broken, also are the fallback mechanism for when education isn't working, so you need to pick up your child. I will say to you myself, I was a full-time CEO position, and I needed to step down so that I could support my child. So we've talked about that. There's families, if you've got multiple children with disabilities, if you're looking for after others, so you might have elderly parents, staying in the workforce, being able to not live on the poverty line and supporting your family, taking that stress load off, because that stress is what breaks families. And so we can't have this, it seems to be this expectation that there's unlimited capacity for parents or guardians to be able to support their loved ones. And I'm going to put you in, unfortunately, and just a trigger alert, that, as I said before, when the needs don't disappear, unfortunately there are many parents who are elderly looking after their children. When the parents are no longer available, the need is still there. And this reform doesn't take any of that into account.
Can I just add to that? I didn't mention that I'm the carer of a 34-year-old severely autistic son. He needs 24/7 care. He is in my care apart from the working hours of the week. So normally he's got 40 hours where I'm not looking after him. This week 32 because we have a holiday. I also point out that in my submission, or in the notes that I sent you on the second last page, there's a quote from the ART at paragraph 89 in the decision, the HWSN. It says, the tribunal agrees with the submission made by the applicant's representative, that was me, that what the respondent suggests, the respondent is the NDIS, suggests is reasonable to expect from families and carers is alarming. So the tribunal agreed with me that what the NDIS expected was alarming. In this case, the child, this is a 4-year-old child, is with the mother 24/7. She cannot be separated. On last Friday, while you were hearing from the NDIS about ART cases, she went to the hospital. Her husband took a day off work to take her, and they had to take their son to the hospital. She had to have an X-ray They had to take the child into the X-ray room while she was having an X-ray because they cannot be separated. That's the situation for that family, right? The parents cannot sit down to eat. This is the level of anxiety. That family got a reasonably substantial support package from the ART, but it was only for 4 months because nobody listened to them saying he would not be going to school next year, and they said, well, things are going to change when he goes to school next year. When that ran out, the plan was cut 81%. There is virtually no support for them to take the child out of the house.
And yet, Mr. Buckley, the interpretation of parental responsibility, the guideline that allowed that decision that the ART was so damning of, that seems to be the definition of an interpretation that would then be enshrined within the legislation under this bill. Is that
That's
your
right.
understanding?
The government does not like the fact that the NDIS has to comply with the law. They want to be able to make decisions that are not legal and that they can overrule.
They don't like the law as it currently is, so they're changing the law, basically.
Well, they're not changing the law. They're changing it so that there are rules that they can arbitrarily impose, and any subsequent government, which is really scary, will be able to do even more. Okay?
Thank you. Now I'll pass back to the chair so that my colleagues can ask some questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Little.
Yep. I'd just like to go to one of the key messages that's in a submission here, and that is the one that makes reference to reform should be judged by outcomes, not savings, and you go on to say that it should be about what the NDIS achieves, what future costs it prevents, and what potential it unlocks. Would you like to say a little bit more about that particular reference?
So what we've seen, interestingly enough, is in the explanatory memorandum and associated materials, there's a heavy focus on expenditure growth, participant numbers, scheme sustainability and whatnot. When you look at why the NDIS was set up, and even the NDIA themselves report on a quarterly basis about the outcomes they get, people being employed, people being able to attend school, people being able to hold it together, family units, not be on a mental health path. So what was really less, it's what wasn't there. And what was less visible, I actually created a list, because this interested me, about it didn't have comprehensive modelling of avoided future health costs, of avoided justice costs, of avoided homelessness costs, of workforce participation gains, carer workforce participation gains, taxation revenue gains, productivity gains, social participation gains. And this is that impact of we make short-term savings and we end up with long-term costs. Currently, I know of a number of individuals, and I'm de-identifying, but there are individuals that have had enough significant support, or enough support, not significant support, to be able to run their own business. Now that their plan has recently been cut, they're no longer able to run their own business, of which they were running their business to a level, they were contributing to tax, a tax-paying citizen. They're now sitting at home, socially isolated. On top of that, this is what I meant by the cumulative lens, if social participation gets cut, and for autistic people, that was identified as a key issue, which again creates costs, mental health, employment, because everyone knows if you've got something meaningful that helps your mental health and your contribution to society, they're sitting at home. So the mum who was just about to start a business herself, because the child was at an age that she can now have her career, has put that on the back burner, so again she can support her child. They're the consequences. So this is what I mean about future cost prevents, and what's the potential that Australia is missing out on. All Australians should be able to meet their potential, but we're also saying we've got a productivity issue in Australia, and yet we're tying up a $79 billion informal carer economy.
Thank you. I just want to ask about impacts of the bill on regional and rural and remote areas, and what risks you see emerging around eligibility thresholds and reassessments. You did mention those earlier, but a little bit more on that.
Put to Nick. Nick, are you happy to speak?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? It was a little hard to hear.
Yeah, I'm just interested in understanding about the impacts in a regional, rural and remote context for eligibility thresholds and meeting those and reassessments.
So reassessment of eligibility?
Yeah. Well, any sort of reassessments here, whether they're for somebody joining the scheme or somebody actually needing to have a review.
Okay. So one of the things that the NDIS has a really great outcome for regional areas is the bringing of supports to those regional areas. When NDIS participants are fully supported in their local community, they're able to stay in their local community and not have to move to the metro area to access supports, which is what used to happen before NDIS. And people can't do that now because we have a national housing crisis. So if we have fewer people gaining access to the NDIS, that means that we also have fewer people staying on the NDIS. Those support services will no longer be available in that local community. If I look at the southwest region, for example, pre-NDIS, there was one speech pathologist, one psychologist working with children under the age of 12, no one working with teenagers. There were some physiotherapists. There were no occupational therapists. Now there are dozens of each, and they still have a wait time in excess of 18 months to access most of these services. And they're not just supporting NDIS participants, they're supporting people in the wider community as well. If we start cutting the NDIS, we lose those services from this regional community. So it has a knock-on effect. There's also effects around the support that's available outside of the NDIS in that community, and that includes organisations like SWAN and Developmental Disability WA in Perth, and other organisations that support people with disability and families, because we employ a primarily disabled workforce who are also primarily carers. This bill proposes removing people from the NDIS and pushing back to parental responsibility, and cutting funding, of course, which means that SWAN would probably lose 75% of its workforce, including myself. And I'm hearing that from other organisations as well. So that the knock-on effect for regional communities is quite significant.
Thank you. What red tape or regulation do you think can be removed without impacting outcomes for participants? Can you provide one that's really obvious? And I'm sure you have a bundle which you're happy for you to put on notice. But give me one where it's almost comical. It's sitting right there in front of you. It's just...
Yeah, go.
We will take that on notice and we're happy to get back to you on Friday. But an obvious one is the repeat of getting the reports for a lifelong disability. It's been assessed. You've got people and it's their scope of practice. Nothing's going to change. And if for some reason people do think that, people have now been delivering, we've had the NDIS scheme in place since 2013. For some people, it's just the constant report every year and it says exactly the same thing because that's their life circumstances. That is just a ridiculous amount of money that people pay to say the same thing. That could just be a quick verification if really something has to be shown to show that that person is still live and eligible, but it is a ridiculous amount of money. And the concern is we're moving to the world of, if we move to a world where it's about show that you've explored all the treatments, imagine the reporting that goes with that to get that validated. Again, as I said, we're going to create another market that runs in parallel to the NDIS market that we've talked about. There isn't enough stewardship. Imagine what that will present in itself. So that's a really obvious, easy thing to get rid of.
Nick's got a hand up.
Just to add to what Jenny was saying there, that would save the NDIS $1.55 billion per year, just cutting that requirement of extensive reports that the NDIA has admitted they are unable to read, but they are still requiring that we source. And they very rarely follow the recommendations in the report. Another cutting of red tape that would help would be to provide participants with a draft copy of their plan and allow a time to make amendments to that plan to make sure it's correct in the first place. That would save a lot of S100 internal reviews of decision, S48 change of circumstances reviews by just getting the plan right in the first place.
Thank you.
Can I add that I'm going to extend this a little bit, because one of the things I keep running into, I've helped 70 families through the ART, right? And the figure that only 3% go to hearing is certainly not my experience, right? When I look at the records that the NDIS has about people, I can take my son, for example, right? My son is 34, he has severe autism. His record says that he has a DSM-5 diagnosis of level 3. Firstly, there's no such thing as level 3. You need 2 levels under the DSM-5, right? The NDIS built a computer system that only allows you to put 1 in, so they created a little rule that you take the higher of the 2 levels, okay? And they've encouraged people to just do that. But the thing is that my son has never been assessed under the DSM-5. So there's that, and we got a copy of his record. Almost the entire record is completely fabricated. And that's this, they've got this mountain of data that's just not connected with reality. It's not connected with the reports. If you want examples of things, people are asked to put in their goals. What's the point in doing that? Because they make no use whatsoever of the goals in the planning process, right? The law says that they need to take regard of the person's goals, and sometimes it mentions aspirations as well. But it doesn't happen. There is absolutely nothing that ties what comes into the plan with what's in within people's goals, right? I have yet to see a plan that actually links the funding to a person's goals, right? And increasingly, they seem to be even more remote, okay? I believe that the goals and aspirations should be there, right? So this is not red tape to get rid of, but what you do need is a process that actually links what's in the funding to the goals, because that's the purpose of the NDIS legislation. And this legislation does completely and utterly the opposite of that.
Right. In terms of the changes that are proposed in the bill, and these changes I'm referring to are specifically in this case around governance, review processes and safeguards. Can you tell me how is that going to change the experience of a participant?
Okay, so most of the individuals I see that I don't know sort of from my social connections come to me via the ART process. And a lot of what the bill's trying to do is to take stuff out of the ART process, to have decisions that are made by the NDIS not be reviewable, okay? That's to just have decisions made and not be reviewable. What do you do about that, you know? Most people don't even understand how the basic process that we have works now, and most people are really scared about taking the government to court, to the ART, to actually have a decision reviewed. That's why there's so few of them. To take away the ability to review those decisions, to just say whoever that person is who's never met the person with disability, making decisions about them without having read the reports that they've demanded we provide, it's just going to make the whole process much more worse, much more stressful. We're already seeing families in dire crises. We've seen some horrendous outcomes in recent times, especially in the autism communities. I assume that you've read and heard of some of the absolutely appalling outcomes that we've seen lately. It's just going to be like that for more families.
You gave an example before of, Ms Avery, of the 1.55 billion that you think could be saved. What other examples do you think, we've talked about this being really about looking for savings, but where are there other examples where you think this bill has completely ignored something that, because you're engaging every day in the system that is designed to respond and support your lives and the lives of those who are part of this, participants on the scheme, what other areas do you think are just completely ignored or missed by this bill?
The biggest cost in the NDIS is supported independent living and specialist disability accommodation. Our colleagues at Villavanta raised this as an issue as well. The supported independent living or SIL providers, they will set up a roster of care for the participants in the group home and charge at that rate, regardless of whether they're actually providing the support at that ratio or not, and there's no checks and balances. We're looking at, this bill is increasing mandatory provider registration. Registered providers are able to bill the NDIA direct, again with no one checking that the support charged for was actually provided. At Swan, we receive complaints about registered providers every single week, but I can count on one hand the number of complaints we've received about non-registered providers. And the biggest complaint we hear is overcharging and charging for services not actually provided with regards to registered providers. Those are some of the cost drivers that are not being captured in this. Instead, it's the cost cutting is unilateral. It's affecting every single participant, and it's disproportionately affecting people with Down syndrome, intellectual disability, autistic people, psychosocial disability and acquired brain injury, who are often given a higher amount of social and community participation funding. It also doesn't factor in how the NDIA operates, because if you need 24/7 support, NDIA will caps the amount of funding that you can have for daily living supports at 6 hours per day. If you need more than that, it will be either topped up with social and community participation funding, or you have to submit a home and living support application. I've supported several people with that, and typically they're having to put in the application 3 to 4 times, and each time supported by reports costing between $9,000 and $12,000 per application. So there's so many other areas and inefficiencies that would save money, even looking at contractors as well.
I was just going to add, there was an inquiry, a joint Senate inquiry, capacity and capability. All of us have put all these examples forward about how all the savings that could be made and smarter ways, and yet that hasn't been implemented. So there was the ART grassroots level with the workforce. We heard before about inconsistent decisions. You have to upskill, you have to lift the tide and upskill so that the actual people, the delegates and that are making the consistent decisions. It's not about the individual becoming standardised. It's about them being able to interpret it. But we could send that forward too if we take that on notice. There were a number of savings in our submissions.
Okay, we'll go to Wendy, and then we'll have Hannah.
I just wanted to go back to where you were talking earlier about one of the biggest impediments is the red tape required around having to provide repeated reports for lifelong disabilities. We received evidence late this afternoon, from the GPs and physicians who were saying that they're basically being pushed out in the consideration of any of the patients or participants' planning and assessments. would that be something that where they would be able to just do sort of a tick and flick annually, because they would be seeing all the participants on a regular basis? That would be something that would be a quick time saver that they would be able to implement. That, you know, each year that if there's been a deterioration or whatever, they would be able to put some, because they would get copies of specialist results as well.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. We need to use that entire ecosystem and effectively verify a source of truth. Yeah. And I'm sure the professions can come up with something. And to that point before, also even about the reports on the DAXA side that I live with, that's Disability Access and Complaint Services, often you have to mentor the GPs to be able to work out what it is they're supposed to submit, because it's really hard when you get a response, unfortunately, from the NDIS that says, hasn't got enough, I need more. What does that mean? But if we could standardise some of that, then you can definitely use those channels to make it more effective, and it's been clinically validated. I mean, it was said before about the profession. They have to keep to certain integrity and ethics, but we're not influencing on that to make sure that we get the best out of it, and then NDIA can get that validity that they need instead of about, you know, we're doing all these other changes to manage fraud. It's not that's not the area where the fraud is.
That's right. Sorry.
Can I just comment that one of the big problems with the NDIS is they really distrust professionals, right? They have a select little group that they think, yeah, these guys are aligned with us, right? And I especially see this in the ART. But people shouldn't be going to the ART. When Veterans Affairs had the same problem, they created a panel of experts that said, yes, this is good and this is not good in terms of what should happen, right? They got a panel of experts who actually knew what they were doing, whereas the ART has a bunch of people who know nothing about disability. So every case they have to be re-educated. We have to present a mountain of evidence again and again and again and again, right? And if you look at how the reviews are done, when they sort of look at things, they go, who are the people who are doing really bad work? You could actually do it a lot more efficiently by going, who are the people who actually do a good job, right? And if people go to them, then they're going to get through a lot quicker. If we knew who was doing a good job and was producing reliable reports, and we trusted them to say this report should last for 4 or 5 years, think of the amount of red tape that you would reduce by actually going to the professionals and saying the professionals should know. We should be using professional registration, not some bizarre process of registering people, you know, many of whom really struggle in their fields. They're not professionally registered in so many of the fields, whereas professional registration is given complete disregard. If the NDIS wants to fix this, it will sit down with the professional bodies and say, we think maybe your professional registration should be tightened up a bit, and if we can agree on this and produce it, we're going to get, A, the people who do a really good job, and we can refer to them, rather than a whole bunch of people who clearly are mostly in it to actually just make money, whether it be legal or on the margins of legal, right? We want people in here who are doing this more because they want to help people with disability rather than make money. We want you know, those people who have a calling to be in this space and are doing a good job. Register them, recognise them. You can monitor how well they're doing. I doubt that they're going to object to you doing that, frankly. They're going to be highly cooperative. You know, this can reduce your red tape. You're going to be working with people that you can trust, so the amount of stuff that you have to go over and review drops dramatically. You don't need to, every time there's a new problem, you introduce yet another layer of bureaucracy. We have plan managers, we have support coordinators, right? You're just throwing it. We have LACs, plan managers, support coordinators. All of these people are put in to try and fix up a system that could actually be made to work with a much less complicated process.
Thank you. We might go to Nick online and then wrap up, if that's okay. Please go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. Just expanding on that, At Swan, we support people with applying for access, with navigating the review process and reassessment process as well. And we find that NDIA consistently ignore evidence from GPs unless it's supported by evidence from specialists or allied health professionals. And there's no guidance from the NDIA to medical professionals or allied health professionals on what a good quality report should look like, what sort of evidence they need. That guidance doesn't exist. So we're in this situation where we have GPs, medical professionals, allied health professionals who are trying to guess what the evidence should look like without any guidelines on what that should be. And then we also have the additional issue when people are applying for a plan reassessment, where the NDIA will only consider a functional capacity assessment report that is less than 6 months old. The wait time exceeds 6 months in most cases to have your change of circumstances considered. And in many circumstances, the NDIA delegate then says, oh, your functional capacity assessment report is too old. You need to go and get another one and put in a new change of circumstances request.
And it eats up their plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We really do appreciate it. We appreciate your effort and your submission. And you'd just like to say one more thing, Jenny?
Sorry, Jenny from the Alliance. I just wanted to make a comment, and I'm probably saying the most obvious thing, but a lot of this is built on, we've been here before, all of us have been here before, that the systems were broken, they weren't working. The NDIS came about after years and years of looking at broken systems. There was even an early childhood path. And then it was said that we are flying the plane while we're actually designing it at the same time. And when I go on about and you see the systems that work, I think what you hear across the disability sector is no one is fighting reform. Everyone wants sustainability. We just want to get it done right. And that means design up front. And I'm pretty confident because I actually came from private defence industry and I used to actually roll out, develop, design mission critical systems that are all about saving lives. But the reality is that if you design up front, you avoid 85% of the costs. And look where we are because we didn't design up front. We've got fraud, we've got this. We're just saying, I think pretty much the sector is saying, we spend a little bit of time together designing up front, hearing from lived experience, getting in the right voices, and we will get a better scheme, a more sustainable scheme, and a more sustainable Australian economy. That's what I think everyone is about, and never have I seen in any other sector or anywhere else, I don't think, where I suppose effectively Parliament's approving things that haven't been developed. The safeguards to your question before aren't in place. Usually you would have harm monitors, fast resolution mechanisms, oversights. No one has seen any of that. And yet, for other major reforms and reviews, all of those things have been identified and put in place. The Disability Royal Commission was really clear, and it has all the elements here about fragmented systems, broken, not enough funding, because don't forget the funding that's going in is all capped, has said what the outcomes are. So that's the path that we're on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We really appreciate it. We are going to wrap up now, but we do really appreciate your perspective, your expertise and your time. We will let you go, and I'll ask Hannah to come forward.
And thank you for allowing me that.
Now this should be interesting. Can I reach the microphone?
Oh, you don't need to reach it. We can.
Okay.
We can hear you very
Excellent.
nicely from there. Thank you so much for joining us, Hannah.
Thank you for having me.
I will just say, you don't need to release any personal information here, particularly not things like date of birth, address, and there's no obligation to use your full name either.
Of course.
I would say that this is probably pretty personal regardless.
Yes, indeed.
So,
and we thank you so much for coming along.
Well, I don't really have a choice. I'm not going to let this bill pass without putting up a fight, so. Before I begin today, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered here on the land of the Ngunnawal peoples. This always was and always will be Indigenous land. My name is Hannah Divany, and I do not want to be sitting here in this room, begging the government to see people like me as human, begging you to understand the right the disabled community has to live rich and full lives that exist beyond any single four walls out in the world. But I have no choice. None of us do. If the bill gets passed into legislation, the consequences will be dire, far-reaching, and near impossible to undo, and I cannot let them happen without putting up a hell of a fight. I owe it to myself, to all the people who have come before me, who never got the freedoms I have. I owe it to the people I sit shoulder to shoulder with in this new generation that is working so hard to bring disabled life into the light, and I owe it to everyone who will come after us as best they can, depending on what you decide here. I have cerebral palsy, or CP for short, a physical disability that affects my fine and gross motor skills and means I navigate the world in a wheelchair. It's a permanent disability without a cure, which means I've had it since the moment I was born and will have until my last breath. No amount of treatment or medical intervention is going to change that. If it seems strange that I am bothering to define the word permanent, forgive me. The way I understand it, this bill seeks to change that definition, seeks to challenge people's right to access support and funding unless they have demonstrated a willingness to try all appropriate treatments, regardless of cost, geography or personal circumstance, including previous medical trauma or distress. This amendment is, in my opinion, reckless, ill thought out and entirely devoid of any shred of understanding of what living a disabled life is actually like for both the person themselves and their support network. I'm told the decision about what's considered appropriate will be the minister's. My apologies, I must have missed the part where the minister went to medical school or had any first-hand knowledge of the many complex realities that come with living with conditions like mine. A man in Canberra with no relevant qualifications making uninformed decisions about the life, well-being and health, including potentially in its most intimate forms, of a young woman. What could the problem with that be? The only goal being to reduce spending, not upholding quality of life, not seeing a person as a full picture, merely a problem to be fixed. It's not something I'm comfortable with, and I know I'm not the only one. I dare say none of you in power would be comfortable if it were happening to you either. Now, unless you're telling me that the Minister or members of this Parliament know of some amazing breakthrough that neither I nor the world-renowned researchers I work with under one of my many jobs have heard of, in which case, please let us know immediately. My disability is not going anywhere, and neither am I. Unless I happen into a vast fortune, either through my own grit and determination towards my career, or I happen to pick the right 6 numbers, I will be an NDIS participant for life. While CP exists on something of a spectrum, my specific diagnosis manifests itself so that I need help with getting out of bed, going to the bathroom, getting dressed, and practically all aspects of personal care. I can't cook a meal, use a knife, or drive a car. And yet, I am still a working actor, author, writer, speaker, advocate, screenwriter, and media personality. I made it here today with the help of a support worker who drove me from Sydney to Canberra. When I'm done here, she will drive me back. 6 hours of driving over hundreds of kilometres for 10 minutes, a roughly 12-hour shift. The money to pay for that will come out of my social and participation funding, those dreaded words that seem to make politicians around here quiver with fear. Basically, any time I leave the house, if I'm not with a friend or a parent, it costs something. That's an incontrovertible fact of my life. Freedom, ambition, career, a social life, all of the things other people in this room take as a given or as a right even, has a price tag for someone like me. But what I am able to do and the person I am able to be because of that price tag makes it well worth the cost. As it does for so many other people I know. People who live vibrant, rich lives with so many dreams and so much to give. This bill will take that away, forcing people to weigh up and measure just how many times they can be out in the world. How would you like it if we held you to the same standard of rules? I'm lucky because my NDIS plan literally allows me to afford to be here today. Many people whose lived experience this government would benefit in hearing from do not have that same luxury. In fact, this process is absurdly and ironically inaccessible, perhaps on purpose. It's even lucky that I left my house as early as I did today because the time of the hearing was changed without any notice. The less you are faced with the reality of disabled lives, the easier it is to hide, to bury your head in the sand. Now, earlier this year, the Australian Financial Review published an article with the headline, "NDIS spends $12 billion on support for haircuts, walks and movies." That's a headline designed with intentional misinformation to stir up fear, anger and resentment, especially in a cost of living crisis towards disabled people. Neither the government or the NDIA responded to or corrected that narrative, failing to point out the truth of how social and community participation funding is actually used, instead preferring to obsess and panic using our community as a scapegoat yet again. Those who call the shots around here seem very upset about how big the spending has gotten in this category. How dare disabled people want to leave the house? Don't we know we were never meant to be seen, heard or thought of? So allow me to clarify. Social and community participation funding does not pay for an item itself, but simply the privilege of being able to physically access it, a privilege most of the world doesn't even realise they have. Let me put it to you this way. Without social and community participation funding, I can't attend crucial therapies that are important for my health, well-being and the maintenance of the skills and strength I do have, attend appointments independently without support from my parents, both of whom are in the workforce. Are you really expecting them to give up their livelihoods for me? Really putting more weight on families and loved ones already doing everything they can to help us navigate this world that is actively hostile and not built for us to survive, succeed and thrive. For many of us, our parents are ageing. That means their health is shifting in the balance too. It would help if I could turn a page. There we go. Eventually there will come a day when no matter how much they might want to, they are not physically capable of helping us anymore, but they might have to anyway. That's going to put more pressure on our health and aged care systems and lead to more problems. I also, without social and community participation, would struggle to socialise with my friends, some of whom are able to physically assist me, but many who cannot. That means missing birthday parties, dinners and opportunities to support them. It means never getting to date or go on any outings of my own volition. That doesn't seem like it's going to be very good for my mental health now, does it? My anxiety and depression are going to love that. But this is my favourite part. If you cut participants' social and community funding by the proposed 50%, it means I won't be able to make a living in all the ways I described earlier. Won't be able to say yes to spontaneous, creative opportunities like learning how to be a play school presenter. Won't be able to do the networking and challenging of traditional representation that means so much to so many people. Without a livelihood, I will no longer be a taxpayer. You know, one of those poor sods shouldering the burden of the NDIS, forgetting the fact that the disabled community is the only marginalised community a person can join at any time without any warning. I suppose the only upside is, if I'm not working, then I'll have even more time to be a thorn in the government's side, and so will my friends. That should be fun. In spite of copious evidence that fraud plagues the NDIS, something this government has itself admitted, none of the proposed measures actually address the issue. You claim they do, and that these changes will empower us, but we know the truth. They'll do the very opposite. Hang on a minute. Isn't there a word for something claiming to be what it isn't? Oh yes, now I remember. Fraud. Ironic, isn't it? The number crunchers around here seem to have deluded themselves into thinking that disabled people daring to live costs too much, that our lives can be reduced to lines on a budget that simply must be balanced, forgetting all those zeros represent actual human beings, that all they need to do is cut our funding, kick a few $100,000 off the scheme to be sent God knows where, because last time I checked, no other decent infrastructure has actually been built to accommodate this, and all will be well. Let me tell you what I think is going to happen. There'll be lawsuits and media circuses negligence claims, and maybe even scary words like manslaughter thrown around if the worst thing happens. The mental health crisis will escalate, as will the strain on our healthcare system. You'll find the workforce shrinks, as our support systems have no choice but to leave to ensure our safety and survival. That'll mean more people rely on other government support, Centrelink and the like. But those systems won't be able to handle the load, already stretched to breaking point. What happens if they collapse? If our economy actually creeps closer to the edge of the cliff rather than further away? What happens then? Well, disabled people will experience loneliness and isolation on a scale that belongs in the dark ages. We will slowly fade from view until some of us disappear completely. There will be people here now who have fought so hard and have so much to give that if this bill goes through, will eventually not be here anymore. You may cast me as a frightened little girl, but hear this. When disabled people die as a direct result of this bill, and they will, their blood will be on your hands. How do I know people will die? Because you will have made it impossible for them to live in so many ways. And you will have to live with that every single day for the rest of your life, haunted by their ghosts and me every time I have a platform, because I'll be damned if I ever let a single politician in this government forget what you did if you dare position your own political power over our humanity. This bill must be withdrawn, otherwise you are sentencing me and everyone in my community, including Senator Jordan Steele-John, to the dark. And we've worked so damn hard to come into the light. Please don't let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. We really appreciate your time coming and sharing your views with us.
There's nothing more to say.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Hannah. We do appreciate it. There's a
Yes.
it's a long way to come.
Well, the future of my entire community depended on it, so
yeah,
it was worth it.
Indeed. Thank you so much. We will now suspend and return at 2 p.m. Welcome back, everybody. I'd now like to welcome representatives from Every Australian Counts who are appearing online today. I think, as you may not have heard this, but we are having a slight challenge with what we can see for the video. So I'm going to need you to each identify yourselves because we can't see you until you speak and then you will pop on the screen. So if I could ask you to identify yourselves, your name and the capacity in which you're appearing, that would be great.
Certainly, Chair. I am Dr. George Phillips, and I am the independent chair of Every Australian Counts.
Fantastic.
And I'm here with Heidi. Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry, my headphones weren't working for some reason. Hi, my name's Heidi LaPaglia. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here on behalf of Every Australian Counts as well.
Great.
And Sam, and just so you know, Sam uses a communication device and might need a bit of extra time to introduce themselves.
Great. That's fine.
Hi, my name is Sam P. Hi, my name is Sam Peterson. I use you, yours pronouns. I'm a visual artist and writer with high support needs. I use AAC to communicate and I'm a power wheelchair user.
That's Sam. Back to you, Chair.
Do you have an opening statement that any of you would like to make?
Yes, we'll speak, and I'll start, if that's
Great.
okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I appear today as the independent chair of Every Australian Counts. We are the grassroots community of people with disability, families and allies who fought for the establishment of the NDIS 15 years ago. We fought for a national insurance scheme that would be there to cover reasonable and necessary support and provide choice and control over those supports for Australians with a significant and permanent disability. It is important to remind the Senate that disability can affect any of us at any point in our lives. It can happen to you or to someone that you love. And if it does, you want to know that your support needs will be covered where those supports are reasonable and necessary. So, you will not be surprised to hear that our community is horrified to see that this bill will take those supports away from us. That is why our community has come out strongly to oppose this dangerous bill. 4,500 submissions in 2 weeks. We oppose this bill because it attacks the very foundation of the NDIS that we fought for and that we rely on for the essential supports that keep us alive. I am not being dramatic here. I am simply bringing attention to the realities of this dangerous bill. Now, we have talked a lot about the 50% cut in community participation, and that is deeply concerning. But this is just one example of what this bill has the power to do. It also gives the minister the power to cut any support by any amount, and that is a terrifying and dangerous power that will cause serious harm to disabled people. Let me explain in very simple terms what Section 34A of this bill says. And as I explain, I ask senators, please think about what you would say if you read an insurance policy that said this. The bill says, yes, we recognize that you need that support. Yes, we recognize that you need that wheelchair. Yes, we recognize that you need assistance to have a shower, to go to the toilet. We know that this is reasonable and necessary. We know that this need has arisen because of your disability, but we are no longer committing to covering that need. We might cover 50% of that need. We might cover more. We might cover less. The percentage will be decided by a ministerial determination. So let's think about an insurance policy that was phrased in that way. Because the NDIS was, and still is, meant to be insurance against disability. Would you accept your insurance policy for your car or your house to have that kind of provision? No, of course, you would not. So why would disabled people accept this kind of provision in an insurance for our lives? Sorry, hold on 1 second. This bill also gives the minister the power to impose ratios on how supports are delivered. I am referring here to Section 33 of the bill. That provision would allow a ministerial determination to set a maximum ratio of worker to participant. In plain English, that means that through this bill, the minister can force a person who needs one-to-one support to share their support with 2, 3, 4, or even more than that. We don't know. So, what are the consequences of allowing the minister to have this power? Have a look at the Disability Royal Commission report, and you will see what happens when people are forced to share support. We end up in unsafe situations where we are exposed to abuse, neglect, and preventable harm. I will now hand over to Sam, who has first-hand experience of what this is like. Over to you, Sam.
I am here because this bill puts my life at risk. Before the NDIS, I was forced to live for years in a group home and in a nursing home because I did not have the level of funding I needed to live a good life. The NDIS gave me the right to reasonable and necessary, individualised support. It gave me a way out of the group home and to have a life where I have choice and control over who provides my support. This bill takes that right away from me, and the Minister will have the power to force me back into a group home and have my choice and control and independent life taken away from me. I know what happens when people like me are forced into shared, underfunded support. When I lived in a group home, like the nursing home, I did not have a choice about who supported me. It's horrible torture having someone you didn't choose touching every part of your body. Support workers displayed abusive behaviour, even the nice ones. They did because they were overworked. They'd pull my catheter because they were in a hurry. I experienced infantilization, gaslighting, neglect, homophobia, and even abuse and exploitation on a daily basis. They routinely left me on the toilet for an hour, and then an hour and a half in the shower after I had buzzed. They said I buzzed too much. It was once every 15 minutes, and they often forgot me. Often my speech device was denied to me. Myself and my home weren't cleaned properly, leading to infections and sores. When I asked for things like my keyboard to be cleaned, they would say, get your individual support worker to do it. I only got enough funding for 6 hours a week. They weren't bad people. Their work environment, which was our living environment, was. This led to a high turnover of support workers. Many were untrained in my needs, which was quite dangerous. I never felt safe. It's so painful to speak about these times and the trauma it has left me. I was severely sleep deprived from all the screaming in the group home and fell asleep driving my wheelchair, nearly driving onto the road. All that stopped me was some rails. I was so embarrassed, but also very upset because I knew everything was taken away from me, even my ability to stay conscious. All that kept me going was knowing that the NDIS was coming. The bill that the government are trying to pass are inhumane and unjust. Many humans have died because they have been put in these circumstances, most of them not seen by the coroner because they're considered deaths by natural causes. There's nothing natural about dying too soon because you didn't have access to any quality of life. Please stop this cruel NDIS bill. I can't go back to my old life.
Thank you.
Heidi, you're on it.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Dr. George, and thank you. I will now be finishing the opening statement for Every Australian Counts. Senators, Sam has told you what is at stake. If you support this bill, you are giving the Minister the power to impose ratios of support that would force Sam and other people with high support needs back into group homes. You will be voting to take away our rights as disabled people to safe and dignified lives. The Every Australian Counts submission is clear. Sustainability cannot be achieved by cutting people off from the supports that keep them safe, alive, connected and out of crisis. A sustainable NDIS must protect rights, meet assessed needs, maintain choice and control and prevent avoidable harm. That is why we must oppose mandatory registration and the removal of Section 31. Section 31 is one of the clearest parts of the Act that protects participant-directed and individualised planning. EAC has recommended that it be retained and strengthened, not repealed. Without that protection, the scheme becomes more standardised, more administratively driven and less able to respond to the real lives of disabled people and their families. I also want to speak to the gendered impact of this bill. The bill expands parental responsibility through proposed subsections 34(1)G and 34(1)K, which presumes parents will provide substantial care, including supervision, personal care, transport, emotional support, behavioural support, and daily living support, regardless of disability. That's almost every aspect of support that disabled children need. In practice, this shifts disability support labour back onto families, and we need to be honest about who carries that labour. It is overwhelmingly mothers, women, grandmothers, sisters, and disabled parents themselves. This is a rights issue and it is a safety issue. Just as disabled people should not be forced back into group homes, disabled children and adults should not be forced to rely on exhausted mothers, partners, siblings, or family members as their only safety net. And women should not be forced to pick up that unpaid labour. This places both disabled people and their carers at risk. When support is withdrawn, families are forced to provide care they may not have the training, capacity, health, or safety to provide. That can lead to burnout, poverty, relationship breakdown, family violence, neglect, injury, and crisis. It also places disabled people at risk because unpaid care is not the same as having access to skilled, chosen, accountable support. People lose privacy, autonomy, and dignity when their basic needs depend entirely on exhausted family members. And families lose safety too because the system is asking them to absorb the risk that properly belongs to a funded disability support system. So the question is not just whether families love their children or loved ones enough to pick up that support. Of course they do. The question is whether Parliament should legislate a system that makes disabled people's safety depend on how much unpaid care the women in their life can survive providing. That is not a rights-based NDIS. It is a return to the old system by another name. Every Australian count supports improvements to the NDIS. The NDIS can and should be improved and hold to account the bad providers that commit fraud and exploit and neglect people with disability. But the bill does nothing to target providers. Instead, it punishes people with disabilities by slashing our funding, by removing our review rights, and by expanding ministerial powers to take our supports away from us and our families. The bill creates unchecked ministerial power for broad funding cuts, caps, and unsafe support ratios. It will push people back towards systems that have already failed our community. It will lead to serious neglect, injury, illness, and death. The original promise of the NDIS was that people with disability and anyone who might acquire a disability could access the support we need to live safety and with dignity and autonomy in an inclusive way. That promise is now under serious threat because of this bill. We ask the committee to listen to people with disability and our families. Do not pass this dangerous bill in its current form. Protect reasonable and necessary supports. Protect the NDIS as a rights-based individualised insurance scheme. Protect the promise that so many of us fought for.
Thank you very much. If we might just go to questions now, if that works for everybody.
Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay, excellent. We'll go to Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all so much for your evidence today. Can I just confirm EAC's position? Do you believe the bill in its current form should pass the Parliament?
Absolutely not, Senator. This bill must not pass the Parliament. If this bill passes the Parliament, it will take back all the necessary support that we need to survive. It must not pass.
Thank you, thank you, Doctor. Now, can you share with us how the cap on classes of supports or a maximum ratio for support workers on a participant might impact the community in your view?
Absolutely, Senator. And I think that you have heard very strong evidence from SAM what happens when people are forced to share support. This is a very, very terrifying power in the bill, because when you think about the fact that you can have someone be assessed as needing one-to-one support, and then you can say at the same time, we will fund that support as one-to-4, or any number that the minister chooses, you are putting that person's life at risk, because it's not possible to help someone with their breathing or with their swallowing or with their meals while you're helping another person on and off the toilet. It is not possible. People will die if these ratios are imposed on people who need one-to-one support.
For people that might not understand or have heard of the language before, what practically does it mean for disabled people to have to contemplate shifting from the one-to-one support they might receive to 2-to-1 or other ratios of support? What does that practically mean for people's daily lives?
Well, personally, it would mean I need to end my life. I would not survive in a group time. So by agreeing to this bill, you are telling the government that it's okay to end my life. And I don't want to speak for Sam, but I've known Sam for many years, and I think that Sam would have a similar view. Sam?
Just before we go there, Dr. Teleporos, just so that the committee has a clear understanding, you're saying to us that if you were required by a government decision to go from receiving that one-to-one care that you currently are funded for to being required to have a ratio of support that means you'd basically have to share a support worker, that would have such an impact on your quality of life that you wouldn't see your life as being worth living. Is that accurate?
It's not just the quality of my life, it is the safety of my life. I need help to swallow. I need suctioning every 30 minutes, sometimes more often. I can unexpectedly have difficulty breathing. I don't know if you noticed, but during that testimony, it was hard for me to get the air that I needed. I sometimes have very, very intense needs that aren't great until a support worker takes someone else off the toilet or get someone else out of bed and need one-to-one support. This bill says we don't care. We don't care about your individual needs. We, the minister, looks for power to cut those supports and imposes ratios to force a support worker to suction me at the same time as they are getting someone else off the toilet. This is unsafe. This is harmful. This will lead to unnecessary death.
Thank you, Doctor. Sam Peterson, I know you were going to comment.
I'm not as disabled as George, but my life would not be worth living. I'm not as disabled as George, but my life would not be worth living.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm conscious of time, and my colleagues have some other questions that they'd like to ask you. I just wanted to finish by asking for your reflections as EAC on what the impact of the new definition of parental responsibility could be on participants on the scheme and family members.
I think I'll hand that to Heidi. Heidi?
Yeah, sure. I think, as I spoke about in the opening statement, it's the bill proposes to expand parental responsibility to cover almost every type of disability support that there is for children with disability. The impact will be enormous. Essentially, it proposes to put a huge amount of labour back onto families. It will force disabled parents and the parents of disabled children out of work to care for their children. It will break apart families who need support to stay together. It will force families into child protection systems, into justice systems, into housing systems. It will place a huge amount of pressure on state-based systems, which have already said they do not have capacity. It will break down families. It will result in long-term health and mental health issues for parents and children. We also have huge concerns about the requirement for families to exhaust all other treatments prior to accessing NDIS support, and there is significant concern, and I know that this is a separate matter to the parental responsibility issue, but it is connected. There is significant concern that the government is effectively telling people how to parent by doing this, by forcing people into treatments and programs that they may essentially not with and may actually be harmful to disabled children and disabled parents. I think that, yes, that there is enormous impact that needs to be considered, and it certainly needs to be considered that this is not a cost-cutting exercise. It's being framed as a cost-cutting exercise, but actually what it will do is force families into crisis and eventually cost mostly states and territories, but it will cost governments a huge amount more than they're actually cutting.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your evidence today. I'll pass now to my colleagues, back to the chair.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic has joined us online, and we'll go to her for the next question.
Thank you all for your time and for your evidence today. My question is for Dr. George, and it goes to some comments that you've made in your submission and also some comments from Heidi in her evidence. You talk about this bill breaking the original promise of the NDIS. Could you just talk us through how the bill actually does that? And we've heard of some of the impacts that you all believe, but just some of the really clear, foreseeable consequences of this bill if it goes through as it stands. particularly related to that original promise of what its intention was?
Thank you, Senator. The intention of the NDIS and the promise that all sides of government made to the disability community and to Australia as a nation was that if you had a disability, whether it was acquired or if you were born with that disability, that there would be an insurance scheme there for you to ensure that you got the support covered by the government. And the cost of disability is very high. Some people that need 24/7 support, that cost isn't something that any person ordinarily can pay for from their own income, and nor should they. The concept is that we spread the cost across every taxpayer, and so when someone does acquire the disability or is born with a disability, the reasonable and necessary support needs will be met. And what is so shocking about this bill is it says that it is saving the NDIS for future generations. No, that's a lie. This is not saving the NDIS for future generations. This is killing off the NDIS as of when this bill passes. Because suddenly that promise of reasonable and necessary will no longer be there. You'll be dependent on the minister of the day saying, I'm going to decide now whether I'm going to cover 10% or 20% or whatever percent the minister decides of your disability support needs. That is not insurance. That is essentially rationing, which is what we had before the NDIS. So it will take us back to a rationed level of support that we all agreed was not appropriate and was not what our country wanted.
And it didn't work. A question to any of the witnesses. Your organisation conducted a survey and held community forums. Are you able to sort of give us a brief overview, and I'm mindful of time, of what sort of the biggest piece and most consistent piece of feedback was?
Yeah, I have to start off. The feedback from the community was absolutely stop this bill, do everything that we can to stop this bill. That parents who thought suddenly when the NDIS came in, parents who thought my son or daughter will have the support that they need, so when they die, that they will not have to worry. Suddenly, through this bill, they saw that was no longer going to be guaranteed. That was a very consistent message of what will happen to my child or my son or daughter when I die. The other really powerful message from the survey was that we as disabled people contribute to our community, and we can do that because of the NDIS. It's because we can get out of bed and eat and get on with our day that we can have jobs, that we can contribute to our community, and that the benefits of that to Australian society should not be underestimated or forgotten. And further to that, we have the when we employ a support worker to help us get out of bed, our parents or partners can go off and go to work themselves. It's a multiplying effect. The NDIS is an investment. It's an investment in our lives, and the return of that investment is very, very positive. And that's something that I think the government has forgotten in designing this bill and focusing on cost cutting.
Thank you. Is the time up, Chair?
Yes. If you
back to you then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, we'll go to you next.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and for your submission. Dr. Talaporos, as you highlighted in your submission, the bill authorises the Minister of the Day to cut funding indiscriminately across all budgets for things like social and community participation. Though I think important to note, it's not just limited to social and community participation, and the Minister could choose at any time to cut everyone's funding for activities of daily living. If the bill passes, the government has said that it will immediately use the power to cut all social and community participation budgets by 50% and capacity building budgets by 10%. No one's individual...
The senator. Suddenly,
yes?
senators down cut out.
Oh, okay.
Is that fair, Joanna? Okay, you're right. We heard just
the first bit. Okay, so I was saying,
yeah.
if the bill passes, the government has confirmed that they'll use the power to cut all social and community participation by 50% and capacity building budgets by 10%. And we know that no one's individual circumstances will be taken into account. In your assessment, will this measure isolate people with a disability, and could it increase the risks of violence, abuse and neglect that we've heard about?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'm so glad that you asked it, and I also think that what you just said is important for the senators, for everyone to remember. This isn't just the 50% for community participation. This is a power that will go across any support, regardless of what that support is. Even if that support means a person getting out of bed and going to the toilet. The minister has the power to turn that support off to 0.1% if they choose to do this bill. How cruel would that be? And why? Why on earth would the minister want to do this? And also, how can you as a Senate approve something so horrific? So thank you for raising that. In response to your question about community participation, I think that when we isolate people, when we say to people, you can't go out and be part of the community, we are setting the scene for that person to be in a situation where the only people that see them are the people that come into the house and provide that support. How on earth will anyone know when something is wrong if that person is not seen in the community? This is a very, very ill thought out proposal, and I urge the Senate to come out strongly against these wide-sweeping ministerial powers. They're inhumane, they're unsafe, and they should not be allowed.
Thank you very much again for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Does anyone have any final questions? I would like to thank you so much for coming and sharing your perspective and your knowledge with us today. Your testimony has been very, very powerful, and we thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity. And please make sure that this bill doesn't pass as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
As it stands, just think of it to what I just said. Is that right, Sam? Yeah, thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So we will now we will now ask, where are we going now? The representative from Ability First Australia to either come to the table or identify themselves online. There we go. I'll check in a minute.
Thank you, Senators.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. If you would care to introduce yourselves with your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and then we'll move to any opening statement you might have.
Thank you. My name's Andrew Rowley. I'm the CEO of Ability First Australia.
Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Terry Simons. I'm Chief Executive of Berry Street, Uralla, one of the members of Ability First Australia.
Okay, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Senators, for inviting us to join you today. Ability First Australia represents 16 of Australia's largest not-for-profit registered NDIS providers. Our members support approximately 92,000 Australians with disability, their families, carers and supporters, and employ more than 28,000 disability workers across each state and the territories. Many of our members have served Australians with disability for more than 90 years. These are the providers that support participants who require the most complex supports. This bill marks the most significant single legislative reform to the NDIS since its inception. It is also one part of a much larger reform program. The announced reductions to social, civic and community participation and capacity building funding, the introduction of differential pricing, the move to new framework planning, the commissioning of supported independent living, plan management, support coordination and the operationalisation of foundational supports are taking effect on overlapping timeframes, often on the same cohort of participants who require the most complex supports and the providers that support them. Considered together, the speed and scale of the cumulative impact on participants with complex needs and on the registered not-for-profit providers who support them will exceed anything the sector has previously absorbed. The participants who carry the greatest impact from the reforms are those for whom no alternative quality service exists. Those in supported independent living with high complex needs in thin markets, leaving hospital or institutional care, and participants with significant cognitive and communication disability who cannot navigate complex systems without supported decision making. Whether the bill and the broader reform program succeed will be measured by what happens to these participants over the next 18 months. The financial position of the not-for-profit registered provider sector is not currently capable of absorbing the cumulative, I'm sorry, Senators, reform impact. Benchmarking data from Ability Roundtable, which represents around 20% of all registered provider payments by value, shows registered providers serving large numbers of participants requiring complex supports, entering their 5th consecutive year of losses, with median liquidity ratios below 1 month of operating expenses. Members of Ability First have advised that in the absence of transition arrangements, they will be required to withdraw from services to participants with complex needs and close service sites during the reform period. We need to be really mindful over the next 6 to 12 months or so of the impacts this bill, as it stands, has on those participants with the most complex supports needs. I'll now pass to my colleague Terry, who will talk a little bit about Berry Street Uralla, one of Ability First's wonderful members.
Thanks, Andrew. As Andrew said, Ability First Australia is a collection of providers. We're one of those providers and one of the largest and longest standing providers of disability supports in Victoria and the country. Berry Street Uralla represents a merger of 2 organisations, Berry Street and Uralla. Berry Street having specialised for 150 years in child and family services, Uralla for 110 years in disability supports. The merger gives us unique perspectives on how the different service sectors supporting children and families and people with disabilities actually interact, and we think that's relevant to considerations around this bill. We employ a combined workforce of about 3,500 staff, over 2,000 of whom work in roles funded by the NDIS. So we are concerned also about implications for the workforce of aspects of the bill. We do acknowledge the need for reform. We welcomed and participated in the Disability Reform Commission. We welcomed the NDIS review. We welcome aspects of the bill aimed at targeting fraud and giving the NDIA stronger powers to ensure appropriate use of funds. We also welcome the Minister's announcements earlier, just preceding this bill, about moves towards commissioning and alternative approaches towards securing services for people with disability. We do not support the bill in its current form. We think the bill in its current form includes significant risks to safety of participants, well-being of participants, safety of the workforce, viability of programs, and we think there need to be changes to the bill in order to ensure that there are not unintended adverse consequences for supports providers and, most importantly, participants and families and carers.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Askew.
Thanks for your evidence and for your submission. Just got a few different things I want to touch on. So on behalf of Senator Steele-John, I have to get this on the record. Do you support the bill in its current form?
No.
No.
Thank you. He wanted me to ask that question before he stepped out. So just on my things, you're talking about the major risks to safety of participants and to the workforce. Can you just go through where the key areas of that are within the proposals within the bill, where your greatest concerns are, and then also what steps we could take to improve that?
There we go.
Happy to comment. The area of most concern is to do with ministerial powers for arbitrary cuts to categories of support, in particular social and community participation. In some of the commentary around that power in the bill, the statement or implication has been made that these supports are not as critical to people's lives as supports for daily living or overnight supports. I think those statements represent a misunderstanding about how the different supports that people access actually interact in their lives. For example, almost all of the people that we support, there's almost 300 people that we support in supported residential settings, almost all of them also have access to social and community participation, which means that even if they're living in group homes or shared living arrangements, they have access to supports that allows them to leave the homes during the day and participate in the community. If those supports are cut, their capacity to access the community will reduce. They'll be forced to spend more time within the group home, And we know from our experience, and we've heard from their evidence at the Disability Royal Commission from people who've lived in those settings, what that can mean for people's levels of frustration, their mental health and wellbeing, their dignity, and their human rights to access things that we take for granted in the community. Those limitations will undoubtedly impact on their wellbeing. It will also impact upon their safety within the home, because we know, unfortunately, that there is, conflict in those settings between people who are confined to limited physical spaces, and that applies between residents, but also applies between residents and carers, therein lie some of our concerns for the safety of residents and staff, and they are a direct consequence of the proposed cuts to social and community participation. I know residents who every single day of the week will leave that house and enjoy activities in the community, and I know how they feel when that aspect of their plans run out and they're limited to staying in the house all day. I see the impact on them, and I hear that directly from them. There are other concerns, I think, about safety related to assumptions made in the bill about people's access to other treatments, by which I think I meant health systems, and the theoretical access to health systems or other supports in the bill does not represent actual access to health systems, and therefore I think some of the consequences of provisions in the bill will be that they miss out on NDIS supports but are unable to access the supports that were taken for granted in making that decision.
So do you mean, just to clarify that, do you mean that their access to other treatments would be because they haven't got the support to get to those, or is it so it's that being accompanied?
Not necessarily. I mean in regards to the definition of permanence, for example, which requires that people have exhausted all available treatments. And regardless at the moment, as it's drafted, of whether or not they actually have practical access to those treatments in their local community, for example.
So you're touching on that side of it as well, okay. Just going back to you were talking earlier about the supported independent living and the fact that obviously if people can't get out, they're going to be in those environments for longer, obviously impacting mental health and those sorts of things. How would that, as the providers, how would that impact your staffing rosters and the impact there? Where would that go in regard to being able to provide the services?
It would go one of two ways. So if somebody, so many of our houses will have their most intensive staffing after business hours, so to speak, or overnight when everybody's in the house, and we will staff down during the house when people are out in the community during the day. If people are unable to access the community and they're in the house, then the unfortunate choice the provider will be in, we will be in, is either we put on additional staff who are not funded because the cuts in their social and community participation will not be compensated for with an increase in funding for the accommodation side of their plan. So either we will add on unfunded supports and take houses that currently are financially viable and turn them into houses that are not financially viable and unable to be supported for any period of time in a financial sense, or on a safety basis, we will provide supports to those, so it's either on a financial basis we'll suffer because we'll provide supports required for safety, or we will withhold supports compromising the safety of people inside the house. Obviously we won't do that because we have a legal responsibility to provide those supports, but it's a no-win situation for providers in those houses who are left with residents in the house during periods of time for which we're not funded for supports.
And I noticed you mentioned, I think maybe Mr. Ellie mentioned earlier about the 5 years of not actually being profitable for some of the not-for-profits within your group. That would obviously impact further if that would be the case. So would there be a likelihood that even we might see still accommodation closing?
Yes, we're already seeing still accommodation closing, particularly when there's high vacancies, and particularly when the plans come back, particularly for the most complex that have been cut.
Okay.
We're already seeing that.
All right. I want to touch on another thing on workforce. Some of your services also provide allied health services and as well as support workers and care. how do you think that this would impact, the bill went ahead, how that would impact the allied health workforce that you have in your organisations?
So I need to begin answering that question, Senator, by saying the therapy workforce in large non-profit organisations has already endured effective cuts in real terms of funding over 6 or 7 years through price freezes. So it amounts to about a 35% cut in real terms for funding for therapy. That means that organisations like ours that once provided training for the next generation have been unable to do that. We still provide clinical supervision for therapy services, but we're unable to maintain the range of therapy teams that we once had, and have made difficult recent decisions to reduce therapy services because they're unable to generate revenue that covers the costs of providing those services. And that's a very difficult decision for us to have made, but we've made those decisions recently. The bill, as it gives ministers fairly wide-ranging powers without much limitation to make cuts in pricing or cuts in people's plans in the interest of financial sustainability of the scheme, will undoubtedly further worsen the situation of therapy and non-profit providers. And that means quality, qualified services that provide supervision, clinical governance will end up reducing and eventually being wound out of the scheme.
And some of your services are provided in areas where there are thin markets as well. So obviously that's a major impact into the rural and regional areas.
Absolutely huge.
Chair, I know Senator Kavasik...
We've got a laundry list.
Okay. Well, I better... Thank you very much for that. I better stop there. I'll hand it back to the Chair.
We'll go to Senator Ananda Raja.
What's this about?
Or not. We are having some slight online challenges, so we'll skip Senator Ananda Raja for the minute, and we will go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon. One of the things that has been raised, and I've been asking questions about today, is the powers that will be given to the minister and then any subsequent minister. And it's been confirmed that the minister will use these powers to cut social and community participation budgets by 50%, which I think, according to submission, you do support the policy intent of that. Is that correct? The
minister having more oversight?
Yes.
May I might go around and then come back to that. We're very supportive of independent pricing. We're also very supportive of the department and government taking a much more greater role in the policy framework around the NDIS. We're also very supportive of the department in terms of playing a more greater role in stewarding the market. That's been a significant. There's been a significant absence of anyone playing that significant role. Sure. Whilst giving the power to the minister, holus bolus does come with some risks, and Terry identified some of the challenges around that earlier, particularly across just cutting plans and affecting the most complex. Sure. If also the net effect is if I guess government or ministers were to look directly at, say, a perceived underspend in an area of the NDIS where there may be some offsets or savings that could be created, the material effect on people who the scheme was originally designed for and people who require the most complex supports, it's greater than most others.
Sure. But I mean, some of the things you touched on there are a different thing. I'm talking about the support determinations power. Right, yep. And you said in your submission that you support the policy intent of giving the minister power to make these indiscriminate cuts. That's correct?
We do, so long as we don't support the minister having the whole power right across the board. And I guess the comparison I was drawing back there was, talking about the 50% cut to social and community participation, for example, which has been announced. the material effect on other services like SIL, going to work, places like that, other services like that are a real issue for us. We do support the Minister having more oversight, and we do support more independent oversight around the policy framework of the NDIS.
If I could. Sure, but I mean, that's a different thing to having the ability to make these cuts across the board.
Yeah.
And so do you support that or not?
I don't support that, Minister.
Okay.
Senator. So the Minister's... the situation described in the bill is one in which an individual's circumstances would be assessed, and there are assessed as needing a certain level of support for social and community participation, but then a categorical judgment that all social and community participation supports are halved is then applied to them regardless of their individual circumstances. And so the bill foreshadows that having knowledge and advice from the agency about how much support somebody needs, the Minister will then make a decision they'll get less support than they need. And like a number of other provisions in the bill, all of which are aimed at improving financial sustainability of the NDIS, in reality it is pushing costs to somewhere else in the system. And the three places in the system that those costs will go will be families, or they will be state and territory systems, primarily the health system, or they'll be providers. And the reality is that families, I think, are exhausted and out of resources, and we know that from numerous pieces of evidence about where families and carers of people with disability are at, and we've heard that in evidence to the committee itself. We know what situation the health system's in, and providers, as the submission makes clear, are out of reserves and increasingly running to the wall. And so there is nowhere else to go for these costs, and that will have consequences for people with disabilities. On that basis, I don't support the Minister having that kind of determination.
And so do you think, based on what you've said there, that money saved by the Commonwealth through those sorts of cuts will essentially just be money that families and carers and states and territories have to pick up?
Perhaps if I can give you a scenario, Senator, or a couple of scenarios. As I mentioned before, our organisation also provides significant child welfare services and services to children and families, including out-of-home care. We had a 16-year-old come into care this week because the family felt they couldn't, with a disability, that family could no longer care safely for that child at home, and Child Protection made the decision that without adequate supports at home, that child would be removed from their family and placed in residential care, which I don't think anybody considers is the best place for a child or young person to spend the rest of their teenage years. And so that decision was directly related or contributed to by the Family and Child Protection's judgment about availability of disability supports. Last year, by contrast, we had a 10-year-old who was briefly who was living with their grandparents, came into out-of-home care, but was able to return home when NDIS supports were made available to the grandmother, who then felt she could care for that child. There is a direct relationship between the availability of NDIS supports for children and young people with disabilities and their relationship with child protection systems in this case, but for children and adults, the health system. These things all interact around children, young people, adults and families, and fairly indiscriminate, arbitrary cuts in one part of the system have to have consequences in other parts of the system, or they fall to the person with disability themselves.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up? Sure. Are you saying that 16-year-old you're talking about was taken away from his family because of the proposed changes in this bill? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. I'm giving an example.
Sorry, that was the impression.
No, I'm giving an example of how today our workforce...
That's under the existing system this has happened.
Under the existing system, there is a relationship at an individual and family level between the availability of supports and the contact that they have with child protection systems. And when there are cuts to people's plans foreshadowed in this bill, of the scale that is foreshadowed here, that will have consequences for demand in child protection and the trajectories for children and young people into child protection. And we are not the only witness you've heard who's made that point.
Yeah, thank you.
We've heard today from Women with Disabilities Australia, from the Disability Discrimination Commissioner, from Dr Talapouros, that this bill, particularly the ability to cut 50% of someone's social and community participation funding, could leave people in unsafe situations. increase the likelihood people with disability experience isolation, violence, abuse and neglect. Do you also believe that this power could increase isolation, violence, abuse and neglect?
Yes.
Yes.
I mentioned examples before. People, group homes have been widely criticised as being sites in which people are more prone to abuse, neglect, violence, isolation. That doesn't change the fact that many people still choose to live in them, but they do not choose to spend 24 hours a day in those group homes.
Yeah.
And social and community participation supports for those people who live in group homes are their opportunity to leave the home and have access to other activities in the community. If they don't have access to those, then we are left with the evidence that the Royal Commission and many others have heard about what might happen in those situations.
And just adding to that, Senator Pocock, the interaction there with employment is very important too, because a lot of people who go to employment, they use their social and community participation funding to get themselves to that employment.
Yeah, we've heard a lot from particularly people with the NDIS with Down syndrome about how that is actually a big part of how they get to work. So
yes,
very concerning.
And we'll go to Senator Ananda Raja, hopefully.
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
There we go.
I just have a couple of questions. One relates to mandatory registration. As you know, the government's looking to introduce mandatory registration. Can you just comment on what this means practically for providers and how this will interact with quality of care provision?
Thank you, Senator. We are very supportive of mandatory registration. But we also, in certain settings, and I'll come back to, or maybe touch on SIL, for example, and maybe perhaps I've been around too long, but I didn't ever think that SIL, any providers providing SIL, support independent living, were supposed to be ever unregistered. However, we're at that point now. So we are very supportive, of course, people who require the most complex supports are, then we should have mandatory registration. We also understand that you can't roll out a single model to every provider in the NDIS, for example. And I think that's more reflective of some of the other notes in the bill around using technology, having providers sign up to sort of tiered, I guess, levels of registration versus one size fits all. And we think that that's obviously very important. And you might roll that out, say, in therapy and other areas where you might be dealing with someone who requires less complex supports than perhaps others. So we're very supportive of mandatory registration and very much take our hat off to the NDIS Commission and rolling out SIL, mandatory registration for SIL, platform providers and others as of 1 July. And we'd like to see further registration across the board. Noting, though, that registration does increase the cost base and particularly if you're dealing in a SIL environment, like AFA members do, who are all registered providers, they have a very different cost base and reporting framework that they have to adhere to as registered providers.
Senator Ice.
But what are the benefits to participants with regards to registration?
Do you want to answer that one, Terry?
Senator, the benefits to participants of registration are the same as the benefits that anyone accessing the health system has when they know that their medical practitioner or health professional meets a certain standard, is maintaining a certain level of continuous professional development, is undergoing some level of external scrutiny to make sure that they're meeting standards, to make sure they have reporting obligations, that when things go wrong they are submitting to external scrutiny. Yeah. They are all the things that we take for granted when we access the health system, but people with disabilities cannot take those things for granted. They have no visibility on that, and there's a whole section of providers, in fact the overwhelming majority of providers, who are not subject to those kind of provisions currently, and it's very difficult, I think, for participants and families to know exactly what the scrutiny and oversight is for the providers they're accessing. Having said that, I support the intent of the bill to change and tighten the definition of providers so that, for example, retailers and so on are not caught in that definition.
Okay, that's helpful. And just one last question, just in relation to commissioning. The government's outlined an intent to consult on home and living options so that the NDIS market can support more innovative models of care and also promote viability of providers, which you've cited as an issue. Can you see any benefit in consulting on this issue and in this concept of models of care and commissioning?
First, Terry.
Yes, Senator. I think, in fact, that consultation points to an alternative to the fairly rushed process that this bill provides.
Yeah.
Commissioning is an opportunity to say, what are the outcomes we're trying to get, what kind of services might deliver those outcomes, and then go to market and procure services in order to deliver those outcomes, and then review and evaluate them over time to make sure they're doing what was on the box. That is what commissioning is in simple terms. At the moment, providers are not subject to that process. Providers deal with thousands of participants who come with plans carved up into little pieces, and we have to make services work by combining numbers of participants with different elements of their plan. And so when there are cuts of the type proposed in this bill, it will make it very difficult to make those services work. If government, on the other hand, came to us and said, here is a more constrained budget within which we would still like to buy services that can do these things, how could that be done? A commissioning process would allow that kind of partnership with providers, would also allow people with disabilities, families and carers in on the process to be part of a design process and a conversation and a level of oversight of the sector, which they currently do not have. So from our point of view, commissioning would be an excellent alternative to this bill being rushed through and might actually point to a more sustainable approach to delivering efficiencies over time.
Okay, and just one really quickly, that consultation with participants, are you talking about between provider and the participant base that those providers have in co-designing a model of care?
No, actually, I mean at a kind of system level and a sector level. At the moment, a participant comes and they have some line of sight on a decision related to their own plan, but they have no access through any mechanism to how well the market's working in their own local community. If we were commissioning services, you could imagine the department or the NDIA establishing local networks that include providers, participants, families, advocates and others who can look at the data about how the market's working and decide whether it's on track or not. That is what a commissioning system would be. And it is available to the department. They already commission services in, through PHNs, for example, in primary health care. PHNs have now waded into aged care. There are avenues available to the government to think about doing this, and it could deliver savings for them in a way that avoids some of the unintended consequences of this bill.
Okay, thank you. That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Little.
Thank you. I just have a question about your submission that actually refers to some registered providers entering their 5th year of losses, particularly those that are in supported accommodation. You've raised concerns that NDIS supports might be funded at less than their actual cost under the proposed 32K 3C of this legislation for high needs participants in SIL settings. Can you tell me where you mentioned before about some of those services already closing because of not being able to fill those funding gaps previously? What is happening and what do you see as potentially happening if that is to go ahead with those changes, and what happens to those people?
Thank you, Senator. The issue more broadly is, well, what happens to those people is, well, if we don't have viable SIL settings, we can't make them work anymore, which really rubs against the mission focus of our members and other not-for-profits that are out there. What happens when we can't get rosters of care right, or we can't, or the SIL package is not appropriate for the complex requirements of the individual who is in that environment? we're often having to move those individuals or having and therefore having to close down that that home or similar. I guess this flows across the interplayers, the interaction across some of the bill more broadly, and perhaps back to Senator Pocock's question around the issues around ministerial powers and others. So if we see drastic cuts right across the board, then you know we've spent the last 5-6 years in significant deficits, which means that balance sheets have been eroded. And these are balance sheets that have been built up over 90+ odd years through various fundraising initiatives by families and others. And I think that we will see more of that if we don't get price settings right, and we also don't get the settings for the NDIS right around plans, particularly in supported accommodation settings.
Do you want to add? Can I add and just be a bit more concrete about what happens? So if we make a decision, as we have recently and as we will again, make decisions that a house is not viable because we can't cover the costs of the house, then we would notify residents, we'd notify any families and carers, we would notify staff, we would notify the NDIA. The NDIA would then work with participants and families to make them aware of alternatives in the local market, as we would also, and facilitate them to transfer to any other provider who could meet their needs. In those situations, you know, the NDIA, we hope, would carry a significant responsibility to make sure they're informed, but they're at the mercy of whatever the market can provide. Yeah. It's a very distressing process and situation for families and carers. For the workforce, I might add, we would offer them alternative work and shifts where it's available, but if that's not available, their jobs will be redundant.
Yeah, quite distressing for everyone.
Senator Little, just adding to that, we would, of course, as registered providers, be notifying the regulator if we were to do anything like that as well.
Right, okay. I also want to ask, we've heard earlier about standardised responses in terms of the application of the people's plans. I'm wanting to ask about this general shift to automated decision making and why it is critical that participants, particularly with complex cognitive disabilities or other complex disabilities, have a legislative right to human review for decisions affecting their access, or when there are significant funding changes that might impact their access. Do you have a view on that?
I haven't got any particular view on that. I think people with disabilities and people without disabilities would probably expect the same thing, is that there are humans in the loop on decision making in some way. I don't think anyone's opposed to any reasonable use of technology, but I think everybody would have enough experience of, poor decision making or poor implementation of decisions by government agencies to expect there are humans in the loop providing oversight at some level. I don't think that's specific to people with disabilities, I might add.
Yes, just adding to that, use of technology is the way the world's going, and if we can appropriately use it, and it can be appropriately rolled out where it does factor in the full settings of understanding about somebody with a disability when we're looking at a plan, and that involves everybody, families, carers, supporters, providers, everybody in that sort of ecosystem. If we can use technology to build efficiencies, absolutely, we're very supportive of that. A bit like in the ledge around a payment portal and something like that. We're enormously supportive of that. In fact, that would help in a huge way just with some of the administrative overlays that we deal with the NDIS in terms of providers being able to see how much a participant may have spent in certain areas of their plan at certain times. And I think those types of fundamentals, as an example, would be very important for the scheme moving forward.
Senator, if I could add like that and probably 10 other parts of the bill, if it were to proceed in its current form, the minimum amendments that might be considered reasonable would be to try something, monitor its impact, and introduce sunsetting clauses or review clauses so that we can actually understand whether there are unintended consequences, measure them, and report on them.
Thank you.
Not just roll it out.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Kovacic for a swift question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to get an indication from you, if you could give us some guidance on where within the current processes that you have to operate there are opportunities to cut out duplication and red tape, and any insights that you have for us on what kind of cost that adds into the system. Yesterday I asked a question in particular about people with disabilities having to continually reconfirm their lifelong disabilities, as an example.
The feedback we hear from participants and families is along the lines that you've heard, which is the need to have to tell their story multiple times, you know, the inability for the agency in particular to learn from previous assessments and previous collateral is you know, a challenge for both their dignity as well as their time and effort. I also think that if I think back to the NDIS review, one of the recommendations of the NDIS review was a general simplification and greater flexibility in the use of plans, so that instead of participants having to deal with many separate account lines, as it were, within their plan, a few simple buckets and a lot of flexibility to use them, I think was a very good principle in the recommendations of the review and would be a good one to think about. I have to say, I'm not sure the bill, as it's currently drafted, increases simplicity. I suspect it actually reduces simplicity and introduces complexity into the way in which plans are developed and managed.
So effectively there's even more red tape and duplication being embedded into the scheme rather than taking it out?
Yes.
If I could... Sorry, was there someone else going to make a comment?
No, I was just going to say there could be material impact with a lot of the ledgers it's written in that way, yes.
And I guess my concern is, do you have any insight for us? Because obviously these reassessments, the compliance work, the medical certificates, the things like that are required, those costs come out of the plan. Is that right? So they're paid for by the plan itself rather than being used for supports. Do you have any sense of how much that can be for a participant?
I'm not sure that's actually correct, Senator, but I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure that statement or assumption is correct, but I'd have to check that.
Oh, so that's what we're understanding, that some of those costs are incurred through the plan. So that's not correct?
I'm not sure about that, Senator.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, wonderful.
Although,
Thank you
Senator,
very much.
I'll just add that, you know, and I think we have all read about this, that getting a psychometric assessment on anyone can cost you in excess of $2,000 to $3,000 now, and often you need that before you even get access into the scheme. So.
Yeah, and that's where I was coming from. I know that you have to get that to enter the scheme, but if you're being reassessed and you're required to have another psychometric assessment, do you pay that out of your pocket or does that come out of your funds?
It's a great question. We'd have to take that one on notice and come back to you on that.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming and joining us this afternoon. We do really appreciate your time and your effort. We will let you go now, and I'll ask the Endeavour Foundation to make their way to the table. And just for anyone who's online waiting or tuning in waiting, we are running quite a bit behind. So,
thank you, Senators. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, welcome. Thank you for appearing before us today. If you could just let us know your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and then we'll move to opening statements.
Thank you, Senators, and thanks for the opportunity to present today. My name's Andrew Chesterman and I'm the CEO of Endeavour Foundation, have been for the last 6 months, so I'm reasonably new. I've got my colleagues here. To my left is Leanne Rutherford, who's our Executive General Manager of our Home and Community Division, and to my right is Kiralee Bolton, who's our Chief Corporate Relations Officer. Endeavour Foundation is a charity with a focus on disability services. We've been in existence for 75 years. It's our birthday this year, and so we're celebrating that. We support people at home and in the community through day programs, supported independent living and in-home supports. We're also the largest employer of people with an intellectual disability in the country. We have 28 social enterprises and we employ 1,700 people in that capacity. The bill before the committee is important to me, not just as a CEO, but also as a parent. My son is 22 years old. He has an intellectual disability and no speech, and does receive some supports from the NDIS. And the scheme has certainly made a big difference to his life and that of my family. My family's fortunate because my wife and I are engaged, and our daughter, we're informed, and we have the resources and the time to advocate for him. And we can navigate the planning system and fill in the gaps where we need to. But most of the families we support are not in that position. So not speaking in the abstract today, I know what it means to have a family member in the NDIS and to have that capacity to fight for them. And the outcome, as you know, is different for families who don't have that opportunity, whose families might be ageing, stretched, or simply unable to do more. Endeavour Foundation supports the intent of the bill. The NDIS must be sustainable and protected from fraud and waste, must return to its founding purpose, supporting people with permanent and significant disability. And we've called for many of those reforms ourselves over some years. We welcome the direction on provider registration, pricing, independence and foundational supports. We do, however, believe that there are some amendments that need to be made to avoid some of the unintended consequences for the people we support. We take issue with a universal cut to social, community and civic participation funding. We agree that many people may be able to absorb this cut, but many of the people we support are living without family and informal support networks who cannot absorb a 50% reduction in the funding that connects them to the world. This funding is often mistaken as simply facilitating trips to the movies, and of course this funding is really used to support people with a disability just to get out of the house, as we've just heard from Terry, maintain employment, pursue hobbies, do their shopping and attend medical appointments. In our submission we included case studies of individuals with some of these circumstances, and I particularly just want to briefly highlight a story of Stuart, not his real name, a man with an acquired brain injury who lives in supported independent living. Stuart's funding allows him to do his shopping, attend appointments and see his 96-year-old mother in aged care once a fortnight, his only regular social interaction. A 50% reduction to his budget would mean that he would have to choose between eating, seeing health professionals or seeing his mother. For the 1,700 people with a disability that we employ, this funding category provides the supports they need to maintain a job and income. This includes Nick from our submission, who works full-time and relies on his supports at work to ensure task completion, safety, emotional regulation and social interactions. Nick is also one of the many people we support with no informal support networks. His only social connections are with the people he works with. Without his supports, he wouldn't be able to hold down a job, and in turn he would not be able to afford to live on his own. So these cuts would likely mean Nick will either be socially isolated and will need to therefore rely on more expensive supports. So we ask that the committee do not pass the bill in its current form until there are carefully considered amendments that are made to ensure the people the NDIS was created for are not left behind. And this would include appropriate consultation with the very people it is impacting, like the people we support, to let them have a say in how the changes might affect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Kovacic first.
No, I think she's coming to me.
Oh, okay. I was trying to shake it up because I cut her short last time.
That's okay.
I was trying to spread out the fairness and the love.
That's all right.
Senator Little, please go ahead.
I'm wanting to ask about the 50% cuts to social, civic and community participation that you've referred to. You've said that it would leave a dangerous gap for residents, particularly in supported accommodation during daytime hours. What specific risks do you foresee regarding their safety and potential for increased emergency admissions to the health system as a consequence of that?
I'm happy to talk to that.
Thank you.
So within supported independent living, people are actually funded through their plans in a number of different categories. Again, as we've heard previously. Part of that funding makeup is social and community participation funding. To remove that funding by half actually removes a portion of someone's 24/7 supports that they require. They've been assessed as requiring those supports. They've been assessed as requiring someone to support them the whole time. We're talking about people who we specifically work with people with intellectual disability, with very complex needs. So they do need someone to help with all aspects of daily life. That may be toileting, showering. It can include cooking, shopping, eating, etc. The social and community capacity funding makes up part of that plan. So for a person living within that environment, it might mean that they're able to get out of the house on their own a couple of days a week, to go to medical appointments, to go to work. If we cut that in half, or it gets cut in half, it means automatically they're down to 1 day a week of getting out of the house, for example. On that other day, they actually have no funding to support their needs at home, so it means they're unsupported, or as a provider, we come in and provide unfunded supports, which actually contributes then to challenges around viability for the organisation. So the unsafe component means that cutting that funding, we're not actually meeting the essential needs of people that require that support.
Right, thank you. You mentioned also that disability social enterprises are currently financially unviable, and we've seen that recently in my home state of South Australia. What specific sustainable funding model should the government implement outside the NDIS to protect the jobs of high-need employees?
Thanks, Senator. What you said about the unviability of some of those social enterprises is indeed true. It's true for Endeavour, as it is for many of providers. And we think there are opportunities to look to a slightly different model. The model under the NDIS has significant bureaucracy attached to it for relatively smaller amounts of funding that go to and from participants as a result of their plans, that end up being a fund to provide support for them for employment. I think it's important to understand that disability enterprises like we have are not funded by the NDIS, and I think the community often think they are. The NDIS funds the supports for the workers, those employees that are employed by us, but each of those disability social enterprises needs to work on its own commercial terms, and that's getting harder and harder too. So we think there are opportunities to engage the Department of Social Services and the NDIA to explore some different models about how funding could work for those many employees, 1,700 we have, to deal with some of the viability challenges that we have.
Okay. The bill proposes extending the NDIA's decision timeframe for plan assessments from 21 to 90 days. In your experience with participants who have limited support networks, the more vulnerable of the vulnerable, will this delay act as a barrier to those whose care and support needs change quite rapidly?
I'll get Leanne to talk to that, but some of those decisions actually take up to 9 months. Leanne?
Now, we find quite significant challenges in getting those really urgent decisions through, particularly when people's circumstances have changed in relation to health needs deteriorating and a range of other things. So already we're seeing quite significant delays in those decisions being made. And you are absolutely correct. It is the most vulnerable of the vulnerable that are the most impacted. We currently have around 500 people that we support in supported independent living arrangements. About 17% of those people do not have any active support network at all and are actually with the public guardian. It is those people that are often left behind because they don't have that that advocacy and the support and the ability for people to navigate the system to really get those requests through. So I think we're already experiencing it. I'm more concerned about the reduction around the ability for people to even bring that change of situation forward in the first place. That will be very concerning moving forward.
Right. The change to funding for foundational supports seems to push participants to transition to lower cost group-based supports. What proportion of the people you support will be unable to access group programs because of the nature of their disability?
I think we'd probably need to take that question on notice. Right. I probably couldn't give you a percentage straight away. I don't know.
Are you specifically talking about foundational supports?
Yes, foundational.
I don't think I quite understood
Do you want to take
your
that
question.
on notice? Okay.
Yeah.
So is this maybe how many people?
Just make a little warning there about questions on notice. Any questions on notice have to be returned by Friday.
I do understand.
Well, maybe I'll try and answer it.
So do you want me to ask, see if I can ask it again in a much more condensed way? Okay, so this is referencing foundational supports and the changes, including the Inclusive Communities Fund, pushing participants to transition to lower cost group-based supports. And I'm interested to understand how many people would be affected by that change because of the nature of their disability?
We're unable to answer the question about percentages today, but with regard to community-based supports, it's one of the things that's very much been lost with the advent of the NDIS. There were many community-based supports where people with disability had greater levels of inclusion in our communities. Many of those services are now gone, so part of our concern with this legislation is that the foundational supports don't yet exist for people, and we welcome the idea of the Inclusive Communities Fund, but if people are going to have services withdrawn, there are no community-based services for them to go to for people who wish to do that.
Right. I want to ask a question about exemptions. You've requested exemptions be put in place when family members and plan nominees aren't available to request a plan reassessment, which would allow advocates to make those requests if needed. Why do you believe those exemptions are necessary?
I think if we go back to the number of highly vulnerable people that we support that don't have family or strong advocates to support them, so in those cases it's very difficult to navigate the NDIS in the first instance, so being able to support people through that process is something that would definitely be required. I would also say that we support a lot of people that are their own decision makers, so again to be able to support those people that don't have that strong family network or advocacy around them would be critical to ensuring people get the supports that they actually need.
Right, this is my last question. What administrative processes are you aware of that create the greatest red tape burden for participants and providers that essentially don't necessarily add value or benefit to the individual or the provider or to the service? And would you support an independent review of that red tape?
I think particularly for us in our supported employment space, there's significant red tape because of the lower value plans, but the number of transactions that actually have to take place in order to fund the support that employees need. I think most government agencies and departments can always benefit from a red tape reduction task force or the like, having done one myself in the last year or so, but I think making sure that processes move smoothly for our participants first, not the organisations, and then the organisations secondly would be of value.
Can I also add to that and would strongly support the commentary from Ability First as well in regards to we I hear all too often from families and participants the need to retell their story, the need to go through reassessments to prove what they've already proven around long life permanent disability. It is absolutely costly, it is unnecessarily traumatic for people and for families, and it's unnecessary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Senator Askew?
You guys? done.
Senator Kovacic, did you have questions for this group?
Just to follow up on that, if that's okay, Senator Grogan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Talking about the costly reassessments, are you aware whether the costs of those reassessments are actually borne by the plan?
The answer's both. So they are borne by the plan. To get a reassessment, you have to have that cost built into your plan in order for it to be paid for through NDIS. We've seen many families where it might be an OT assessment, it might be a functional capacity assessment, where there needs to be additional information gathered that they've had to end up paying for that themselves. Again, it's the most vulnerable of the vulnerable that are going to miss out on that because they actually don't have that the family to fall back on. So it is the answer to that is both. It really depends on people's situations.
Yeah, because the thing, and I'm thinking aloud, that's concerning me around this as we're hearing more and more evidence, is that we've got the costs of the scheme blowing out. They're looking at ways to cut those costs, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing now. And yet the scheme is requiring all of this red tape and duplication in order to prove things that we already know, and the baseline of which will never change. Someone with Down syndrome will never stop having Down syndrome. So why we're actually building that fundamental cost into the scheme to have that individual reprove that all the time, that doesn't make any sense to me.
It does not, I would agree.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate your time. There was some talk of things on notice. If you...
I think we answered it.
You think you got there? Okay. Excellent. Good. Yep. Great. Phew. Did you have something else you
Could I
wanted to
just say one thing?
Of course.
Provider viability was talked about before. Endeavour Foundation is one of those organisations that we're not a member yet of Ability First, but we will be. Is one of those organisations. We have booked about $50 million of losses in the last 5 years, and it is getting much worse. We are not in a situation where we can take and continue to sell property to keep our organisation going by providing unfunded supports, and the unfunded supports that we provide at the moment are in the millions of dollars. So I think I just wanted to put that on the record that our deficit positions are growing, and we're going to have to make some very difficult and heartfelt decisions around the clients that we care for every day, and have, we have a very strong mission as an organisation. We are very mission driven, but I think we are one of those organisations. Thank you, Senators, for your time.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I would now ask Youth Disability Advocacy Network to either come to the table or identify themselves online.
Hi Chair, Isabella Choate from the Youth Disability Advocacy Network online.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to first acknowledge the sovereign custodians of the lands and that we're all meeting on, and recognise the elders and past and present of the lands on which I'm calling in from today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. I recognise the disabled community, our families, carers and supporters, and the gravity of this moment. For those of us listening in today and present today living with disability, I recognise the terror, exhaustion and deep concerns that we have experienced for the past few years and have been amplified in the past several months. We have heard terrifying testimony today from disabled people who have said that if this bill passes, their lives will categorically not be worth living because they will not have the supports necessary to live a meaningful life. For those of you without disability, it will be difficult to grasp the extent and nature to which this bill will cause harm. And I ask you to consider not just our experiences, but you and your family's futures, because disability is the only minority that you can join at any point. My name is Isabella Choate. I am a proud disabled person and the CEO of the Youth Disability Advocacy Network, WA's peak body for young people with disability, representing the more than 44,000 young people with disability across our state. We are Australia's only youth-governed disabled people's organisation, with 98% of our staff being disabled people. Senators, Every child and young person has the right to grow up in dignity, to develop to their fullest potential, and to participate actively in family, school, and community life. That is the promise that sits at the heart of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, Australia's Disability Discrimination Act, Australia's Disability Strategy, the Disability Royal Commission, and the independent review into the NDIS. It is also the purpose of the NDIS itself to support independence, participation, and reasonable and necessary supports so that we, disabled people, are not considered second-class citizens confined to smaller, isolated lives. But this bill moves in the opposite direction. This bill makes support harder to get and easier to lose. It cuts supports that people rely on to live ordinary lives, and it gives the system more power while giving participants less room to challenge decisions. It does this through tightening access, hardening permanence tests, narrowing reassessments, enabling broad reductions to support categories through giving the minister extraordinary powers. This bill undermines our right to live. It tells our children that they do not, like the rest of our kids, deserve to have their needs met, that the Australian government does not believe that they should be allowed to develop to their fullest potential, and that they should be excluded from family, school, and community life. I want to share with you how Jaden, a member, will be impacted by this bill. Jaden is a 9-year-old living with autism and cerebral palsy. He has mild to moderate support needs. On paper, Jaden may look like the kind of child this bill is prepared to move away from the NDIS. But children do not live on paper, and disability does not happen in isolation. Jaden is also a First Nations child living in regional WA. Jaden is one of 5 siblings, and 4 of those children live with disability. Jaden's life is shaped by regional thin markets, by services that do not exist nearby. Being exited from the scheme would be devastating to the development of Jaden and the capacity of his family to support him. When you look at the child and not the context, you do not get a clearer picture, you get a distorted one. And Jaden is not an isolated example. He represents exactly what is missing from this bill, the understanding that disability policy must deal with real lives, not neat categories. That means talking about supports in a real way, not an abstract way. They are the therapy appointment that keeps a young person regulated, the worker who makes community access possible, the support that allows a parent to stay in employment, the difference between holding a family together and watching it begin to fracture. So when this bill says, in effect, that families should step up, what we hear is, we won't help you, you are on your own. When this bill says we need to test permanence, we hear, prove again that your disability is real enough, serious enough, costly enough, and permanent enough to deserve help. When this bill says other systems should provide support, we hear what we have heard for years. Go elsewhere, even when there is nowhere else to go, and there are years-long wait lists, and we need help yesterday. Too often, when government wants to save money, disabled people are treated as the place where the burden can quietly be shifted, not solving the inefficiencies, but quietly, intentionally removing our access to the world. Importantly, the costs are not being saved, they're being shifted to other systems and onto individuals. Senators, this choice is not only administrative, it is moral, social, and generational. The NDIS does need reform, it does need integrity, it does need sustainability. But rather than looking at genuine cost savers, this government has shifted the cost directly onto human lives. Sustainability cannot mean making disabled people pay for system failure with fewer supports, fewer opportunities, and confined lives. I implore you to consider a future where you and your loved ones are impacted by disability, which is more likely than not. I implore you to make a decision that you will not regret. A bill that secures the future of the NDIS should make children's lives bigger. This one only risks making them smaller. This bill should not proceed in its current form or timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. We will go to questions now, and we'll go to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much for your evidence today, Ms. Choate. Can I start off by asking you, in preparing for today's hearing, Looking through the submissions, I noticed that YDAN didn't actually make a formal submission to the inquiry. Was there any particular reason why?
Thank you, Senator, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to respond to this. So this is a very complex issue, and this is the scale and the complexity of the changes that this bill and other reform across NDIS has been progressed so quickly and simultaneously with a lot of other reform. This submission only had 2 weeks, which goes against the government's own best practice of a minimum of 30 to 60 days. When we work with young people, we need to be able to translate the information, give young people time to understand it, and then ask questions. We then need to have the capacity to consult with other people, with our young people. That alone is an intense amount of pressure. But when you add it to the rest of the context, we need to consider that currently there is reform to the ILC grants, which is how most organisations are funded. The implementation of Thriving Kids is due to be rolled out in October 1st, and we have been asked to consult and work on that as well. The opening of the main funding opportunities for disability organisations like that have been opened during the same time as this consultation, and they have been streamlined but not opened in different categories for the different streams. All of it has been opened at once. So if we are looking as a disability advocacy organisation to protect our future, to continue doing this sort of work, we're basically being given a choice to advocate for our communities and provide submissions, talk to our community through consultation, or ensure the funding of our organisation into the future. They've also just opened the Disability Individual Advocacy Grant round as well. It's really important to note that most of the organisations that you've talked to don't receive funding to be able to do this sort of systemic advocacy. We're doing it because we care, because our community will be impacted. We are doing it voluntarily and in a way that is taking away from our capacity to support our community during this time. It really seems to be a very strategic approach to decimating the disability community from responding to reform. You've heard a mountain of concerns over the past 2 days, and we're really concerned that there's going to be other risks in the bills that organisations haven't had capacity or time to actually identify. This bill introduces changes before systems are in place to absorb the changes. And even looking at the Senate inquiry at the moment, there are 11 federally funded disability representative organisations, and 4 of them haven't appeared on the witness lists. So, it's happening in the context of the disability community being dragged through the mud by the media, facilitated by a $500,000 report on how to make these changes, seem suitable to the general public. Talking about organised crime and fraud, where fraud sits at about 2% on the NDIS, which is on par with other government social programs. I'm not saying that fraud does not need to be addressed, but this has been a very strategic approach to make sure that disability advocacy organisations do not have the capacity to be able to respond. So I hope that summarises why YDAN was unable to put in a submission, but we did endorse Children and Young People with Disabilities Australia and provide some case studies.
Thank you very much. No, that's very clear for us. Thank you. In terms of your organisation's position on the bill itself, do you think the bill should pass in its current form?
It absolutely should not.
Thank you. The bill changes the definition of parental responsibility. Are you concerned about what this will mean for children and young people who need disability support in Western Australia?
We absolutely are concerned. Look, in this bill, it's very vague. So let's first talk about what parental responsibility is in other contexts. If we look at the family courts system, it primarily refers to the decision-making power regarding for long-term major issues rather than day-to-day care. What parents are not is skilled support workers, allied health workers and therapists. This bill places substantial care and support onto parents, including supervision, personal care, transport, emotional support, behavioural support. It reduces access to the very supports that help children stay safe, attend school, regulate their emotions and build independence. Another really key thing is that To support young people to create support networks and community outside of the family unit, you can't rely on the parents to support all of these things. That is not a reasonable parental responsibility. Most young people don't want their families doing everything for them. They want independence. They want to be accessing the community in ways that are providing independence and autonomy. What you're seeing when you're relying on the family unit to be this 24/7 allied health skilled professional workers is you see young people who become older adults, their ageing parents caring for them in day-to-day high support interactions throughout their lives. How does that set up a young person for when their parents can no longer support them? And that's not even to mention that, parents providing this will need to reduce their paid work, will lose income, will have poorer health, will need to have constant supervision, family stress. Their siblings are going to miss out. It's going to break down families. It's going to put children into child protection and justice systems, which are already dominated by disabled people. It's going to shift costs onto health, education and welfare systems. And really importantly, since February this year, we have already seen 2 cases of filicide. That is children being killed by their parents, disabled children. And we are consistently hearing reports of parents who are genuinely considering relinquishing care. The issue is not whether families support their children. They do this already every single day. The issue is that the law is quietly shifting more and more of that onto parents without honestly naming that shift and quite frankly, in a way that is suggesting to parents that they're not already doing everything that they possibly can. So yes, we are very concerned.
Thank you. Just finally, we often talk about young people as though it's just one homogenous kind of grouping, but there are distinct needs, within that age category. If you look at the impact of this bill for those below the age of 18, are there parts of it that particularly stick out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess some of the really key things are functional capacity. And functional capacity is based on what a person can do without help, assisted tech or modifications, and with the personal and environmental barriers stripped away as much as possible, which is a really abstract way. Children and disabled people do not live outside of our context. We know that children with disability face so much rapid change in terms of their environment, in terms of their body, their health. And so having functional capacity being replacing diagnosis, as well as having automatic plan renewals, doesn't make sense for children. It takes away the capacity for early intervention, which also touches on the permanence. A child having to undertake all appropriate treatment, including risk of use of chemical restrictive practices, doesn't make sense. There's so many concerns that young people with a lifelong disability will need to wait until they're in crisis. But our support needs are changing, not static. We need this early intervention. That is best practice. And taking years to demonstrate permanency loses the window of early intervention and is choosing a life where people have more disability, when the NDIS is supposed to prevent us from having escalated symptoms and escalated disability. Also, the fact that cost, location and availability will not be considered massively disadvantages children in rural and regional areas, children in out-of-home care, and families that are facing financial hardship, which, as we know at the moment with the cost of living crisis, is growing every day.
Absolutely. Look, thank you very much, Ms. Choate. I'll pass back now to the Chair so that my colleagues can ask questions.
So who would like to lead off for the Coalition? Senator Little, please go ahead.
Thank you for the evidence that you give in the committee. I just want to ask, you kind of answered it, but I wouldn't mind just having a straight crack at the question. Young people with a disability, have they been properly consulted in regards to the reforms?
Absolutely not. In terms of the consultation period for a submission being 2 weeks, most of what we've heard has been from parents, from carers and supporters. I have not seen many. There's only been the one submission from CIDA that has embedded some case studies from young people with disability. But in terms of what this bill actually means, we haven't even had time to be able to translate it properly to tell young people what this means in relation to them. So young people aren't even at the stage where they're fully across what's actually in this bill, let alone understanding how it's going to impact them and being able to have a say. So no, young people have not been consulted.
Thank you. I want to ask you about sense of belonging and connection for young people, particularly in that period of significant change for their bodies and their environment around them. What impact do you believe the reduction of social and community supports will have on young people particularly?
Yeah, great question, Senator. Thank you for that. Look, social and community supports are not extras for people. They are what help people leave the house, build skills, participate in community life, stay connected and avoid crisis. When you cut the support, the need isn't going to disappear. It's going to just be shifted onto other systems, onto families, schools, hospitals, mental health services, welfare systems and emergency responses. When you isolate people, when you don't allow them to connect with others, you make their world smaller. One thing we talk about a lot at Wydan is that young people are often asked, well, what do you need to feel a sense of belonging? What do you need to be able to connect? And the thing is that young people don't know how to respond to that when their entire lives have been shaped by discrimination and not being able to access services. So when you ask this sort of high ceiling question to young people, you go, what do you need? How do you feel belonging and safety? They don't know because they haven't experienced it. So the fact is that young people will have, sorry, let me rephrase my words. The fact is that young people already don't have access in the same way that their non-disabled peers do to community. When young people come to us, they come to us because they have been bullied so severely that they need to leave schools. They come to us with a history of being suspended from schools from the age of 5. They come to us being told by the school that they're not allowed to participate in the school carnival because they use a wheelchair. So they are already they're missing out on the fundamental experiences that show children about the world that they're about to enter. And we've done a lot of consultation, not about this, but more broadly. And the thing that children consistently say to us is that school and the way that we access the rest of the world right now tells us how the rest of our lives are going to be. And we have so many young people, not completing high school or not being able to get a job, and they feel that that's going to be their life forever because they've never been given that opportunity to participate. So, look, the impact is going to be massive. It's going to be everything from making friends to be able to gain employment, to be able to, go to the movies. And I'm sure that you've heard, in the media that people with disability are using the NDIS funding on going to the movies and spending on movie tickets. No, it's on being able to get support so that we can do things that every other person has a privilege to do. We need to navigate a world that wasn't designed for us. We need to spend extra money to be able to just simply experience a movie with family. So I hope that articulates just a few of the concerns that we have around sense of belonging and community.
Just the last question around young people. You raised the tragedy of filicide earlier. I want to ask you about the importance of supports, awareness, information and connection with young people who may be living with a disability in terms of their ability to be able to reach out for help and support when they start seeing that things are going wrong. How critical is that, and what elements of some of these changes might affect their ability to do that?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. I'm just going to get my captions up so I can respond to all parts of that question. So please give me a moment. So in terms of their ability to be able to reach out for support, so one of the things that we talk about is, again, referencing what I said before about young people not actually knowing that they have a right to be able to do this, that they have a right to access community, etc., is that if we are reducing the interactions young people have to just their family unit, and we do not have the mechanisms, information sharing, we don't have the avenues for young people to be able to reach out, then how is a young person supposed to be able to assess that what is happening to them is not right? How are they supposed to raise their concerns when this is all that they know? One of the key things is that whilst there may be, the Disability Gateway and helplines, there are no specific helplines or options for young people to go to for their own concerns to be met with directly. Usually what happens is it will be a parent or a carer who raises that concerns, and they often monopolise that conversation because children and young people are not given the capacity or ability to actually have their voice shared in a way that aligns with the conventions on the rights of children. That means that young people get information in ways that they understand and they can respond to in ways that they understand. Part of the big role of what we do when we do consulting, again, is that translational knowledge. Why should kids have to know what policy speak is, how the legislation is going to impact them? Kids deserve to be kids. They deserve to have a life that is fulfilling, where they can grow, they can learn, they can play, they can thrive. And we don't see that in the mechanisms in which young people can raise concerns. And we don't believe that a lot of young people actually understand the rights that they have or can assess that what is happening to them is not okay, basically. And even if they do have that, and that capacity is not because they don't have capacity because of their disabilities, it's because the support system around them is not built to highlight their own voices.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No. Senator Kovacic, do you have any questions?
I do, a quick one. Thank you, and thank you for your evidence so far, Ms Choate. I wanted to follow up on a comment that you made to Senator Steele, John. You've noted that this year alone we've already seen 2 cases of filicide, one in Perth and one more recently in Sydney. How and what changes do we need to embed into this bill to ensure that we do not increase pressure on families that are already in many cases struggling and on the edge? Because obviously what we don't want to see is any tragic outcomes like those. So what is your guidance and your advice about some simple measures that we can implement to minimise those types of risks?
Thank you so much for your question, Senator. Well, firstly, we did talk about how parental support and responsibility has been laid out in this bill. I think that we really need to take a hard look at what we're asking of parents and recognising where skilled expertise is required and where that is not a parental responsibility. I think we need to be looking at the automated powers for NDIS plans to be renewed, the increased compliance powers, basically like the functional capacity, the permanence, the narrowing of reassessments, the increased ministerial powers. All of those are going to have impacts on parents, and they already are having impacts on parents. I can talk, specifically. Tightening criteria for unscheduled plan reassessments limits it to situations involving significant and ongoing changes in support needs. Young people's lives change quickly. School situations, family circumstances, regulation needs all change really quickly. So if it's harder to respond when a plan becomes unsafe, inadequate or unworkable, we're going to see so many more people in crisis. If we're talking about permanence and we're talking about having to prove permanence before getting onto the NDIS, then we're looking at putting parents in longer periods of crisis, which is going to lead to these outcomes. If we talk about functional capacity and we're talking about removing diagnosis, not to mention that, families and young people have spent hundreds of hours in the medical system trying to get these diagnoses, only for that to not be part of what is actually going to be assessed. There's going to be additional assessments. These are going to be run by people that do not have medical experience or expertise. And the way that it's being framed it can really highlight people looking less disabled on paper. It doesn't consider the fluctuating capacity, the episodic disabilities. So all of these things are putting our young people directly at risk of harm, whether that's from their parents, from the system, from their carers. All of those things need to be really looked at.
And I guess there's that additional impact of the fact that as young people grow and change and their bodies change, the impact of their disability changes with that. So it is not linear and it doesn't hold at a flat line. Has any consideration to your understanding been given to that at all?
I think that's a great point. I'll use one example that comes to mind from a conversation I had a few weeks ago. And when we had this conversation, this young person did share that this example can be used. So there's a young person who needs to use a wheelchair and needs a very specific modifications for their wheelchair. So they were on the waitlist for a very long time. They finally got through. They got measured up. They got all their specifications measured and modelled. That was then sent off for that wheelchair to be utilised, to be created and sent back to that young person. By the time that wheelchair got sent back to that young person, the young person no longer fitted the wheelchair. So you can see how these massively long wait times mean that by the time actually you're seeing support, it's no longer adequate or responsive to the needs of the young person.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd really like to thank you for coming and sharing your perspective with us today. We really do appreciate it. It's very, very valuable for us to hear your perspective. We will now go to a short break, and I will note that we are running a little late, so we will return after the break at 4:30 with Associate Professor Jill Duncan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Welcome back, everybody. I would now like to ask Associate Professor Jill Duncan to come to the table. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I will invite you to introduce yourself and provide us with any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. I'll just check that you all are able to hear me. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
So, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm here as chair of the NDIS Evidence Advisory Committee. I'm hard of hearing. I've been hard of hearing since early adolescence, so those captions are very important to me. So thank you very much for providing them. I'm also an academic for the University of Newcastle. So as you know, the NDIS review recommended establishing the Evidence Advisory Committee to provide government with clear, evidence-based advice on NDIS supports. The advice will provide participant outcomes and strengthening the New South Wales, the NDIS by focusing on benefits, safety, quality, and value for money. The EAC brings together expertise from across disability, research, clinical practice, lived experience, economics, and evidence translation. Importantly, we do not determine which supports are reviewed. Those priorities are set by the Disability Reform Ministerial Council. We follow a structured and transparent process. We assess the quality and relevance of available evidence using established methods. We consider what that evidence tells us about participant outcomes, safety, and value for money. As chair, my role is to ensure that our processes are transparent and robust, our work methodologically sound, and our interpretations accurate. The Evidence Advisory Committee applies a structured but not rigid evidence assessment framework. At the highest level, we look to systematic reviews, meta-analyses, and randomized controlled trials. Those provide the strongest basis for identifying the most reliable and, importantly, generalizable evidence. Where the highest level of evidence is unavailable, we consider well-designed comparative and quasi-experimental studies. These can offer valuable insights and effectiveness, although with greater uncertainty. We also draw on observational and real-world evidence, including cohort studies, case studies, and administrative data. Qualitative evidence and lived experience are essential to our work. They help us understand what outcomes matter to participants, how supports are experienced, and how they operate in different contexts. In many areas of disability support, the evidence base is emerging. Importantly, the absence of high-quality published evidence should not be taken to mean that the support is ineffective. In those situations, it's appropriate to consider a broader range of information, including lower-level studies, real-world data, lived experience. This level of evidence may lead to a more cautious, staged, or conditional approach or advice or recommendations. Equity is central to our work. It's a central consideration to our work. People from underrepresented groups are often less visible in high-quality research. So we're very conscious that our evidence assessment framework must not inadvertently disadvantage those groups. The Evidence Advisory Committee is steadfast in providing independent, rigorous, and transparent advice within its remit. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
I might start. You have probably, I imagine, paid some attention to the hearings over the last 2 days. What are your views on the bill that is before us?
In terms of the remit of the Evidence Advisory Committee, I believe that looking at the evidence of efficacy, safety, value for money of individual supports is a very positive direction. And I fully endorse that portion of the bill. That is our remit.
Okay, thank you.
We want to ensure that supports do what they're intended to do, that they're safe for participants, and that they offer value for money.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Askew.
So, first of all, in your role as the chair, have you been consulted or in consultation with the government on the development of this bill?
No, I have not. It's not within our remit.
Okay, no worries. And do you believe that the legislative changes that are proposed would improve participant outcome?
I believe that if you examine the supports that are available to people with disability on the NDIS, it will improve outcomes for people with disability. So if we are rigorous in examining the evidence of the hierarchy of evidence, right from randomized controlled trials to consultation, for example, if you're rigorous in that architecture, it will benefit people with disability in Australia, no doubt in my mind.
Okay, so that's assessing their supports that they have. So how do you then look at the decisions that's been made to kind of make a blunt 50% reduction of the social and community funding?
The EAC mandate is to provide evidence-based advice on the effectiveness, safety, and value for money of individual supports. And we're going to stay in that lane. It's a very narrow remit. It's an important remit. And it's also, I think it's quite unique globally to go in the direction to ensuring that supports are effective, safe, and value for money.
So that is then a funding cut. Is that then targeted and evidence-based? They've made the decision's been made. So has that been targeted and evidence-based?
So the budget is not part of our consideration. We do look at value for money. We have an economic subcommittee. And in that subcommittee, for those supports that make it to the subcommittee, we look to see, we examine that support specifically and whether or not that support is indeed value for money. We don't examine it in the context of the overall budget because that's outside of our responsibility. It's for government to decide that budget.
That makes sense. So there's been concern raised by stakeholders and lots of evidence given about the concern around the fact that that social and community participation funding also supports employment and training support. So is that something that would be part of what you would be considering? So the supports that we examine are set by the Disability Reform Ministerial Council. And they have chosen 16 supports. Our current supports are 16. And we are currently looking at what supports we'll be looking at next year. And so that's what we're doing. We're examining those 16 supports. And we're examining the efficacy of those supports, the safety of the supports, and the cost effectiveness of the support, and how they engage, how the person with disability uses those supports, engages in community participation may be part of that information. But I have no specific comment regarding that section of the bill. So in the work that you've been doing, is there anything that you've identified that ensures quality supports and value for money that the government may have overlooked in the preparation of this bill?
I just needed to catch up on the captions. We have not we have not provided the minister with advice yet. Advice will be coming, be forthcoming soon, I hope, at least on the initial supports that we're examining.
Okay. So no, you've provided no advice yet to the government? No. Okay. All right, Senator Kovacic has some follow-ups on my questions. Are we happy to go to her? She's just
sure. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. And just for my understanding, and thank you so much for your time and your evidence so far, Professor Duncan, is in the current role that you have as the EAC chair, that's to do specifically with things that currently exist in people's plans. So your committee was not asked for any advice prior to the design or the carriage or basically the details within this bill. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So you are now being sought to provide your input post the bill being drafted?
No, sorry, I beg your pardon. So the committee was formed based on a recommendation from the review. We've been in place for almost a year, 11 months. We were given 11 supports to review by the DRMC. We are in the process of reviewing those, and that process, the architecture of the process of seeking evidence is very robust. And so it's taking a little while, includes absolutely consultation with people with disabilities, their carers and service providers. And so that is what we're doing. We're looking at those 16 supports this year. And but
not the specifics of this bill itself.
No. Although the bill does talk about hierarchy, evidence hierarchies, which, of course, is part of our role, is to determine what the evidence hierarchy is of each support that we're asked to examine.
Sure. And the other comment that you made that got me thinking was you believe that, there were benefits here given the rigour in the architecture. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that there is sufficient rigour in the architecture of the NDIS scheme? Because a lot of the feedback that we get particularly is around the inconsistencies and the problems when things go wrong and the appeals process, which would suggest that requisite rigour probably isn't at a level that it should be. And I'd be interested in your view on that.
Well, thank you so much for the question. However, I really need to stay within the remit of the committee. Sure. And that remit is the supports that the DRMC asked us to examine. I will say, or maybe I'm repeating myself, I tend to do that, is that worldwide, from my information as someone who is an academic in disabilities, this is a world first, where we actually examine supports that are available to people with disability to ensure that they're effective. Safety really is my number one, but I'm supposed to say effective first. Effective, safe, and value for money. And I don't know any other country, and I do spend some time looking at other countries in terms of how they provide support for people with disability. So I do think it's in the right direction. Of course, it's in the implementation. So if we provide government with advice, it's not up to us to tell the government what to accept. And then the implementation of our advice, of course, is a cascade from our advice. And we don't control that.
Thank you. Yeah, just to form my thinking around it, the majority of it sits outside this proposed legislation. It is around what you're doing within the committee around those particular supports. Look, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
It's an absolute pleasure, except for where the bill talks about evidence hierarchies. So we follow evidence hierarchies as is a very academic standard procedure. It's not that we follow. It's not that we follow them. It's that we apply them. But as I said in my opening statement, not rigidly. So there are times when you need to take into context the support, the people who use the support, where they use the support, and then apply your evidence to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Steele, John.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your evidence today, Professor. I'm sorry I missed your opening statement. I'll go back, though, and review the transcript. I don't have any questions for you at this time, but thank you for your participation today.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator De Liga.
Afternoon, Associate Professor. Thanks for coming along. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Can you talk through why it's important that the disability supports provided by the NDIS relate to the impairment for which a person is a participant?
So if I understand the question correctly, which sometimes I don't, so providing the NDIS, can you say it again? Sorry, the captions were too fast for me.
No, I understand. Can you talk through why it's important that the disability supports that are provided by the NDIS relate to the impairments of which a person is a participant in the scheme?
So the committee and the NDIS follows a biosocial model of disability, and that encompasses the person's ability to participate in, hopefully I've got your question right, sometimes I get them wrong, participate in society fully and ably. So help me out here. What else can you know, when you're hard of hearing and you don't understand a question, sometimes it's helpful to rephrase the question instead of repeating it.
The level of support that is provided to a participant.
Got that.
How can you talk us through the importance that it is suited to the person based on the reason they're in the scheme?
Oh,
yes.
right.
Yes.
It just makes complete sense to me, right? Instead of, you mean instead of their disability?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
right.
Thank you.
Sorry, it took three goes to understand that question.
We've had a long day.
And I can speak very fast, so I'll try and slow down for the captions as well. So
it's important for us to understand where a participant is encountering barriers to participation in society. And you do that by understanding their impairment. I don't personally like the word impairment. No. I don't feel like I'm impaired. But it's better to understand their functional capacity and provide support to uplift their capacity, if that's what they choose, than their disability. It's much more specific. You could predict, as a researcher, as an academic, I would predict a better outcome if you examined and provided support for the limitations that society puts on the person with disability, and you do that by looking at functional capacity.
Thank you, and I'll try and ask my next question slower as well. And can you please tell about how and why it's important that supports that are funded through the NDIS have a robust evidence base that will be beneficial for each individual?
So the Evidence Advisory Committee does not advise on individual cases. It's a systems-level advice, right? And so the cascade of that decision will fall to the individual person with disability with time. If we offer people with disability options to choose from, a range of options to choose from to support them, which is, the goal, and those options have proven to be effective, safe, and value for money, then everybody wins. The government wins, the person with disability wins, everyone does, because you don't want a person, any person, whether it's medical or a person with disability looking for support, to receive an intervention or a support that is not evidence-based, that is a waste of their time or a waste of money. You want to ensure that it's effective, or is there something else that is more effective and the participant doesn't know? And also you want them to know if it's safe, because some participants, some supports may not be safe for participants. Yes. And also we know about value for money, so there's that.
Thank you. And Do you have any reflections on the way in which the current approach results in inconsistent or poor outcomes for participants? Sorry? Oh, yep. Yeah.
So do I have any thoughts on the inconsistency of poor outcomes for current participants?
Yes.
Well, it's because of nothing personal, but it's because the supports, some supports, not all support, some supports are not evidence-based. You know, there's no or little evidence that some supports, maybe a small number, I haven't added them up, may not be effective. So they're receiving a support that isn't effective. So
thank you.
It's important that we examine them.
And does the proposed approach that we're talking about today, does the proposed approach to effective and beneficial in the bill improve the basis on which decision making occurs?
I believe that if you offer people with disability the option of a support that has clear evidence that it will be beneficial, it will help the person with disability. It hopefully will improve outcomes. It will help them achieve their goals. So yes.
Thank you. Thank you, and I apologise for speaking so fast.
No, you were fine. It was me. I don't know. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you so much, Associate Professor. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And your very important work on the Evidence Advisory Committee, but for sharing your opinions with us today. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now ask that the representatives from people with a disability either come forward or identify themselves online. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. If we could just go to each of you individually, and if you identify your name, the capacity in which you're appearing, and then provide us with any opening statement that you may have.
Great. I am Megan Spindler-Smith. I am the Acting CEO of People with Disability Australia. Clara?
Hi, I'm Clara Pirani and I'm a Senior Policy Officer at PWDA.
So, as I said, I am Megan Spindler-Smith. The pronouns that I use are they, them. And I am the Acting CEO of People with Disability Australia, or PWDA for short. As noted, Clara is a Senior Policy Officer who's joining me via teleconference today. PWDA is a national cross-disability rights advocacy organisation. We are led by and for people with disability, representing the diverse 5.5 million Australians with disability. When we advocate for our community, we speak from lived experience, from deep community connections, and from the everyday realities of navigating systems that are too often ignore, exploit, or exclude us from our ordinary lives. Our work combines individual, systemic and member-linked advocacy, giving us a deep understanding of what is happening in our communities and what needs to change for people with disability to be in an autonomous space of choice, control and genuine inclusion. The NDIS is a world-leading social infrastructure. It has transformed the lives of people with disability who are now able to work, study, leave the house, participate in their communities, and in many cases simply stay alive because of the support it enables people to access. PWDA supports the long-term sustainability of the NDIS, but there is a difference between sustaining the scheme and restricting disabled people's access to the support we need to live ordinary lives. Our concern is that this bill uses the language of sustainability to justify narrowing access, reducing supports, and pushing people towards systems that do not yet exist. The question is not whether these reforms save money, but who is being asked to absorb the consequences. The answer is people with disability. When support is withdrawn, the need does not disappear, and neither do the costs. They are shifted elsewhere, into hospitals, crisis systems, exhausted families and carers. People will have to leave work and community life with an increased likelihood of preventable harm caused by the withdrawal of support. In its current form, the bill represents the most significant restructure of the NDIS since its inception. Yet, these reforms are being advanced without the transparent evidence base needed to properly understand their broader economic and social consequences. Parliament is being asked to legislate major changes before foundational supports are funded, designed or operational, and without a clear understanding of where people will go, who will carry the cost, and what pressures will shift onto healthcare, housing, mental health and informal care systems. Proceeding without this information risks significant and potentially irreversible harm, including cost shifting to already overstretched systems and reduced economic participation for people with disability, families and their carers. In response to the initial announcement of these changes, PWDA launched a campaign asking our members to share what the NDIS makes possible in their everyday life. People told us about being able to work, leave the house, avoid hospitalisation, participate in their communities and survive. They also told us they were frightened by the proposed changes and the devastating impact the legislation could have on their independence, families and futures. As one of our members told us, because of NDIS supports, I have been able to achieve and maintain mainstream employment. I work full-time and perform very well according to my employer. My hospitalisations have been reduced from 35 plus admissions in a 6-year period to 0 admissions or presentations in the past 12 months, when I have been well supported by a range of NDIS clinicians, nurse practitioners, OT, psychologist and dietitian. Since the introduction of the bill, almost 22,000 people have signed PWDA's petition opposing the cuts to the NDIS proposed in the legislation, and today we represent them, our members and my community. Very real and fair concerns about what these reforms mean for our lives. Our submission identifies several key risks with the bill. First, there is a very real risk of removing people from the NDIS before adequate alternatives exist. Foundational supports are not funded. They are, in effect, a cut first, design later model of reform. This bill assumes the gaps can be managed. It is people with disability who will be forced to live in those gaps through losing support workers, relying on exhausted family members, worsening health, deepening poverty and exclusion from community life. The NDIS was established because the previous state-based system was, in the words of the Productivity Commission, underfunded, unfair, fragmented and inefficient. Reform should not recreate the very system the NDIS was designed to replace. Second, the bill introduced measures that narrow access and reduce supports in ways that do not reflect lived experience of disability. This includes functional capacity assessments that disregard supports people rely on, tighter links between impairment and supports. If this bill proceeds in its current form, the risk is a system that measures what people can do on their best day while ignoring the support they need every day to participate equally in society. The bill also facilitates a 50% cut to social, civic and community participation funding, which will impact not only participants but also their families and the broader economy. As one PWDA member told us, My daughter was born with Down syndrome and congenital cataracts. She has a moderate intellectual disability and cannot access the community or the activities she loves without supports. She does not have the capacity to travel independently and needs supports for most of her activities. Having the NDIS to help her means that I can go to work part-time and be a productive part of society as a registered nurse, and that my husband can also work full-time and we can pay our taxes and support the economy that helps support us. Social, civic and community participation enables the informal safeguards that keep people connected to community, visible to others and safer from violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. Both the Disability Royal Commission and the NDIS review recognise that isolation creates risk and that genuine and community inclusion is a critical protective factor for people with disability. One of the more concerning changes in the bill is the proposal to restrict access to people whose impairment is not considered permanent until all appropriate treatments have been exhausted. This risks excluding people with episodic, fluctuating and complex conditions while failing to account for inequities in access to healthcare for people in rural and regional areas or on low incomes. Disabled people should not have to medically exhaust themselves, financially ruin themselves or experience preventable harm before they are considered deserving of support. The bill also hands significant powers to ministers and administrative rules that Parliament and the disability community have not yet seen. Decisions about eligibility, funding and supports should be transparent, disability relevant, evidence-based and subject to proper oversight, given their profound impact on people's lives. The Disability Royal Commission made clear that people with disability must be meaningfully involved in the design, leadership and oversight of the systems that affect our lives. Rebuilding trust in these reforms requires consultation, does not require consultation after decisions have already been made. It requires governments to directly employ and empower people with disability in senior positions where they can provide deep community-based lived experience advice that can support reform to be set up for success. DROs have an important role, but we are not a substitute for genuine disability leadership embedded in government itself. Importantly, our position is not that reform should not occur. It's that reform must be sequenced, disability affirming, evidence-based and genuinely co-designed with people with disability without compromising safety, dignity or our ability to participate in an ordinary life. The NDIS was established to replace a system that failed people. Reform should strengthen that promise, not erode it. We welcome the opportunity to assist the committee in improving the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go to questions and we'll start with Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your evidence with us this evening. The bill, as has been explored in great detail today, introduces new definitions of permanence so that access to the NDIS will only be available to an individual once they've exhausted all other appropriate treatments. What are the concerns that your organisation holds about the impact that could have on disabled people's life and our right to autonomy?
It's a really important question because one of the things that we are really concerned around the way this bill is framed is that it actually looks at what it is we are as disabled, and it looks at the idea that people with disability must be required to take on additional treatments that may actually not engage in our lives in ways that are effective. So I think this is where one of our big concerns are. One of the things that we would really want to be clear on is that when you do it this way, when you actually require this exhausting of all treatments, it creates this idea that access to the NDIS will only be granted after individuals have accessed what is an appropriate treatment. However, the terms available, appropriate and evidence-based have not actually been defined. And the bill actually lacks clarity on how you actually determine whether an impairment is permanent for the purposes of NDIS access. Additionally, it overturns case law that actually supports that inaccessible treatments should not block eligibility. So this is in the Davis, the court found where a possible treatment for a person's impairment existed, but the person could not realistically access the treatment for reasons such as being unable to afford it or due to their geographic location. This should not actually bar them from accessing the NDIS. It also is an impact on people with variable or episodic and fluctuating conditions, as I said in my introduction. And one of the things we have to recognise is these are conditions that are consistently unstable. They do not have a single day of standard or permanence, and this is a real concern. Clara, did you want to talk anything about the inequity based on geography or income related to that?
Thanks, Megan. Yes, certainly. Yeah, this is deeply concerning for us. The government's own NDIS Reform Advisory Committee in their submission to this inquiry, I think, summed it up nicely. They said it was almost like a reverse means test, making access to the scheme available only to those who can afford it, as we would, another way to describe it is that your access depends not necessarily on your disability, but on your postcode and your bank balance. And one of the things that's also extremely concerning about that is that while people are trying to access alternative treatments, is that their condition or their day-to-day capacity may deteriorate during that time, which will only further make it more important that they have their supports. And I think the point about the variable and episodic and fluctuating conditions is really important. There are so many conditions. Parkinson's disease is just one of them. I know my mother lived with that experience, where the symptoms can vary enormously from day to day, even from hour to hour. And even if people do get treatment in the form of medication, it's only effective for a certain period of time. So the legislation, these proposed changes under the legislation just don't take any of that into consideration.
Thank you. Now, in terms of what constitutes an available support that may then be considered appropriate, the legislation, as you rightly pointed out, doesn't define what available is, but it does say very clearly what it is not. And at the moment we have very explicit exclusions, meaning that whether it is financially accessible, whether it is available to you in your local area or accessible to you even in your region is not relevant to consideration, and also whether it is appropriate for your social or environmental circumstances, not a consideration under the legislation. What are the potential risks of these exclusions?
I think the biggest risk is that you will create a postcode lottery or an income lottery where only people who have access to the effective level of finance or are in the right location are going to be able to access the treatments that then determine permanence, that then determine their access into the scheme. And that actually will do the opposite of one of the big aims of the scheme, is to ensure that everyone with disability that fits the requirements has access. It will also create a situation where some people will have to actually go backwards from a support mechanism, or actually needing to be hospitalised further, have longer term impacts because they can't access the treatments. And probably the last, and what I would see as one of the most important, is that people will be required to take on treatments that may actually not make any real difference but could have long-term harm. And we know for a fact that there are treatments, especially ones that are for some of the neurodivergent community and other spaces, that have longer-term impacts that actually shift the harm rather than necessarily fix the problem.
Absolutely. Is there a risk here that people end up feeling pressured to undertake risky, inappropriate medical procedures or treatments that are not recommended by their doctors because that's the only pathway to getting the NDIS support that they used to have?
I think there is a risk of this, and the reason I say that is because one of the problems we have around disability and around evidence when it comes to disability is that the evidence is mostly clinical and medical. And because it looks at clinical and medical outcomes and not disability or life outcomes per se, then what you are actually doing is going, well, this might actually fix the impairment but impact the life or the ability for somebody to engage in their community, to have equitable access. So yes, I think there is a high risk of this being one of the outcomes.
What's at stake if Parliament gets this wrong?
People's lives, people's futures, children's futures. Like, I don't say these things lightly. I am very much known for being a very balanced speaker. I am very much known for not speaking in this way. But the potential harm is real, and I can say this because you will not be able to live the full and basic life that everyone deserves if you can't have access to the supports you need to safely do that.
Given that many of your fellow DROs, from the evidence that we've taken over the last couple of days, have performed a similar analysis of the bill and have given us the recommendation that in its current form it shouldn't proceed as a piece of legislation. Is that a position of a PWDA as well?
Absolutely. And I know that Clara could probably add some very strength around why, but from a basic and conceptual perspective, right now, the lack of clear economic modelling, the lack of clear evidence and transparent understanding of what the actual impacts will be demonstrates that this legislation in its current form needs review and should be actually reviewed, understood, and really determine what is going to be the real impacts outside of just the savings concept.
One of the most shocking things that we've heard of, for me in the last 2 days anyway, is the evidence given to us that under the current writing of the legislation, the government could require a disabled person or a disabled child to have undergone chemical restraint or restrictive practice, or that a disabled person who might need additional supports through different parts of their menstrual cycle, for example, could be required to take medication for the purpose of menstrual suppression before then accessing the NDIS. Could I get your reaction to the evidence that has been given by your colleagues on these topics?
It's a really hard question for me to answer.
Yeah.
Because it speaks to personal experience. The potential safeguarding risks and the impacts of both chemical and restrictive practices that may be an outcome of this? Thank you. Are not to be underestimated. The Disability Royal Commission showed us what can happen when isolation is an outcome of how we are legislated for. And they have long-term life impacts. May I have a moment, Clara?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please take a moment.
I'm so sorry.
I wonder, just because I think we're all finding this very distressing. This issue has been raised a number of times, and it is of deep concern to everyone. But I would just like to maybe read a paragraph in the submission from the department, which says, and obviously we will have the department and the NDIA in tomorrow, and we will be going through some of these concerns in great detail, because the fear and anxiety that we are seeing across the community is deeply distressing, and I think not the intent of this bill. Obviously, we need to unpack it, we need to understand it, but this is highly stressful for everyone. And you know, my heart bleeds for you. I see you sitting here in this level of distress, and it's not okay. But I will just read you this section, which says, the bill does not compel a person to undertake treatment. Individual choice and autonomy are foundational principles of the NDIS, as well as core legal and ethical principles underpinning the health system. Individuals retain the right to decline medical treatment, procedures or rehabilitation, including where such interventions may improve their functioning or reduce the impact of an impairment. I think it's really important, and I totally understand where the fear and the anxiety is coming from, but we need to be here finding the solutions, not whipping up the fear. I've seen so much anxiety over the last couple of days, and this is something we must address, and we must get to the bottom of exactly how do we settle this out so that we're really clear with people that the characterisation is not where this is going. Now, I don't know, Clara, if you... Yeah.
Yes, I just want to say that the level of fear in the community is just incredible, and it's a lot of it is coming from a lack of trust in the government. So and that is just exacerbated when you have a situation like we're in at the moment, with this incredibly significant bill which will change almost every element of the NDIS, and yet there was, in the lead up to the federal budget and this legislation being introduced, no consultation with DROs. And that's why people in the community are so afraid. They don't feel heard. And we hear that all the time, people coming to us so that we can be their voice, because they don't feel that their voices get heard. And so it's understandable why there's so much fear.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And distress.
Thank you.
And there's also, I think, broadly across almost every element in this bill, the one thing that does seem to have been lost is the participant and their family and their choice and control. There is such a sense that supports are now being viewed not as something that enables participants to participate in everyday life, but as a financial instrument to repair the budget. And that's really distressing for so many people.
Thank you. And I think what also, what worries me, and I would be really interested in your thoughts on this. I've seen that part of the bill that was referenced by the chair, and I can understand why, on initial read, the absence of compulsion, formal government compulsion, might give comfort to a consideration of the dangers proposed by these kind of clauses. But as we know as disabled people, just because when we're talking about a service system we're currently relying on to live, just because you wouldn't be formally compelled to do a thing doesn't change the impact if it is a requirement for access. And I think that is one of the things we're going to continue to explore as a committee, because it's quite a dangerous dynamic to get into if we're saying to people, well, you're not required to do a thing, you're not formally compelled, you can choose not to have access to the NDIS if you wish. But if you do wish to do so, this is the requirement for access. And I think this point was made wonderfully by CIDA yesterday in their evidence, and they've pointed us to some really clear clarifications the department can give around whether or not medications would be considered as something that could be an appropriate treatment, because safeguarding against how a piece of legislation could be used seems to me to be one of the things that we need to focus on most. Not just what the intent of the government of the day is, but also how could a future government utilise these powers. Do you think that would be a useful framing for us?
I think one of the things that we want in this space is that at minimum there needs to be a consideration or an amendment to the requirement that any treatment considered appropriate must be demonstrably accessible, it needs to be affordable, it needs to be clinically suitable, it needs to be culturally safe, and it needs to be available within a reasonable time frame for the individual. And so I think that we can talk about the concept and the importance of not being required or compelled, but what we do need is that clarity. We need the clarity that says in the legislation in clear ways, ideal world, we would remove or amend the requirement to exhaust all alternative treatments. However, at minimum, being able to consider it from a demonstrable perspective, and also to be clear around what we mean by evidence versus efficacy. Because one of the things that we have to be clear is we need to make sure that evidence and efficacy are not always equal. And so, especially when it comes to disability supports and treatments. And so being really clear on that and understanding that will make a huge difference to how people understand this bill, but also how this bill could have impacts.
And do you think that's also useful when we think about co-occurring disabilities or individuals that might have multiple impairments? One of the frustrations that is in the scheme currently and is kind of entrenched in the legislation is ideas of primary disability and impairment for which you gain access. When I sit here as a person with cerebral palsy and ADHD, and we all have often multiple impairments, multiple identities. Do you think that's important that we try to place an element of recognition of intersectionality of need and impairment?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that we have to be very clear on when it comes to treatment or to access to the supports that we need, it isn't always a clear-cut case that everyone who is autistic needs this, because some people who are autistic are also people who have ADHD. They could also be people with trauma or PTSD or OSDD or even DID. I'm going to throw a bunch of diagnoses at you. But these are things that impact each other, including, I know for a fact with myself, my physical disability impacts my neurodiversity as well as my psychosocial disability and vice versa. And so it cannot be treated just as individual, because if you just treat this, you could cause this or you could increase this situation. And so we need to really understand the impacts on the person as well as how we can impact the impairment within the social situation.
Thank you. I'll pass back to the Chair now.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Little.
Thank you very much for your attendance today. I note that you've provided a very detailed submission with 44 recommendations, so thank you for that. We can certainly consider those. I'm going to just jump to one question, that is, currently there are supports and services that simply aren't being met by state and territory governments. What guarantees would you be looking for before any changes are implemented to ensure supports and services exist for people whose outcome may be an exit from the scheme?
Look, I think the first thing is that when it comes to foundational supports, and that's what we're talking about here, when we're talking about changes or supports, when the NDIS came into action, many states and territories either rolled back or didn't continue their current support systems. And so there is literally nowhere to go. So one of the things that we need to make sure is that when people with disability actually are going to be potentially removed from the scheme, then the adequate alternatives need to be in place. Therefore, it should be part of the legislative practice that until that is in place, it should not be. People and the supports that they need should not be removed. And that includes through the ministerial powers as well when there are decisions made. So there really should be no exits from the NDIS until foundational supports are fully funded, they are operational and sufficient to cover all gaps that will be created as a result of the legislation. And that should be in every state and territory, not just the ones that can easily uplift or already still have places in practice, and not just thriving kids.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Could I just clarify?
Certainly, Senator Steele-John.
Just briefly, whatever the outcome of any legislative process, there will be additional work for yourself as a DRO to do. What was the Commonwealth's financial contribution or funding to PWDA in the financial year 25-26?
PWDA actually received approximately 820,000 under the Commonwealth Disability Representative Organisations funding stream in 25 to this year, but that includes indexation variation to allow for actually paying my staff. This funding supports PWDA's broader systemic advocacy and representative functions as a national cross-disability DRO across a wide range of policy and human rights areas. This includes disability rights reform, health, violence prevention, digital inclusion, LGBTQIA+ advocacy, and implementation of recommendations arising from the Disability Royal Commission, as well as aviation work. So it's not actually solely directed to NDIS reform activities. And we have, as an organisation, consistently advocated for DROs to be properly resourced to engage with the scale and the intensity of NDIS reforms. The disability community has been navigating this since 2023. At this stage, PWDA has not received formal advice regarding any additional funding beyond existing funding arrangements.
All right. So the 15.9 million allocated in the budget in relation to implementation of reforms and those kind of things, that hasn't been formally something that you've been given advice of, even though it was in the budget?
We have not received any formal details around what that means for PWDA.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'd like to thank you both for coming along and your great submission and your contribution here today. We really, really do appreciate it. And the committee will work very hard to get to the bottom of each of these concerns in the next day or two. So thank you so much. It really does make a difference to have your experience here with us in the room looking at this issue.
We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And now we are going to move on to representatives from the Fraud Fusion Task Force. And we will be looking for representatives from the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the Australian Federal Police, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions and Services Australia. So, quite the dance card. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of that order is available from the Secretariat should you wish to have a look. So as you settle in to the hot seats, I'll get you to run through and provide us with your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing with us today.
I'm happy to kick off, Chair. So
you'll put the pressure on the others to line up. Please start.
So Andrew Doyle, I'm the Acting National Practice Leader from the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions for Fraud and Specialist Agencies.
Thank you, Chair. Hilda Sirik, the Deputy Commissioner of National Security Investigations with the Australian Federal Police.
Thank you, Chair. John Dardo, Deputy CEO, National Disability Insurance Agency.
Good afternoon, Chair. Chris Burra, Deputy CEO of Payments and Integrity at Services Australia.
Good afternoon, Chair. Adam Meyer, Acting Deputy CEO Intelligence for the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission.
Does anybody have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
No. Okay, in which case we'll go straight to questions and we'll start with Senator Kovacic.
Hello everyone, thank you for your time again today. Just to update the committee, could you please run through for us the formal data sharing arrangements that currently exist between the NDIA, the NDIS Commission, the ATO, CDPP and the AFP and ACIC. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think when the Fraud Fusion Task Force was set up, there were some arrangements put in place to have it as a designated task force under the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission processes, and that allows that task force to share information in relation to matters that are before the task force. And separate to that, there are also some arrangements with the tax office in relation to information that can be shared with the tax office. Now, I need to be very clear, we already have the ability outside the task force to share information under normal protocols and normal processes. So, for example, the NDIA already has the ability and already shares payment information to providers with the tax office, and it does that on an annual basis. And most other government programs have those same arrangements where they can share information with the tax office around things such as payments to providers. But for matters that are designated within the task force, there are case-by-case arrangements for each case to share information. And I will throw to the ACIC in a minute to talk about some other arrangements around ACIC data sharing for intelligence purposes. But the task force arrangements are generally case-by-case, where a case has been designated as a task force case. And what we do then is we we take those cases, they go through a governance process. That governance process deems a case to be an FFT case, and then that case allows additional information to be shared under the protection of the task force.
Just to follow up there for my understanding, so just so I've got this clear, the data sharing, is that restricted currently to individual cases based on need and what you need to share? So there's no broad overarching sharing arrangement across those agencies?
There are some other broad data sharing arrangements which I will throw to the Commission to talk about.
Okay.
But for cases that are proceeding through the task force as cases being investigated or prosecuted, they are case-specific cases. So it is, you know, it's a specific case, it's a designated case. The agencies will then work out who needs to be engaged for the data sharing for that case. The case may be run as a multi-agency case, so it may be a case where, for example, the interventions will have the tax office doing something, the AFP doing something, the NDIA doing something, the Commission doing something, other agencies doing something, a tax practitioner board doing something, or Services Australia doing something. And clearly when you're running it as a multi-agency case where you need those agencies to do things, there are various bits of information that need to be shared for that case to be progressed by those relevant agencies. And in some cases, those agencies share information back with each other to synchronise matters or to organise affairs or to unpick arrangements that might have been put in place to perpetrate a fraud.
Sure. And just to clarify again, so these are for active investigations that might be on their way to a potential prosecution. Yep. Are these in place to help you identify, or is it only once you've identified?
No, these specific arrangements I'm talking about are for FFT designated cases that are being investigated, which may or may not proceed to prosecution. Separate to this, we have some data sharing arrangements at an intelligence level that allows us to maybe identify cases that may need to be investigated, so cases that are potential candidates or cases that need treatment. I will throw to ACIC to talk about that data sharing arrangement.
Thank you, Mr Dutto.
Thank you, Senator Adam Meyer, Acting Deputy CEO Intelligence at the ACIC. Yes, so we have arrangements in place to be able to share data across the agencies within the Fraud Fusion Task Force. The ACIC houses the Fraud Fusion Centre, where we bring together that intelligence picture, and so we're able to share information through a couple of mechanisms. One is directly from agency to agency as part of the task force, but we also have integrees from a range of those agencies into ACIC, so we have them within our office and we're able to do essentially that in-person fusion, if you will, across the task force. That data is shared both in relation to individual cases that we might be considering and working up and looking at from that intelligence perspective to support investigations, but also in terms of looking at broader data sets that exist within that arrangement that allow us to look for anomalies or cases where we think there might be discrepancies or potential methodologies that are being used by crime networks to seek to exploit the program.
Because
and also
they tend to follow similar patterns, don't they? They tend to do the same thing in different jurisdictions and across different government payment system programs. Is that right?
We definitely have seen evidence of individuals across different jurisdictions using similar methodologies, and as you point to, Senator, across different Australian government payment programs. So scheme hoppers, as we would like to refer to them, that we see using similar approaches across different programs.
Okay, thank you. And could you, whoever's able to answer in terms of your own agencies, will the changes in the legislation adequately address any data sharing limitations that you currently have or that you have already identified as being a barrier to your investigations, or even to appropriate flags for you to then follow through with an investigation?
I think we're on record before both at a Senate estimates and a JSC, and there is an ATO submission as well to JSC, pointing out that there's previously been some public consultation about opportunities to do some additional data sharing that would require changes to tax secrecy provisions. That is a separate stream of work that is outside this legislative reform, and any questions for that really are a matter for Treasury. That is not something.
I was actually just saying within the frameworks of this reform specifically. So obviously this is an inquiry in relation to this proposed legislation, whether there's anything in here that assists you, and I'm aware of the ATO piece, and we have spoken about that previously, Mr. Dardo. So whether there is anything in here that will assist you to address any limitations, or whether there was any potential for any assistance there for you. Because what I'm really trying to find out is whether this bill in itself does anything or goes far enough to enable real-time cross-agency intelligence sharing and any restrictions that you currently face being properly addressed within the bill.
I think if I step back a second, if you think about data sharing, there's a few different things that you need for that to work well. So one of the things you need for that to work well is you need obviously the law that allows the data sharing, and there are some laws that already allow some data sharing today. There's already within the law things that we can use to share data, but it's not a particularly effective thing to share data if you don't have a common way of knowing who you're sharing about. So, for example, if we have unregistered providers and we do not have a really clear way of identifying those unregistered providers and knowing that they're valid entities and that when they're assumed to be providers, they really are the provider, like they really are the entity that was paid and was providing services, it's pretty. It would be pretty amateur for us to be doing data matching for entities and doing that in a really effective way if we weren't confident that those entities were properly enrolled and properly known to us and properly identified. So you can imagine that there's 3 or 4 different things that you would need to improve that. One would be a way to enrol that entity and ensure that you're dealing with an entity that you know. The second thing would be,
and that's where we've had the discussion around enrolment versus registration, right?
And that doesn't mean that, and that doesn't mean that some of those should not be registered, but enrolment would be the minimum. The second thing would be that that enrolment or the additional registration would be done in a way where you have confidence that the people are who they say they are, and the people behind them, the individuals pressing the buttons, are known to us, which is what we've already done with registered providers claiming through the system. So digital identity and RAM, authorisation of the people behind it. So we would extend what we've built in the first phase of CEDOF 1, Crackdown on Fraud 1. We would extend that for enrolling or newly registered entities. Those things, the enrolment provisions, the registration provisions, any commissioning provisions give you more confidence that you know the entities and you know the people behind them. You pair that up with the system uplifts that the government has announced in this budget round. That expansion of our system uplifts for digital payments and digital enrolment would give us more confidence that we know the entities. If we know the entities, we can data match to the ACIC holdings or to other agency holdings to understand who they are and how they behave, and or report payments that we make to them to the tax office, so the tax office knows that those entities are playing in a $50 billion scheme.
Yeah, to know what they're doing. Yeah, correct.
So those combination of things certainly leap ahead a generation from some of the reforms or the budget announcements that are in the proposed bill or in the budget announcements that have already been announced.
Well, what I'm trying to understand, and thank you for that explanation, because that does help me frame my thinking. What is there actually outside of that enrolment piece? Because according to the government's explanatory memorandum and fact sheet, Schedule 2, it says Schedule 2 is aimed at strengthening the NDIA's ability to detect, investigate and prevent fraud and non-compliance in the NDIS. And I'm just wondering how it does that.
Yeah.
Do you have are you able to tell us how it does that?
I think so. It's if I just step back again, there is no silver bullet here. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of system uplifts that allow us to follow the, ensure the money's going to the right place and be confident that we know the providers are genuine providers. It's a combination of once we know that, being able to data match to ensure that they're genuine providers that are more broadly known in the system. Separate to that, and the department will be in a better position to answer tomorrow, but there's regulatory provisions that would allow us to do things at an earlier point in time to establish that entities are behaving the right way and to have that mid-range level of interventions that are not available to us under current law, without having to go to a prosecution. The list of those things includes, the information gathering powers. It includes the ability to do compliance notices, infringement notices, so all those things that are in the proposed bill. Another component of the bill is the record-keeping requirements. The current record-keeping requirements are not sufficiently strong to allow us to hold a provider to account for not keeping or providing records. It is the spectrum of those things that add up collectively to us being more confident that we know the provider, we know their services, we know their evidence, and we can hold them to account everywhere from the early part of the claim, the pre-claim, through to the mid-range, sort of treatments, issuing a compliance or infringement notice, all the way through to the most extreme interventions, the prosecution interventions.
And Senator,
Kovacic, do you mind if I just have a quick follow-up there? When you talk about the record keeping, we have had some witnesses say over the last few days that the increase to record keeping will be a significant impost on participants in the scheme and their support and their family. Do you have a sense of what that impact might be, Mr. Dado?
Yeah, absolutely. The record keeping requirements, we've been slowly increasing those requirements for the self-managed channel, so for participants that already manage their own affairs. Over the last 18 months, we have been upgrading the online claiming system and the mobile app to allow participants to submit a claim that has more data associated with it. And so some really simple examples are, before we started this journey, you could submit a claim with no ABN at all, no text description, no evidence at all, just a dollar value, and potentially that claim would be paid. In fact, in all bar a few cases per day, that claim would be paid. And I'm not talking here low value claims, I'm talking claims that were 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, with no evidence, no text description, no ABN uploaded.
You wouldn't necessarily know what was being paid for?
We would not know what was being paid for and what was being claimed for. And that's not a participant issue. That's the system was designed and built that. That is our issue as administrators not having built that earlier in the scheme, right? So please don't, this is not a blame thing. This is a system deficiency that was there.
So how long have you been improving the system? And we'll go straight back to you. Just how long have you been improving the system? When did this start?
So in February 2024, the funding for the Crackdown on Fraud System Uplift project was released. Within the first month, we had introduced the 24-hour payment delay so we could see the payments. Within a few weeks of that, we'd introduced the ability to do a bulk hold or release function, so we could hold or release volumes of payments. Progressively through 2024 and 25, we upgraded the online and the mobile app to require an ABN or a valid reason for no ABN, a text description, evidence upload, and we've progressively lowered the threshold. The threshold initially was that you needed any claim over 2,000 needed evidence. Then we dropped it to any claim over 1,000. We've continued to drop that threshold. We don't make that threshold public. We have the ability to make it dynamic so that the threshold can be varied, but that threshold is now very low compared to what it was previously. And we have not seen a drop in self-managed claiming. The variation in numbers of people using self-managed claiming is in the vicinity of 1%. So the answer to the question, you know, it's a huge impost on people to provide evidence. We have not seen. We have certainly seen that, you know, now there's a requirement. They are filling in a text field, an ABN field, and uploading evidence. We have not seen a drop in the use of that channel that is statistically valid.
Oh, that's good to know. Sorry. Sorry, Senator Kovacic, back to you.
I think one of the other witnesses was going to make an answer to that, but I just wanted to clarify that my questions relate to the changes in the current legislation and what impact they would have, rather than the work that the Fraud Fusion Task Force has been doing prior to this legislation for clarity.
So I think the learning for us from that was that, you know, I remember the concern that the world would fall apart just even introducing the idea that you upload evidence 2 years ago. We have done it with support, with the right tools, with the right education, in a considered way, in a, you know, like a way that allowed people to learn, with the right improvements in the channels. And as we've been doing that, we have not seen significant backlash, outcry, or difficulty in lodgements by self-managed. What I would say is the significant gap that now exists is in plan managed, which is 64% roughly, you know, and that figure varies, but roughly 64% of outgoing funds. We see zero evidence being uploaded for plan managed claiming. Now, any argument that it would be a significant impost disappears if you're talking about plan managed claiming, because the plan manager and the provider are effectively doing most of the claiming. They're doing the heavy lifting. So the plan manager by law is also already supposed to be collecting evidence. It's just that it doesn't make it...
They're being paid to do it as well.
Yep.
So I think I want to go back a step. I have a particular concern with, and I know you did make a clarification, Mr. Dardo, about the onus being placed on good faith participants, because there are participants here who are doing absolutely the right thing and are bearing the brunt of potential changes when primarily those who are the bad actors are not participants. We've seen examples of where, you know, participants have been billed 2, 3 or 4 times for the same service and had their plan depleted without their knowledge or without their immediate knowledge. So what I'm trying to understand, and the question that I'm asking, is does the current or the proposed legislation assist you to do the work that you're able to do, that you need to do, and do you have the tools at your disposal? And as I said, that fact sheet 2 of the explanatory memorandum, Schedule 2, says that it's going to do that. I want to understand how it's doing that. Number 1, we have the enrolments that help you identify. So that's something. What other tools have you been given in this legislation to actually fight fraud?
Well, Schedule 2...
And deliberate non-compliance, not accidental non-compliance.
Yeah. Schedule 2 includes retention of records. So clearly our ability to require providers and every level, whether it be a plan manager or a sub-provider, to retain records and provide them is something that we're lacking and we want to address, which is certainly within the proposed legislation. Schedule 2 includes civil penalties and regulatory powers. And so there's a raft of provisions there that, you know, I'm happy to catalogue for you, but...
No, I don't need them catalogued. I just wanted to get an understanding of what the key levers that are available to you now that weren't, or that you hope will be available to you that weren't before, and whether they're adequate. And I guess then my next question, and perhaps if I give you that it'll make it easier for you to frame the answer, is do you believe these changes will decrease the current level of fraud? and deliberate non-compliance?
I think...
Or will they more so eliminate inadvertent non-compliance?
I think the mission of our program of work, whether it be FFT, whether it be the crackdown on fraud system uplift, whether it be the payment integrity work we're doing, whether it be the educational components, the mission has always been easier to get it right and harder to get it wrong. And so there are absolutely things in the proposed legislation that will make it easier for people to get it right. There are things in our system uplift work that's been funded and announced that we will build that will increase the chances of people getting it right. There will be things in there that, for providers in particular, will increase the chance of getting it right and make it quite hard for them to get it wrong. But there are also things in there that will make it easier for us to intervene earlier at the mid-range level of concern and either move them out or force them into a path of compliance in the provider world, so that, and you know, I think we've all heard this and said this multiple times in all the hearings, and certainly I've been saying it since my first appearance in 2023. That every time a dollar moves out of the system through integrity leakage, it's a dollar that's not being used, you know, purposefully for the purpose of the scheme. It's a dollar that's not helping a participant. It's a dollar that's undermining confidence in the scheme. But we've all got to remember that it's also a dollar that is undermining the viability of a genuine provider, because it's going to a dodgy provider or a dodgy application, and the genuine providers are then missing out on the ability to compete on a level playing field. So there are lots of things that are in both the budget announcement and in this policy proposal that help. Are they all the things that we will need? I'm one of those people that is optimistic that there will always be more things we can do, and we will always be improving. And I think Minister Butler has publicly stated that there will be a further round of reforms to give us further opportunities to improve integrity. But certainly this, you can't do everything at once, and this is a big stepping stone forward.
Sure. Is there anything, and I acknowledge that, is there anything that you would have liked to see in here as a toolkit for you that's not in there that would be useful for you if there were any amendments?
I'm a firm believer in, and crackdown on fraud version 1, phase 1, is an exemplar of this. There was no point asking for a giant program of work that would be impossible to deliver, or that you'd be promising to deliver in 4 years.
I'm not asking for a giant program. I'm just saying if there is something there that would be useful to you that's not there.
I think there is more than enough here for us to be building and putting systems, policies, processes, protocols, training in place. It's a big leap forward. I'm sure in future opportunities that there'll be other things that we can use.
I think one of the things that I was thinking about was there's a lot of feedback to us that what a lot of the reforms within this do put a greater onus on the participant and good faith actors, which I've mentioned earlier, and that those that deliberately do the wrong thing, those that that enter the scheme to defraud it, will still find a way to do that. What do you say to that, and the concerns that we're actually building in more red tape and more complexity for those that are doing the right thing and placing a greater burden on the scheme, whilst those that are involved in criminal enterprises will still find their way around those?
I think I'm a much more optimistic person than that. My view is that the majority of, whether they be individuals or nominees or providers, are trying to do the right thing.
I agree with that. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about those that deliberately target the system to defraud it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I think there is a lot that I've already listed, and happy to do so again. There's a lot in both the system bill that's been announced, but also in the policy space. The the bill that's proposed, there is a lot that really gives us capabilities that we've never had, both at a system level and the ability to intervene earlier level. It is a very big leap forward from where we are today.
Can I just...
and I think the Chair's trying to rotate.
Yes, I am trying to rotate the call, but I'm also trying to give Mr Meyer a chance. He's been trying to... He had a commentary or had a comment earlier.
And one quick last question after that.
Well,
Thanks,
yes,
Chair.
can I just get him to finish? Thank you.
Senator, thank you. Just going to parts of what Mr Dardo was commenting on then, I think in terms of the networks and the groups that we see targeting the NDIS, mentioned earlier that in many cases they are targeting a range of programs, but also it's not just the Australian government payment programs that they're targeting as well. So this is part of a mixed organised crime business model that they use, increasingly diversifying the ways in which they are seeking to target the community and essentially to line their own pockets. So there are, outside of the legislation that's coming forward at the moment, there's obviously a range of means that we use to target at a network level and to look to disrupt these groups, noting that their activities are across a range of different criminal domains. So there are a range of other kind of avenues that we use complementary to the capabilities and the tools we have within the task force to be able to try and target these networks and groups as well. So there is a much bigger, broader approach, I guess, we use to try and connect across the system to have that broader impact.
And I think in the Joint Standing Committee hearings, Mr Meyer, you talked about a lot of those being, coming from other countries and organised crime networks that are global, that aren't just targeting us. So I acknowledge that. And that's part of the concern that I actually have, is whether the tools we have here are sufficient to actually manage that, because that's where a lot of the really large-scale fraud is coming from. And I'm concerned that the burden of, accountability is on those people, as Mr Dardo rightly said, who are fundamentally trying to do the right thing. So how we actually find that balance. My final question before the Chair rotates is I want to get an understanding as whether the legislative requirements within this bill will help the Fraud Fusion Task Force to target Phoenix activity and ban providers from re-entering the market through associated entities or family members. Is there anything there that assists you in doing that?
There is, and I'm not sure if we've got the Commission online.
We do now have the Quality and Safeguard Commission online, if anyone would like to ask them any questions.
So,
I'll just one second, Ms Wade, just so that everyone's aware. We do have a bit of a challenge with the video conferencing, in the sense that we, for some reason, cannot see who's online until they speak and then they pop up. So if there are people online, we don't know you're there. My apologies for that, Ms Wade. If maybe you would like to introduce yourself, but just for anyone who is online who's going to make any commentary, please know that you have to speak first for us to even see you.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wade, Associate Commissioner and Chief Legal Counsel at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. I am joined by my colleague, Mahashi Krishna, Assistant Commissioner, who will appear momentarily when she speaks. The role of the Commission is central in banning providers and workers, and our work on the Fraud Fusion Task Force has contributed significantly in this way. The Commission, as the regulator of the NDIS market, is the only way in which providers and workers can be banned out of the market and therefore stopped from working in it, and where they breach those banning orders are then subject to civil penalty proceedings by us. But I'll invite Ms Krishnan to speak to the work that we've done in banning those providers through the FFT.
Thank you. I'd be particularly interested in any of the mechanisms within this legislation that makes it simpler and easier for you to do that work.
Thank you so much, Senator. I think the expansion of the registration powers will make that a lot simpler, because we could use registration mechanisms to remove providers from the market. So at present, if we revoke a provider's registration, they can still operate in the unregistered sector unless we ban them. So it's a two-step process. Whereas if there is more providers who are registered and registration becomes a norm in the sector, it will enable us to revoke registration, and that will be quite a powerful tool. And to add further, we do a lot of data sharing. The Commission shares a lot of data with the ACIC where we try to assess suitability of providers who are registering and key personnel who are registering, to ensure that we're running it across their criminal backgrounds and convictions. So we're making a much more fulsome decision around their suitability before we're letting them into the market. So that's some of the work we've done to enhance our registration processes.
Thank you. And will that be...
Senator Kovacic, we are going to have to move on. You've had a solid half an hour and there are other senators in the room. Last question.
I think you took a chunk of that, Chair, maybe
I took a few minutes,
4 or 5 minutes. Will that be the same with enrolments? Just a very quick answer. So the enrolments will assist you with that, or does it have to be a registration for that to work?
I think any form of the Commission and the NDIA being aware of who is delivering services and understanding the sector properly will assist us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your indulgence, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Steele, John.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your evidence today. Just so that I have a reference point, who's here from the agency? The NDIA? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dada. Yes, of course. All right. First off, in terms of this issue of tackling fraud, how important is it in the agency's view that people who become aware of fraudulent provider activity report that activity?
We encourage it. We've done quite a lot of things to simplify the channel for that reporting to occur. So we've simplified the tip-off form and codified it to make it easier for us to capture the information and sort it. And we've also upgraded the way the contact centre collects that information so that we capture it in a way that is usable in the system. So we certainly encourage it.
Okay, fantastic. Now, the Parliament's done some work recently to grant greater protections for those blowing the whistle on things like fraud, so that there are now protections in place for former employees, for example, when they might seek to report fraudulent activity to a body like the Commission, which is a good reform. But it's correct, isn't it, that at the moment, if you are in possession of information around fraud, you want to blow the whistle about it, but you want to check with a lawyer, for example, before you make that disclosure. The current NDIA Act doesn't cover whistleblowers when they may be seeking the advice of a legal professional and making disclosure to that professional. Is that correct?
Senator, if it's okay, Mr. Ben Shiva. We can just take a moment and maybe come back to that question, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you could. Although I've got a couple of lines of questioning around this, so I just want to establish.
Can I give you some very high-level commentary very quickly about the level of activity that we do get in relation to tip-offs, information coming from staff. In terms of we get 29,000 roughly tip-offs a year. 29% of them are coming from staff. So can I just reassure you the current arrangements for people reporting fraud from within the agency are not a barrier. We're getting 29% of those tip-offs coming from staff. Yeah. But I'm certain
It looks like there's some very quick reading being done over there. Yeah, look, I do have a line of questioning around this, but I sense that people might need a bit of time to do more reading. So I'm going to go to the Commission, but I will be coming back to this. So just going to the Commission, could I just clarify, Commissioner, we've got the Assistant Commissioner for Regulatory Campaigns and Projects here with us, I believe?
Yes, Senator, I am here.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to clarify your previous evidence to my colleague. At the moment, or you're saying to us that while the registration powers in the bill would be helpful, I just want to clarify what you can do at the moment. My understanding is that if you issue a banning order, that bans the provider both from the unregistered and registered market. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so you have that power right now?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. So in terms of the role of registration, and in terms of registration as a practical process, and I just want to check to make sure my understanding here is correct. What it means to be a registered provider is that you have been audited against the NDIS practice standards by a third-party auditor, provided that audit to the Commission, and the Commission has basically considered it satisfactory, and at that point you are a registered provider. Is that correct?
Senator, we also assess the suitability of key personnel and directors of the provider to ensure that they're suitable and they are fit and proper people who operate a provider. We have made a lot of enhancements in that place over the last 12 to 18 months, and that some of it is through working with the ACIC and sharing information with the ACIC where they can do cross-checks of criminal histories to ensure that people who want to become providers, key personnel and directors, are suitable and do not have criminal history backgrounds.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the obligations of a registered provider or the standards against which they are audited, those are found within the NDIS practice standards, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Would you be able to identify for me within the practice standards themselves, within the core modules that are applied to all registered providers, where is the section on their responsibilities in relation to having policies that go to anti-fraud measures? Because I've been reviewing the practice standards in preparation for our interaction this evening, and I've yet to be able to locate precisely where a registered provider is obligated under the standards to have your basic anti-fraud policies in place. So I'm wondering if you can help me there.
Senator, it's Natalie Wade, Associate Commissioner here. We would be happy to take that on notice and send through further detail for you. But I would also highlight for you, and I know that you know this very well, but the Code of Conduct provides significant obligations on providers to ensure that they deliver services with diligent care and skill, to ensure that they engage in good governance and proper practice, which in our view would also include anti-fraud behaviour as well.
Absolutely. I'm well aware of that. The Code of Conduct applies, though, doesn't it, to both registered and unregistered providers. It's not a unique factor of registration.
The Code of Conduct, as you know, is a very important way in which the NDIS market is regulated and is held to account and applies to all providers, whether registered or unregistered.
unregistered, yes. So in terms of registered providers, what obligation do registered providers have to monitor or to report fraud in their organisations under your practice standards?
I would take that on notice and provide you with a sophisticated and solid response.
Okay. Now, I'd usually think that was a wonderful answer, except for the fact that we have only until tomorrow or Friday to get questions on notice back to us.
Yeah, I think Ms Wade may well be aware of that if you are taking anything on notice, we will require it back on Friday at the very latest.
Thank you, Chair and Senator, for that. I absolutely am very mindful of that and will get it to the committee as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Now, do registered providers need to have a fraud management or fraud prevention policy?
Thank you for the question. I'll also take that on notice and endeavour to come back to you quite quickly.
Okay, thank you. I think it's, yes, thank you very much. It would be useful for us to know the answer to that question because there is an assumption in this conversation that there's more rigour around fraud to a registered provider than an unregistered provider. And so we're just trying to track down where that assumption might have come from in terms of what they're actually required to do or policies that they're required to have. Thank you.
Senator, I think that is a very reasonable line of inquiry and I'll certainly get a response to you quite promptly. But for us also, the visibility that is achieved through registration is a really important measure in terms of combating fraud in the NDIS. It's something that is challenging for the Commission as the regulator is the lack of visibility where providers are not registered. And so that is a key component in addition to the obligations which we'll come back to you on.
Thank you. Now, I think some folks might have come to the table that might have some answers in relation to the Act. Just so that we're clear in terms of the question that I was asking. My understanding is that whistleblowers under the NDIS Act do not receive protections for seeking advice in relation to making a disclosure, unlike other federal whistleblowing laws.
Good afternoon, Senator. It's Tom McGregor, Acting Deputy CEO on behalf of the agency. I'll just preface the start of this answer by flagging that this is obviously a fairly complex and technical part of the Act and relatively new, and noting that the department is appearing tomorrow, so you may be assisted by them to get further information about this as well, but I'll do my best. Our understanding, based on the legislation as it's currently written, is that employees and former employees would be entitled to protection if they make a disclosure to their legal practitioner for the purpose of complying with that scheme.
Okay, but placing ourselves outside of the definition of former employees, because we did address that point in the legislation that just passed the Parliament, but others making use of the whistleblower protections under the Act that are not former employees, they don't have protections in relation to seeking legal counsel before they make a disclosure. Is that correct?
I think we'll have to take that one on notice as well, with the same undertaking as Ms Wade gave.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, in terms of the ability to make disclosures in relation to a union or an independent advocate for the purpose of seeking assistance in relation to the disclosure. It's a common step that people might wish to seek the advice of their union, for example, before then reporting fraud, for just because that's the topic of our discussion this evening. My understanding is that a whistleblower utilising the NDIS Act would not be covered in relation to conversations with their union under the current Act. Is that correct?
Again, it's something that we'll have to take on notice.
Take on notice. Okay. Thank you. And just one last one in this space. Is it correct that at the moment the Act doesn't have your kind of standard external disclosure pathway within it? So a whistleblower who has made a disclosure internally can then disclose what they have shared internally in a public forum because they feel like it may not have been acted on appropriately without fear of action being taken because of the disclosure.
Yeah, it'll be in the same category as the former two.
I would very much appreciate your answers to those questions. I asked them because when Mr. Dowdo, you appeared before the NDIS integrity inquiry, we had, as part of that inquiry, really compelling evidence given to us by the Human Rights Law Centre that although the legislation currently that has recently been passed went some way to addressing the issue of whistleblower protections, there's quite a lot of work left to do to protect somebody that would be wanting to disclose fraud. Can you give us any indication of the scale of disclosures that are not coming to you because of concerns around flow-on impacts, including the kind of things that happen to whistleblowers when they don't have legal protections?
Yeah, I think that would be a very difficult one to answer because I think what you're asking me to do is to speculate on what we don't know and what we don't see. What we do see is we see a significant contribution to tip-offs or intelligence from a very broad spectrum of sources: staff, providers, provider staff, participants, nominees. We do have the ability to allow people to give us a tip-off anonymously. We get approximately 26% of the tip-offs anonymously, so that provides a level of protection from people that feel that they may, they may want to contribute the tip-off in an anonymous way. But what you're asking me to do is to speculate on something that I would probably not see. So,
just let me clarify there, because you're right, you can't prove a negative. The process of disclosure is often a multi-step process. As somebody comes closer to feeling comfortable disclosing the fraud they might have witnessed or the other malpractice they might want to report, often structures or systems created to enable whistleblowing, or basically speaking up, track the difference between initial engagement with the pipeline and the final decision to make a full disclosure, to understand the drop-off rate. Does your system enable that information to be visible to you as head of the task force?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I couldn't answer that right here, right now. Yeah. But what I would flag is that the channel absolutely offers anonymity. So I'll have to take that on notice and just let you know what that means.
Sorry to do this to you folks. It's a tight turnaround.
It's worth mentioning that the bill that went through the Parliament previously, that there was through that process a written commitment to you, Senator Steele, John, yes, to engage further in that process as those additional measures are developed. Yeah.
Certainly was. And we did do some good work to address what was shared with us as a committee of about 20% of the problem, and that's better than nothing. It's just interesting to see
Next step.
the value in what could come next. Criminal
and if
penalties.
you're going to change tack, we might do a little rotation.
Happy to do that.
Is that all right?
Yeah, fine.
We're going to go back to Senator Kovacic for a moment.
Just a very, very quick follow-up. In some of the discussions we've had over the past couple of months, we've talked about definitions of fraud and integrity, and we have that explanation of integrity and leakage being the definition that the Fraud Fusion Task Force speaks of. Given these changes, are there any plans afoot to segment, measure and report the integrity leakage between actual fraud, corrected participant errors, uncorrected participant errors, and then NDIA errors, so that we actually have a clear understanding of what we need to target, and that might help sort of inform future legislative reform as well?
Senator, if I can describe the thinking, the reason for the thinking, which by the way is reflective of global best practice, it is what the International Public Sector Fraud Forum recommends. The reason we think about integrity leakage as the full spectrum is because any vulnerability, whether it's a vulnerability that results in a multitude of accidental errors, or a vulnerability that results in could have been avoided errors, but it's easier to just make the error, or a vulnerability that's sharp practice, or a vulnerability that's opportunistic, or a vulnerability that could be targeted by organised crime. Any vulnerability, by definition, becomes something that can be exploited systemically by anyone that wants to exploit it, and that is why the broader measure, the integrity leakage measure and integrity leakage approach, is contemporary practice, because it allows you to think about how you close all the vulnerabilities. And I might just use an example that that makes it that brings it to life about how hard it is to try and categorise what you're asking us to categorise down to a specific root cause. Fraud requires us to assume intent or prove intent. And it is, unless you're going to go to investigative level standards, it is very difficult to assume or prove intent. If somebody has put in a claim that's appearing as $9,000, but it turns out to be a decimal type error, is that accidental, or is that deliberate, or is that just bad design in a system? If they've done it a second time, is that accidental or deliberate? If they've done it a third time, you start to think it's deliberate. If they've done it and they've been asked to refund the money and they don't refund the money, is that error or fraud? There's a level of intent that you have to try and prove, and trying to prove that, to prove that it is fraud, is that is something that at a systemic level global best practice says, look, you could try and do that, but frankly integrity leakage is a macro system. Measure that, fix that, and by definition you'll shrink all of the leakage ports.
Yeah, so I guess I'd be interested in the views of the Assistant Commissioner and the AFP and the ACIC on that as well. But I understand, the contemporary best practice, but I'm not sure that there is any scheme like this one anywhere globally that has had the issues that we have, or that has grown to the scale that the NDIS has grown. Am I correct in that understanding, that we are pretty much alone in that space?
I think the NDIS is a pretty unique scheme globally.
And that's perhaps we need some, particular measures here. And I don't think a bunch of those categories would actually require us to identify intent, particularly if it's, corrected participant errors, uncorrected participant errors and NDIA errors. I'd be particularly interested to understand that, because I've had people provide information to me where they've said that, they've gone and uploaded information to a portal, they've uploaded 2 invoices, there's been an issue, only one invoice has successfully been uploaded, and because the claim amount doesn't match the invoices, that's then considered integrity leakage, which is clearly not the case. They go in, correct it, provide the next invoice, and it's done and dusted. To get an understanding of how much falls into a bucket like that versus the other elements, I think would be very important for Australians to understand, particularly as the public sentiment in relation to the scheme has taken the turn that it's taken. And I think we need to be fair in talking about what is really happening. And again, I'd be interested in the Assistant Commissioner's views on that, or the AFP's or the ACIC, if they have anything to add.
Hilda Serick from the Australian Federal Police. I mean, from our perspective, particularly our role in the Fraud Fusion Task Force, we will work on those matters that are serious fraud matters, particularly around the complex fraud, those involving organised exploitation of the scheme. So at those levels, those aspects around how we see defrauded funds being dissipated offshore, or individuals using complex structures, particularly for money laundering and the like, and those organised crime elements are a little bit more, I suppose, distinct in that organised crime realm, particularly around the seriousness of the fraud being perpetrated. I mean, certainly we're seeing those use of those opaque structures, and you mentioned before the challenges of phoenixing as well. But certainly from our perspective, there are some, inherent challenges that are observant. For instance, we heard evidence in terms of proving intent, but there's inherent difficulty in proving something such as a delivery of service didn't happen as well, as opposed to investigating a process where we prove a conduct of something that's occurred. So these are sort of key touch points that I think at the real serious and complex fraud level that the AFP is involved in, but totally accept some of the sentiment that you brought in.
Thank you.
Senator, from the ACIC perspective, our focus is looking to identify and provide that, discovery layer to provide the intelligence picture to our investigative counterparts around those actors, networks who are engaging in those activities. In some cases, they are opportunistic. In some cases, they are more coordinated, right through to the more systemic activity that we see, as we discussed a little earlier. There is obviously a bit of a differential between what we identify as significant indicators from an intelligence perspective versus what can be proven from an evidential perspective in an investigation as well. And there are a range of cases, obviously, that have proceeded from that discovery and the intelligence development phase into formal identification, investigation, charge, prosecution, and the like. But that's not necessarily always possible in all cases. And so in some cases, there'll be very significant indicators of fraud, but whether we as a system can collectively get to that evidential standard, is a slightly separate question. So it is a bit grey in terms of being able to demonstrate that intent, and so being able to provide a very confident measure that captures all fraud activity is somewhat challenging in that domain.
Thank you.
Lovely. We'll go to Senator De Liga.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening as it is now. Mr Dardo, just going back to your earlier evidence about the work and about the fraud that was existing prior to the task force, and it was absolutely mind-blowing to hear the amount of what could go through without even an ABN. I mean, my private health, you needed more to submit a private health claim through an app by the sounds of it, what was going through. Can you just tell me what was the ASL and the NDIA that was completely focused on combating fraud back at that time, if you know?
I think...
And I have disclosure, I worked for the union that represented NDIA members back in that time, so have quite an interest.
Yeah. If I take the broadest definition of integrity, which would include there would have been about 1 or 2 forensic accountants. There would have been about 10 to 15 investigators. There would have been some analysts, some people working in prepayment. But in round figures, you're talking in the vicinity, at the broadest way of measuring it, about 100, compared to in excess of 650 equivalent comparison for like sort of definitions. Yes. So for example, we've got 18 forensic accountants at the moment, as opposed to 1 or 2. We've got 85 investigators with a Cert 4 qualification in Australian government investigations. We've got 51 with a diploma in policing. We've got a raft of people. We've got some digital forensic specialists. We have 0. A raft of analysts. A couple of hundred people doing prepayment, which is, I know that sounds odd, but if you're trying to stop it before the money goes out, focusing on prepayment or manual payment reviews is a good investment to make, because you're stopping the money before it leaves the door. So it is a very significant shift. That's people. The more important thing that complements that is the system uplifts. The people can't do that job without the technological investments and the uplifts we've done in the systems. And it's been done at every level. The online, the mobile app, like a new case management tool, which has been the fastest implementation of that tool in the world. And, we've got, a data lake. There's a whole bunch of things that have really lifted the agency's ability to do work, as opposed to trying to do it in Excel or spreadsheets or post-it notes.
And so the amount of reviews that you're doing has significantly increased,
Absolutely, and I should also mention that before October, November 2022, there was no Fraud Fusion Task Force. There was a task force which was AFP, NDIA Commission, but there was no Fraud Fusion Task Force, which is the 25 agencies. Like the things that are happening now between those agencies, I don't think anybody imagined in 2022 were possible. The level of cooperation and the level of lean-in that we're getting from agencies. I've been in public service for 34 years.
I understand. I think we're both ATO alumni as well, back from the day, yes?
I can tell you now, I've never seen this level of willing collaboration and leaning in, because people right across the public service genuinely believe in this scheme and want to make sure this scheme is saved and sustainable.
Yes, absolutely.
And
that
Senator,
does...
Chris Birrett from Services Australia, and just adding to Mr Dardo's comments there, one thing that the Fraud Fusion Task Force has allowed us to do is to both address the the scheme hopping or payment hopping that Mr Meyer referred to, but also for the agencies to bring different perspectives and strengths and capabilities to the task force. So with the ACIC hosting the Fraud Fusion Centre, but then also Services Australia being funded through the Fraud Fusion Task Force to be able to deliver digital forensic services, including the support of search warrant activity coming out of NDIA investigations.
Absolutely, and that does lead in perfectly to my next question. And it really stuck with me how you were talking about the dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar not going to the participant. And we've heard that savings goals could be reached just by dealing with fraud alone. Does dealing with the integrity issues produce large savings, or does it divert money back to where it is actually meant to go, back to participants?
It's a combination of the two, but I just need to be really measured here. Everyone's really clear on the mission. The mission here is, right funds going to the right participants to spend on the right services and supports, and if providers are involved, with the right providers, right? Yes. So everyone's really clear on that mission. This is not a dollar-saving exercise. Yes. There are dollars that are saved as a byproduct of those interventions, and so there's roughly $3.4 billion estimated to be either already benefits already realised or being realised up until June 2029. And about 960 million of that, 960 million out of the 3.4 billion, is cash savings to the scheme, And of that 960 million, we've already realised approximately 500 million. And so that's already realised in terms of the interventions that have been implemented up until September and December last year. There will be more savings realised because there's a lag before you can count the savings, so there'll be more savings realised. But it's really important to note the majority of the funds are actually going back to participant plans to be used properly by participants on genuine supports with genuine providers.
Thank you. That is good to know. And talking about, and with these reforms, how do the proposed measures to improve regulatory powers align with comparable areas of social policy like aged care?
Sorry, could you just repeat again?
How does the proposed measures improving the regulatory powers align with other areas of social policy like aged care?
I think DHDA tomorrow, the department tomorrow, will be able to give you a much better answer than I will. But if I can, what I would say to you is, you know, we have put them up side by side.
Yes.
We had almost nothing in the agency, like literally almost nothing. And the new Aged Care Act had a whole bunch of provisions in that regulatory space that we did not have. I think if this legislation gets through, you will start to see alignment. The department will be much better placed to work through the detail with you, but if you take a before and after comparison, we had almost nothing in the agency, and the new Aged Care Act actually had.
Thanks. I'm sure my colleagues might ask tomorrow. And just finally from me about safeguards that are being put in place to make sure that powers are not being used unfairly or misused against participants and their families. What safeguards?
Yeah, there's, again, I think tomorrow the department will be in a much better place to provide you a more fulsome answer, but there's a couple of things that I do want to talk about at a broader level that I think it's really important for everyone to know. Number one, the Fraud Fusion Task Force has ethics principles. We co-designed the ethics framework with the disability sector. We used it in practice. Once we used it in practice, we're able to refine it and produce an ethics guide. That ethics guide is published on our website, on the NDIA website, so if you Google it, you'll find it. That ethics guide guides everything we do, and and it starts at the very top with it's participant-centred sort of or client-centred type focus, right? The second thing to note is the interventions we have been putting in place with the NDIA. We've been very measured and very careful in how we've implemented all the things we've had access to date. And if you look at even the prosecutions that we've done, we have not lost the case in prosecutions. We're not doing ambit or rogue type things. We're being very measured and very sensible in what we do. And so I hope that gives you some confidence that the policies, the practice, the guidance, the training, the ramp up of activity that we've done over the last 4 years has been done in a very measured way, and we would expect to do that again if the legislation passes. And I don't know if anyone else would like to comment on that, but I think... Yeah.
I'm happy just to add, and as Mr Dardo said, the department will be able to elaborate more on this tomorrow, but I think it's foundational that the new regulatory powers exist within an existing statutory ecosystem which have built-in protections, so everything from judicial oversight for certain more intrusive powers, so the granting of warrants, which obviously requires the satisfaction of an evidentiary threshold in order to obtain those more intrusive powers, through to for the less intrusive investigative tools, those being subject to an application process within the agency, appropriate seniority for the delegates who can approve the exercise of those lower powers, and more generally that the powers have been constructed from a policy perspective to fundamentally treat participants differently from providers and other people who are not participants. So, for example, many of the civil penalty provisions in the bill don't apply in respect of participants, with some exceptions which the department can talk to you about tomorrow. There's also requirements for the minister to put in place, in advance of those powers being operationalised by the agency, ministerial determinations to frame out some of the safeguards that will be affected operationally before they can be deployed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go to Senator Steele, John, next.
I'm done, Chair. I think it'll be for the department, the question that I was
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
So I think we're sorted.
Thank you. Senator Askew, nothing? Little? No? Did you have any?
I'm good.
We good? Okay. Thank you very much for coming along and sharing some time with us. We appreciate it. I assume the department and our other contributors tomorrow late in the day will be able to tidy up some of those other items that were raised. But thank you so much for taking the time to come and share your knowledge and experience with us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
With that, we will thank Broadcasting Hansard and our diligent secretariat for all of their contributions today, and we will adjourn.